It's a little after 9 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started with our workshop, for budget workshop. I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss for words on how to move forward today. But the absence of Mr. Summers is gonna make it rough. So I'd like just for everybody to stand, offer a moment of silence in honor for Mr. Summers, and then we'll let Mr. Richardson open us with prayer. Mr. Richardson.
Maybe pray. Father, we come with heavy hearts this morning, knowing that the business of the county must go on. We come understanding that there is hurt, not just in the family, with the family of Mr. Summers, but with this county family, friends and loved ones, those he worked with, those he enjoyed time with outside of work. We offer our prayers for the family and for the friends, the loved ones, that you may strengthen them in their time of grief. Lord, that you may build us up and encourage us, that we may continue to do the work that needs to be done so that our county will be always moving forward. We ask your blessings upon this meeting today. Lord, that we, as we work through the details of the budget, God, that you would give us insight that would help us to understand the issues at hand. Lord, that we would not quibble over the small things, recognize that all of it works together for the good of our county. Help us, Lord, to be faithful to you, first of all, and to our constituents, to our residents, to all those that we support and we serve, that you may be glorified first, that they may get the service that they deserve. And Lord, we just thank you for all that you do. We want to take just a moment, Lord, and ask your special protection upon our men and women who serve our communities in fire and rescue and police, military. Lord, whether they're on the job or off the job, their lives are always at risk. Help us recognize the fragility of this life. And Lord, that any day we could be called home. So we ask your blessings and we thank you for what you're going to do. For we pray in Christ's name and for his sake. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First up on the agenda, Ms. Linda Williams. Where were all y'all at Tuesday night? Y'all found out we're giving money out and everybody shows up.
Good morning.
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 Okay, how do you want me to do it? Do you want me to go down on the line items that I'm asking for an increase and explain why?
Does anyone have any questions on her increases before she goes into a long explanation?
Mr. Chairman, I said, how much? Do you know how much?
What, the increase? Well, my overall budget, I'm asking for an increase of $36,420, but the majority of that is I'm asking for a new employee. I'm retiring after next year. Jennifer's running for the office. Should she be unfortunate enough to have opposition, there are some things that she won't be able to do. Even if she doesn't have opposition,
Right.
Next year's going to be beyond busy, like we've never seen before.
Ms. Williams,
I've
you
been
know-
here I've been here 23 years, and we've not increased the office staff, so it's definitely time.
Ms. Williams, you know more about it than we do. It was just a question that I asked how
Yeah.
much, and I don't have a problem with it. I don't.
Thank you.
No, I sat in there with you on that recount last go-around. I don't have an issue with it anyway.
And somebody else is going to sit with us this year.
Yes.
Whoever your chairman is will be very familiar with elections by the end of 2020.
Any questions?
Look at me.
Any questions?
No questions.
Any on this end?
No.
All right, I don't think there's any issues. Ms. Lynn. Thank
Okay,
you.
wonderful. Thank you. I hope the rest of you have this kind of luck.
All right, next one on the agenda is our state attorney, Mr. Jeff Sigmeister. Morning, sir.
Morning.
I appreciate being invited. I don't know if y'all have any questions. I mainly wanted y'all to be aware, I don't know if y'all compare year over year, that there looks like a significant increase in IT, but that only reflects that last year we refunded about $90,000+ to the county that we thought was an excess surplus we had. Since Ms. Baker and I have been there, we try not to carry more than we would ever need in an emergency. It's y'all's money, y'all collectively, meaning the 7 counties on the IT side. So it does look like it went up, but it's slightly higher than 2 years ago. But obviously, if you just compare last year, we gave money back, so it would look on paper like we raised our IT budget significantly when we didn't.
Have any questions from Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Sigmeister? Yes, sir.
Where is the, it's supposed to be under tab 28, and there's nothing under tab 28 in this book.
Okay.
That's tab 25, okay, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one.
28 is his state attorney budget where he collects all the county's revenues. Tab 28 is where we fund him Suwannee County's part and the IT, as well as public defender and guardian ad litem. Page 1 after tab 25.
Still request that they get put in order somehow, but
And I'm not sure why it breaks down the way it does, but most of our phones go under facilities, but except for the phone maintenance, which goes under technology. And
He's talking about the fifth line down, state attorney, information technology on the expense side of tab 25.
it's not seeing it, but
27 and 51.
what did you say, what number was it?
This year it's 27,916, and he's going up to 51,435.
That still broke down over to 7
Figured out.
counties in it.
You got it?
No, but I figured out. I don't want to hold anybody, I don't want to hold up the meeting for it.
Any questions from anyone else from Mr. Sigmeister?
I don't. I don't.
You don't have any? All right, sir.
thank y'all
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Moving on, Property Appraiser's Office, Mr. Lamar Jenkins.
Good morning.
Morning.
I don't know if any of you all have really reviewed or what, but anyway, I need to be right up front with you. I'm going to have an amended budget over the one that I had presented previously in the amount of, which I want to make you aware of this, in the amount of $13,598. And that's pertaining to that software department that all of the counties are all departments are participating in. The overall budget from last year to this year is right about a 9% decrease from where it was at last year, if you'll look on the front page over on the right-hand side. But if you got a question, I'll try to answer it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, sir.
What Mr. Jenkins is speaking of is a software that we actually have listed on your list that we usually consider at the end of the meeting. which would affect lots of departments. So if the board agrees to fund that entire package, then we can go back and make sure that it gets shown in the proper departments and agencies thereafter. So I'm sure we'll spend plenty of time speaking of that software package later on.
I have a question. Mr. Jenkins, what did you say you said there'll be about a $13,000 amended?
Yes, yes,
So you'd still be under budget no matter, you'd still be under what you did last year. Is that correct?
yes, from last year.
Like that.
Yes, yes.
Ooh, tear it up. Anyone
But
else?
this is, at the time I prepared this budget, we were not aware of this expenditure that has come to be since then. So, while I'm, in front of all of you all, I just don't try to hide anything. I want you to be aware there'll be an amended budget, not only coming to you all, but also to Department of Revenue in Tallahassee. In this amount, $13,598.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Jenkins?
Just curious, will this software actually make it easier for the mapping system online to,
I don't think it'll have any effect on the mapping system.
shucks?
This is the largest portion of this is a finance software, replacement software that the largest piece of it would be in finance. It would deal with our budget, deal with the relationship that agency, that department actually has with every other agency and department in the county. So Mr. Jenkins is speaking of the proportionate share of the cost that was allocated to his office if the board approves that overall package. That overall package is over $200,000, so I'm sure we'll have more conversation about that when we get to it.
Yeah, it'll just be billed out to each different department or agency.
Okay. I was just curious what exactly it would encompass, so.
I got you.
Mr. Commissioner, going back to your mapping system.
Yes, sir.
Everybody thinks whatever's on that map is a survey, is a tool to work with. It's impossible for me or anybody else, to my knowledge, to go out there and set the corners on a map and tell me where my corners are at. But believe me, I get chewed ever so often about it. And it's certainly no survey on the properties in Suwannee County. Let me tell you that right up front.
Yeah.
It's pretty close in a lot of cases. But even that, you can hire 3 surveyors, if you've never done this, to survey one piece of property, and I guarantee you, no 2 will stack the corners.
Right.
They'll be maybe within a foot, they may be in 5 foot, but 2 out of the 3, and you know, this is their profession, they will not put the same corners on a piece of property. So this is a tool for us to work with and for the public, but when the public comes in and looks at that thing on that map, they think that is their lines, believe me.
Yeah.
But it's not.
I appreciate the software, man. It makes it a lot easier to find information on it. But boy, it's irritating when you go through the process of kind of finally getting that information and then click on the wrong part of that map and it sends you back to the big map.
Well, it's
The
a
old
good
county.
tool to work with. It gives out a lot of data, a lot of information, gives us pretty close where our landlines are at. But if you got a question about the budget, I'll try to answer it.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Jenkins? All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all for working with this. Not only myself, but your property appraiser's office. We're privileged to work with you.
Thanks, sir. All right, Clerk of the office, Mr. Barry Baker.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the budget that we presented, it's basically about the same as it was last year. But I will tell you that there is one change. Last year that the CISO position showed up in our budget here. That's where this year it shows up as a direct transfer to tab 25. So it's where that is an increase of over 30,000. It's a 30. Our portion for that position is 37,500, and those increases are raises that we put in there to match the board's raises that they currently have in there, as well as we have Speaking to the county attorney, he had told us that we need to increase our legal fees. Not to him, but we need to have a line item which we could draw from if need be. We also had some additional software and some equipment for the finance office.
All right, sir. Any questions from the board for Mr. Baker?
Don't.
So going back to what Randy and Mr. Jenkins said, is whether we will we'll be bringing you additional information if you need on it's the items with the finance software. So it's where all of us will be around Monday as well. We can give you a better explanation if you need it.
Thanks, sir. Yeah. Anything for this in? Yeah. All right, sir, thank you. Next up, Sheriff's Office, Sheriff St. John.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
All right. Hopefully it's a little better than last year. We just copied from the 1819 and transferred to the 1920. And the only thing that we've increased, is which there's a little bit increase, which nothing we can do about on the retirement, a little bit there, and then the raises for the guys, which would be the same as what the county is proposing. My understanding of it is. And from the 1819 to 1920 was a 2.64 increase. You see there's on the machinery equipment, I remember, last year we had hired the extra officers for the school. We added the extra cars, the 3 extra cars, but we've took that out. But everything else is pretty much just transferred from last year to this year.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I got a question. I'm new to this, so I just want to ask, I see everything kind of broke down, but on this line item for operating expenses, 777,000 can you kind of explain to me what that is? Maybe.
Okay, you're looking at the first page. If you look, you have to look through all the different ones, for us, it's all broke down in the, between the different departments. You got animal control, you got corrections, you got dispatch, you got the patrol. So that's a combination of all of them together.
See where it shows in your sheriff's office, our law enforcement operating, it's 346,000. And then animal control, the operating is 22,000. That's the total of all the different ones that you're over. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Corrections is your line.
Yeah, that front page, it shows, all the different departments, but all in one. But if you want it broke down, then you flip through to each department, Commissioner.
Mr. Stapleton, and the bulk of it's in your corrections and law enforcement. You have operating 400,000 in the corrections and 346,798 in the law enforcement.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but when I'm looking at operating cost and,
Yeah, it doesn't give you a breakdown in there. I'm just,
Yeah, if you flip through the,
well, I say I'm on the law enforcement page is what I'm getting at. I look at the top and I see the salaries and I see a breakdown of all the services. It seems like all those things are the operating costs is what I'm getting at.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I could, what might be helpful, Sheriff, if you got a detail, for example, of the current year that shows what gets spent out of that particular item, is that what you're asking? It's just a big number and you don't have the detail on that number?
That's all,
I
that's
think
what
that's
I'm
what
asking.
sounds like what he's asking.
I see all these other line items broke down, very clearly, whether it's 50,000, 75, 150. But I just see a big number there, and I don't,
Mr. Chairman, I would have to assume that that would include all of your, utilities, your infrastructure costs and stuff like that.
Yeah, you would have a notebook. I mean, if you had to go individual ones, but, they say that's the operating cost, and that's, it includes a lot there. It's not broke down in individual purchases that we make. That's just the lump sum that we pay, that we ask for the different items that we pay on a day-to-day basis.
Have you got a detail like in these other, like in our budgets where we show, for example, utilities and everything else that's occurring, those day-to-day expenses that you're speaking of? I think I think the problem that I see here is that the commissioner is asking for a detail on a lump sum number. If you look at our other budgets, we've got all the detail there that shows what would constitute a lump sum if we were to group them all together. Yours is kind of in the reverse. You just got the number without the detail. I'm assuming that you've got a detail somewhere of what's being spent out of that particular, what I'll call a line item.
I mean, we do, I don't know if we don't have any with us right now. Yeah, we can, we don't have it with us right now as far as, because it'd be a long list, but I guess we could get it up for if you needed it.
Well,
It'd be
I'll
like-
back Monday.
it'd be
We'll
like-
back Monday, so.
It'd be like,
I understand what you're saying. Trust me,
the fuel costs, the uniforms, it'd be just a number of things that we have to spend on a day-to-day basis to operate the sheriff's office. But what you're seeing is the lump sum of what we spend.
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that. And I'm not saying I need it broke down to $10 or $15, but what I'm saying is, if I have somebody that I represent in this community and they ask me, well, the sheriff and the law enforcement budget has operating costs of $346,000, can you explain to me what that is? And I have to look at that person, I say, I can't explain to you what it is, because I don't know. That's all it's a learning process for me, and I'm just trying to, if I see a big number, I'm trying to understand what it is where I can explain to the people that ask me.
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm asking you to explain to me, so I can explain to them. I'm not trying to be difficult, trust me, I'm just trying to understand it.
Okay, yes,
When
sir.
it's a big number like that. I mean, if it's possible that we could get that I could get a breakdown that shows a little more detail, I would be grateful for it.
Okay,
And I'm not saying, I'm not saying $1,000, I'm saying if it's broke down into 10,000 or 20,000, and I can look down that line and just get my mind around what we are, and as we move forward, next year I won't have this question, I guess is what I'm saying.
and you're talking about the operating expense, you want just on law enforcement? On the law enforcement,
Well,
cost
there's
there?
two, basically, there's two of them there, isn't there?
Yeah, law enforcement and corrections?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could get those, I would be grateful.
Yes, sir.
So that's the line that you're pulling fuel out of, meals at the jail, doctors, medical.
Yeah, it'd be like I say, it's gonna be a long, a long list, but, like I say, we won't, you're saying you don't want it broke down, every $5 or $10, you just basically kind of a general of what
Right.
we're spending it on different items.
Yes, that's all I'm wanting. I mean, just give me something where I can say, hey, this 20,000 went to food for the inmates, or whatever those things are. Just
Okay.
Once I learn it this one time, I'll understand it.
Yes, sir.
Is what I'm saying.
Any other questions for the sheriff?
I've got one question. Is this the last year of the payment on the smart shop?
It should be.
Should be, yeah.
We'll just have one, just one more.
Yeah.
one more.
Not this year, the
Yes,
budget we're
yes,
looking at
yeah,
right now
yeah,
will be the
that's-
last one.
that's
The
one.
last payment will be in this budget?
In this budget, that's what I thought it
Yeah.
was.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
Yeah, it was 3 years, right?
Yes, sir.
The first year that we did it, and then last year and this year.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the raises, you tabulated them at 50% an hour?
Yeah, yes, sir.
30%?
Well, the 1% and 50
Yeah.
cent an hour.
Yeah. All right, sir. I don't think I have any. Anything else unless y'all do?
I'm good.
Y'all good?
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Payne, real quick, I need to back up real quick. Mr. Jenkins, I did have a question for you. Your budget didn't include raises, did it? So I just want y'all to keep that in mind when we move forward. If we give a raise across the board, they have to have our approval before they can send it to Tallahassee. So
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that while you were up there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, the way it operates, they operate on salaries, the Department of Revenue, like the state employees. And there's no use me putting an increase in there, because if I do, when it gets there, they're gonna take it out. But if this board passes a resolution or approves an increase for county employees, if I'll get a copy of the minutes, submit it to them, then they will approve it. So it's a little aggravating, but anyway.
I just wanted to
Y'all
make
think
sure.
about giving the county employees a raise. They need it.
Thanks, sir.
I keep taxing them, so they gotta pay taxes. Thank you for that question, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Sorry, ma'am. 911, Ms. Jennifer Payne.
Good morning.
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 I only have a couple of increases. We have recently went to text to 911. And then later on this year, we'll be going with next generation core services. It's something that the state's mandating. So we had a pretty big increase there. And then we have headsets for dispatch, but we will not be getting those until the new radio system is purchased. Do you have any questions or?
Mr. Chairman, just one, is that what you explained, the large increase was on the 911 wireless surcharge?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, that's not what I was talking about,
Okay,
but
'cause that's one.
on the revenue side, yes, sir.
That one almost doubled, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to understand that one a little bit more. I know, is that something that we have no control over because it's a state?
No, the county, the state, they, on all wireless phones, they collect, you'll see it on your, like, cell phone bill. They used to collect like 40 cents from everyone's phones.
Yeah.
They've increased that to 50 cents. And so, I mean, you know, a lot of people are going from landline phones to cell phones, but that's money we get from the state each month.
Okay, so that was where the increase in revenue was about, so.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
But overall, your budget decreased.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Figure out how we can use some of that other money for other things yet?
No, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any questions on this end over here?
No, sir. Good.
Thank you, ma'am. Building Department, Patrick Taylor.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are y'all?
Good.
Basically, my budget's pretty much the same as last year, with the exception of I'd like to hire an inspector. The workload's getting a little much, so I've got that in the budget. That's the big increase. And to upgrade the computer system in the office.
How much, Mr. Chairman, how much, how many hours would you work that
I'd like for it to be a full-time.
full-time?
I'd put in for a part-time last year, but I still haven't hired anybody yet. So I'd like to make that position a full-time.
Yeah, last year we budgeted for a part-time position. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's asking for this year is just to make that part-time position we funded last year full-time. So
Full-time.
Correct.
it won't be, it's an increase, but it's not a full salary increase. It's just the additional funds for going from part-time to full-time.
Yes, sir.
Do we have, if we fill that position, is there transportation? Is that person going to need a vehicle to assist in all this?
But I have another truck.
Okay.
I have a question without digging too deep into it, but I did notice that on the expense budget, page 2, where it gives the department totals, your projected is 272, 828, but your requested is 348, 860. I'm just trying to understand the discrepancy there. And that's in the expenses.
What was the number again? 272.8, 348?
Yeah, it's,
That's going to be the addition of the full-time position? Right? Well, I don't have that position right now, correct? But you said projected.
But he isn't going to pay out the salary that was in the current year.
Right.
okay, that's projected as showing the current
Yeah,
year.
so that's
Okay.
showing, we're just not spending that money in the current year, so it's
All right,
going to.
that's why I wanted to make sure I
what'll
understood.
be spent year end will be less than what was budgeted.
One other question. I know you guys do a heck of a job out there, especially considering the amount of stuff that you've got to do, the amount of work that you share with code enforcement and everything else. Is there any, I'm just asking this as a general question without any specific expectation of action taken in the near-time future. But is there any way, is any of this going to help in code enforcement at all to be a little bit more proactive in getting this additional position, or at least getting them from full-time, part-time to full-time? Or are we kind of in that situation where we still can't afford a code enforcement officer and we're still going to work reactively on code enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, can I participate in answering this question?
Well, I want to participate in it too.
Yeah, and that's why I raised the question.
Go ahead.
I figured you probably would want to participate. Historically, what has occurred on the board, we could have a full-time code enforcement officer, and we could be very proactive, and we could run around, and we could take care of a lot of business. But at least since I've been on the board, there's been a philosophy of really trying to address the truly egregious, horrific situations that exist out there, and then otherwise just encourage people to be responsible and clean things up. We haven't been operating like the Gestapo that we.
And I'm not suggesting that
Yeah.
at all. I'm just asking.
But in some locations, government is accused of being the Gestapo, going out there banging on people's doors and complaining about a tennis shoe that was left in the front yard. Now, we've got some really egregious stuff around the county, and all of us have seen it from time to time, and we try to address those issues. If a commissioner calls in, if we have a community meeting, in fact, I was in one with you in Branford, and some people raised an issue with a house that needed to be condemned. And we've all seen some of those that caught on fire, half of it burned up, and the other half is still sitting there. So we try to address the truly egregious ones. I call Patrick and Ronald and have them go out and investigate those things, and now we have a magistrate that we didn't used to have. So we're taking some of these bad cases before a magistrate and trying to get them cleaned up, and it takes a long time in some cases. But if the board has an interest in us becoming aggressive, we have the ability to do that. But that hasn't been the desire of the board since I've been here.
Reality, I don't. You know, I want people to be able to live on their property and live in peace and harmony, and not always looking over their shoulder to see if the county's coming down the driveway. But on the other hand, we do have properties that, you know, people are just, I'm sorry, they're just slobs, and it affects the properties around them. So, but I was curious about it. I figured this is the best time to ask the question, and I don't see Jamie here, so I don't think it's going to go in the paper that I'm asking us to become a Gestapo nation.
Text him.
No, but That's one of the problems that they're having now is that even though we're not out there looking for code violations, we're complaint-based, and I'm fine with that. That's where I want to stay.
Okay.
But there's enough complaints coming in that between the complaints and his daily inspections and with what Mr. Meeks has going on, that they getting stretched thin.
Yeah.
And so I think it will help with follow-up and staying on the ones that come in. But if y'all are desiring a full-time code enforcement to ride around and look, I just respectfully ask that y'all do that in 2021.
And I am not.
That's kicking the can down the road.
It is, but I don't want them phone calls. Because you think your phone rings a lot now, y'all get a full-time code enforcement that goes out there looking for code violations, you're going to have your hands full.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I will say, I agree with you on that. The other thing I'll say is, as you move forward, and if you do have someone in that position, a lot of it has to do with that person and their attitude and the way they address folks. It's, you can get a lot of things done in a good way, or you can have the wrong person in that job and sure enough set the county back, so.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Are you applying for the job?
I feel like I already got it.
Well, and I would just add to that, I've had to deal with some of this myself, and these two guys have done a great job, and having that magistrate has really helped, and, you know, some of it doesn't go that far. I think just having someone go talk to them and say there's been a concern, and like you say, that's why how you handle the situation, we've been pretty successful with that, so that's all I gotta say about it. So thank you.
So to answer your question, it would help out.
Let me just say, that full-time position will definitely be helpful. I've driven out myself on occasion. I called 6 different properties in within about a 2-hour time span one day. And every one of those requires paperwork and looking at them, taking photos and addressing them. And it's a long process. So I try not to drive around looking at 6 of them every day because they could stack up in a hurry. But Patrick definitely needs some help handling those things.
All right. Any other questions for him?
Yeah. Appreciate, Randy, I appreciate you giving a good explanation
Thank you.
on that one, so.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Planning and zoning, Ron Meigs.
What tab-
Morning.
As long as you're not here to talk about a solar farm, we're all right.
What tab is this?
Why are you looking at me?
Tab.
I don't, my budget is almost a mirror image of the current budget year that we have. I don't have any increases. I think we did increase some of our printing and binding stuff. We anticipate having to order some additional items there, but I think that was the only line item that showed any increase. But if you have any questions on anything that's there, I'll be happy to address it.
Y'all have any questions from Mr. Meigs?
No, sir.
I don't hear any, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Suwannee River Regional Libraries, Ms. Betty Lawrence.
You skipped one.
Oh, did I skip?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go back up. Maintenance Department, Mark Durham. Wasn't overlooking you. I was just going to give it to you without explanation.
I thought you were saying no.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. We're looking
got-
at custodial first. Is that we're on tab 9?
Yes, sir.
Minor increase in operating supplies, but overall a reduction of 5%.
Is it a reduction
Anything
of
else?
5%?
A reduction. Yes, sir.
Y'all have any questions for him on the maintenance?
That was basically through payroll and those items, was a reduction.
Are we not issuing raises or salary increases in this department?
That was actually calculated by finance there. I believe they're already in there. Is that right, Nina?
Everything's already been
Yeah,
done.
we've, all of the board departments should have them already budgeted in.
Yes. Right, right. Patricia.
What?
Some retired and they will rehire, I mean, someone else came at a lower wage.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, sir.
I'm good
Okay,
on that.
maintenance,
Yes, sir.
and building maintenance, the 1930 line. We have a few minor increases, just basically due to the cost of doing business, and we have additional facilities, more square footage that we're looking at. But actually, there again, and overall, I have a reduction of 13%.
Same reason?
I could have just skipped over you. I was going- it went-
Yeah. Well, I got some stuff on the wish list, don't worry. Any other questions?
I don't have any.
Same reason someone retired?
Same reason. Yes, sir.
And your HVAC systems, you're not purchasing some of them that were in last year's budget? It dropped $180,000 on HVAC.
Oh, no. What happened is last year, $180,000 was put on that line, but it was for the AOL, or the automated logic replacement in the jail, which is done.
Yeah.
And so we're not asking for $180,000 again this year, just so I can find somewhere to spend it.
Yeah.
I could find somewhere to spend it if you want to give me the money, but I'm just not asking.
Just be quiet while you're ahead.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you, sir, if y'all don't
Thank
have any
you.
questions.
No, sir.
No. All right, now, Ms. Betty Lawrence.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Community, thank you for the opportunity to come and present the budget for the libraries. I do need to preference upfront that Madison County, Hamilton County, you'll find those in your packets, but they are funded by their Board of County Commissioners. I have had my workshop with Hamilton County, and my workshop for Madison County is tomorrow morning. So I'll be concentrating on the Live Oak, or the Suwannee County, rather, budget. If you have questions regarding those other counties, I can answer those. However, I am at the beck and call for those counties when it comes to the budget for their libraries. First of all, if you have any questions, I can address those. I have one item in here that you may have questions about, and that is the request for another automobile or truck for the libraries. Usually, and in the past, we've operated with 3 trucks or 3 automobiles. Two were cars. But for the past year and a half, maybe more, and more than a year and a half, really, we've been operating with 2. And what we've done to compensate for the lack of the other one is that I've had the travel in the other counties done by staff with personal vehicles, and that's not a good idea. As I've explained before in the past, we are our shipping department. Most other libraries have a shipping department. But when I came, and I thought it was a great idea, we filled in that gap by carrying items, all of our books, certain equipment, all of our computer equipment, we haul around ourselves. We can get some deliveries made to the other counties depending on what the equipment is, but usually we have everything come in at the Live Oak branch, and that's mainly because it reduces our shipping charges on the other end. So we don't pay 3 times or 9 times the shipping cost. We pay 1 shipping cost to come to Live Oak, and then we disperse out. And that's done for a couple of reasons, for shipping and also for administrative control, or check, I guess is what I should say. I did increase the pass-through a little this time because, and pass-through, all of you know that that means that you give it to me and I give it back to you for the services that you, as a county, do in other departments for the library. And that is permitted by the state for matching funds. Those things include things like what we get in terms of staff support in human resources, what we get in terms of staff support at the clerk's office, what we get in support with the sheriff's department. All of those things factor in as operating costs at the library. I try to take a look at what's being done for us and take a look at what it costs salary-wise to do that. And so I tried to do that to come up with this figure. This time I am requesting that I use a little bit more of my balance forward state funds to help with the, so that the local funding is not taxed so much. You have any questions for me?
I do.
I also need to say that I think I put that automobile in at 30,000. That was a conservative figure on my part, because we do need a truck or SUV or whatever.
The four-wheel drive version of that is a little bit more than the two-wheel drive that she had initially finished. She's decided that she wants to go to the deep edges of the county. And
And I want to go and come back in all three counties.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Betty, I appreciate all that you do, and you do a great job in our community with the library. But one question I have about salaries, you have noticed you have a 9% increase. Are your salaries on a different, salary increases different from the county salary increases of so that 9% represents?
Now, and what the county is recommending. In the future, now that you mention it, every now and then we do a study across libraries with regards to salaries of like populations in counties and what have you. And I'll be doing that, but I can guarantee you it's going to be more
Okay.
than what we, but in answer to your question, that's determined. Okay. And also need to let you know that, yes, I'll be, I am requesting that we use some of our state balance forwards. Those of you who are here know that that's kind of a pocket that we keep, especially in case we want to increase our services. So I'm not completely, I'm not depleting that pot. We did receive, or I did receive, word from the state that the Branford renovation is now on the eligibility list, and what that basically means is that come April, they will decide, or they are recommending that it be put on the list for funding. That doesn't mean that we'll get funded that year, it just means that we're on the list and we go up until we get to a place where the legislator says, okay, it's your turn.
Any questions for Ms. Lawrence?
I do.
Because I think that's what Commissioner Richardson's talking about. In your Suwannee, your percent in salaries is 9%. There's still only 1% there.
Right.
But if you go back to Madison, it's down 4%.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking at that 9%, but
In relationship to the others?
don't give them a 9% raise.
Oh, no, it's not a,
Move people around and change their hours, I think. You have to compare last year, but he's coming, because it's 9% increase in Suwannee, but that doesn't mean they got a 9% raise.
no,
Either increased hours or move people around.
exactly.
So
Some of that
you're-
comes from the,
You're adding
But that's
more to
not-
Suwannee and taking away from the other counties?
I'm adhering.
Shifting, I mean,
Yes. However, it's kind of a, I don't know if I should, it's kind of a running target because we do have the understanding in all three counties that, for instance, if I'm lacking in one county at any given time because of vacancies, and we do have a lot of turnover sometimes, then we shift staff around. I guess the raises that are, that apply to the rest of the county also apply to the library.
That's really what I wanted to know. I can accept the other part of that percentage increase in just shifting of
Okay.
employees.
And also, I mean, this is something that I addressed with Madison County. So you may see that decrease in Madison County because their state aid was cut.
Okay.
Now, I have to give my pitch on this, as I say to them. Your local contribution determines 2 years out what your state contribution will be. It's 50 cents on the dollar. If you decrease, the state automatically.
But it automatically does it 2 years out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All righty. Any questions for Ms. Lawrence?
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you. Extension Office, Ms. Catherine Allen.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Chairman. I guess I'll start off in asking if you have any questions, and then there's a couple of things that I'd like to address.
Do you have any questions for her?
I don't.
So you did or didn't?
I did not.
Just one. It's always when it's a big percentage number,
Sure.
even though it represents a small number overall. If you have a 1,640% change in repair and maintenance, could you just simply highlight what that?
Yes, actually. So that includes the front classroom we use for all sorts of things. We use it for one-on-one with meetings with clientele. We use it for pesticide testing. We use it for all sorts of things. And the problem is when the building was built, I don't know if it was designed for the offices and the needs that they were designed or what we're using them for now. And so what we're putting into that is money for insulation. And right now it just has paneling, and it's basically 2 sheets of plywood, or one on one side, one on the other. And so we want to put insulation, and then they're going to need to drywall it. So that's for that. And also, we have a desk. We continue to go to the Boys Ranch to search for low-priced items so that we can, maximize the use of our money. But we have a desk that's in bad repair, and you can't always guarantee what's at the Boys Ranch. And so I'd like to buy 2 new pieces of furniture. So they're under $1,000 each, but.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
So I have 2 requests. One is, I had asked if we could purchase the car through the salary savings. You agreed. We already put in the purchase request, and we got the information back from the agreement that we have with the state through the sheriff's thing, and the estimated delivery was 11:30. And so we've made some calls. We haven't gotten a call back, but in light of that, if that money that we had requested for this, if that could, that's in our current budget, could be rolled over, because that bill won't, we won't be paying it until the vehicle's delivered. And I had no idea that it was going to, I'm not sure why. We've sent emails and called to find out why that is. So just to let you know that that is something that was a little unexpected. And then the other thing would be the X2. I know that we've had the money in the budget to renovate that for a number of years, and it keeps getting rolled over. And one of the things that was included in X2's renovation was our back classroom, that partition to be constructed. We're still waiting on that, and it's been years now. And if you guys have utilized X2, I feel that it is a poor reflection of us, and that's one of the buildings that gets rented out for different functions. And it really should better reflect us, I think. I don't think it would need a lot of work to make that building look better. So I want you to continue. If it's not going to be done this year, then please roll that money over and let's get that project started.
How much do you anticipate that being? Is that in the wish list?
Pardon me, I couldn't hear you.
It's in the budget.
We budgeted for it a couple years ago, didn't we? It's just been rolling forward.
My question is we budgeted for X2's complete renovation a couple of years ago, is that correct? Are you asking?
I don't know how many years, but it's
You're just
been,
wanting it to roll over, that's all.
well, so that we can get that project done.
We've rolled it over every year for several years now.
Any particular reason why we haven't gotten started on it?
Yeah, we haven't had enough money. We're trying to assemble enough money to get the thing done.
Yeah,
Okay, so in
That's
other
the
words,
biggest
what
part of it.
money that's been there is not enough to cover
Yeah.
the cost. Okay, that's fine.
No, we,
I think we put, when we get to it in here, I think we'll have more. I think we've got a proposal to add more money in there for that.
yeah,
I talked to
we had been
Craig
putting a
about it.
little bit from TDC funds in there, and that what we had been doing.
That's what we did initially.
Yeah, so. But the funds that were rolling, we were just, or that were there, we've been rolling every year.
Yeah, that's correct. How much was it? 50 something originally?
Good year. Maybe some of these millennials may not think the same.
We do, it's ugly. Just one question. The grant that we received for the fairground, that we were approved for this past budget year, or this budget year in the state. Buildings are quasi-connected, so is any of that money usable? So it's completely separate?
I think that was all arena money, wasn't it?
Okay, that was arena money, okay. I was wondering, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Recreation Department. Greg's out, and there's the rec, airport, and the Coliseum, and I guess each one of y'all doing something different. Are you handling
I'm
all of
not
them?
handling the airport. Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm not going to say that our budget is the exact same as last year because there's $800,000 increase there, but I will say the majority of that is our big ticket item grant projects that are reimbursable grants and matches and that sort of thing. So other than that, most of our line items are pretty much the same as they have been.
In this budget, this is the year that we got that second disabilities grant? Is that the one that's throwing it
Correct.
real high?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the match.
That's the match, but that's
$250,000.
$500,000 total in it.
Correct.
So that's where a big increase of that's coming from.
Yes, sir.
All right. Y'all have any questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I know there's some stuff in there to upgrade the Coliseum and all. I don't think I seen it in there, but has anyone talked about maybe an area for?
Commissioner Hale, can you lean into that microphone? a
Oh,
little
I'm
bit?
sorry. Talking about the Coliseum, some upgrades out there. I know at one time we had talked about maybe enhancing an area for, wheelchairs, things of that nature.
Inside the gym itself?
Yeah.
Have not. The grant money for the fairgrounds and that sort of thing may be a possibility to use some of that.
Yeah.
Kind of earmark it for
Okay.
for some accessibility. I have to check on that, but,
Okay.
yeah, I think there were some folks that were concerned about getting into the gym in a wheelchair and having access.
Right.
Some parents to our basketball program.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll look into that with that state money.
Thank you.
See if we can do
Any other questions?
that. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, airport.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nathaniel Smith. I'm the airport facility manager. It's my first time up here. Airport budget is pretty much the same as last year. Overall decrease of 6%. And do you have any question?
I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Your decrease, where is that coming from? Fuel, oil, and salary, or anything? What?
My what now?
The decrease that you have.
The decrease? It's the major decrease is for the tractor. Where the tractors that we paid our last lease price on that one. And we're looking forward to, on our wish list to purchase that tractor. But that's a $17,834 decrease that we don't have.
The last payment for that is in the current year.
Yes, this current
You're
year.
not proposing putting the lease payment back in next year, but on your options list that we'll typically deal with, we would on Monday if you choose to do so, there's a proposal to purchase that tractor rather than send it back. So that number isn't already built into the budget.
You also have a number missing out of health insurance, so has everyone dropped health insurance for next year?
Sir, the employees that work at the airport, we're prior military, and we have health insurance through our military retirement.
So you just won't have anybody signed up for it?
No, sir, not at this time.
Any other questions? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Did you include the Coliseum, or what?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, are there any questions about it or not?
Nah, I didn't.
Kind of straightforward.
Let's make sure nobody did.
I know Greg was looking at, we're getting a lot more of people renting it for big events, community events, chamber type things, so maybe PAs and speakers and screens and, meeting type. I'll probably work with Catherine and Extension on, the type of accessories that we could use in there for big meetings and events like that.
Yeah, I actually had a conversation with the FFA director, and they thought that between them, us, Extension, that there would be some opportunities to find some resources to put
Yeah.
in, some projectors and speaker systems, different things.
Yeah.
They utilize it quite a bit, so might want to contact them, see
Yeah.
if we can get something going.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Next, Jimmy Norris, Economic Director.
Mr.
Don't look at
Chairman.
me like that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
May I make a request?
Yes, sir.
As we all know that Mr. Norris likes to converse for a long time, can we take a break before this?
If you need one, you can.
Well, we're ahead of time, so.
All right.
See if we
Take a short little break.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Nothing against you, Mr. Norris.
All right. We left off with, I was trying to think of your nickname, but it left me. I was going to say Action, but that's not you. But go ahead, Mr. Norris.
You can't say the nickname
I
that
can't.
Fire Rescue gave me, I'm sorry. Which one are we starting with, Mr. Chairman? Economic Development or?
Yeah, start with Economic Development.
Okay. You guys have any questions? It's pretty straightforward, and there's a decrease.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
On the
say that.
salary increases?
Yes, sir.
A lot of percentage increase on health insurance. Could you explain just is that a reflection on, obviously, we didn't have any county health retirement, and particularly the health insurance increases. So
Well,
I just, help me understand, are we dealing with a partial year funding to a full year funding of a position?
Yeah, when Carissa, the previous year, when she came on board, all of that wasn't accounted in.
Okay.
And of course, all this information comes, straight from finance, so, but it just wasn't all in the previous year, so now that's added up. Because actually, my piece is less than what Dr. Jackson's
Yeah.
piece was.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
For him?
Yes.
A lot.
They just
I
don't-
was,
they just
I
don't
was
pretend.
going through it, and I didn't see it in here, but, you didn't put your request in for the wrap.
For the wrap,
Yukon.
it's kind of funny, when we went and acquired that vehicle, Mr. Harris had already taken care of the wrap. He already put the sticker on the door and indicated that was as wrapped as I was
Told him
going to
he
get.
got all the rap he was getting.
That's right. And I had already talked to North Florida Print about, putting our logo on there, Economic Development Office logo, but he
What
said
is that? It's another great day?
It's,
Is that what's gonna go on the window?
It's an even greater day, man.
Do
So,
y'all have any questions on the economic development side of it? Not TDC?
I guess kind of the same thing. You guys just keep in mind the TDC budget, obviously, is just predicated on the tax dollars that come in. So basically, it's money in and money out. So we base our budget on what, the projected income is. And as you see, we've got it increased from, it was projected 250 last year, we've got it at 275. And you'll please forgive this voice. The last couple of years, it's actually been higher than the 250 that the department budgeted last year, but there were a couple of real short months in there as far as income. So Dr. Jackson backed that number up because it looked like it was tailing the wrong way. Fortunately, it came back, and that's the way that is a lot of times that those event dollars, and I'm going to pick on the Spirit of Suwannee a little bit, like if they have a big festival, let's say Halloween or something, that festival's in October, but ticket sales go on, in May or whatever, so a lot of times, depending on when these tickets go on sale, people make the reservations and they pay for those things. It really, the months fluctuate back and forth. So actually, the 250 that was projected for this year, we're running, obviously, we're projecting 275 for next year because we feel like we're going to be way above it for this year. So, and the expenditures are pretty much all the same. The additional revenue is really going to go into our advertising budget.
Y'all have any questions on TDC?
No, sir.
I do not, no, sir.
I just simply just make a statement that I get the Facebook post on the Suwannee River, Suwannee County events and stuff like that.
Visit Suwannee County.
Visit Suwannee.
I visit Suwannee. I think that's great, and I think it really puts it out there, what we do.
I appreciate that. Carissa handles that, and she posts every day. Every single day, there's a post on Suwannee County. On Facebook and Instagram, you will see it. So if any of you guys are not friends of those sites, please like and share them, because when you do, it just helps us.
Just curious, how many followers do you have on that site?
Oh, now
Do you know?
see,
Okay.
I told her she didn't have to come, but I can call her.
I can tell you
It has-
from our last TDC board meeting, which we had it, 2 weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
That she gave us all the numbers since going with the
Madden Media.
Madden Media, and everything has increased.
We've increased, it was over 20%, I think over 20% increase on followers just since we started with this, the new company that we did about 6-7 weeks ago when they officially started the program. So we've already exceeded most of the goals that we set since we've been with the new company. So that piece has been really, really good, so.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, if you read some of the comments of people that's passed through or come and visited, it's just great things they say about it. I mean, we should use their words and repost them up there, because it's
Yeah, and
amazing.
they do monitor that, and if we do get quotes or things they can use, they absolutely do. And we do have campaigns where we ask people to actually send in photographs, and Commissioner Hill and I actually went for a ride the other day, and I stopped in the middle of the road because we went down a dirt road with a canopy on it, and I needed to get a picture of that so she could post it on,
It's true.
so if you see things like that in the county, you know, we take it for granted.
Take a picture and send it to Jimmy.
Yeah, Carissa.
You can send it to Carissa.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Anything else on TDC? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Now for the long one. County Administrator Andy Harris on County Administrating, Board of County Commissioners, Cattle Site, Public Works, Road and Bridge Construction and Paving, Solid Waste Disposal, Fire and Rescue.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? We can start on, it's behind tab 11, Administrative Services. And I will be more than happy to entertain questions. I don't want to get us bogged down in all of these different budgets. These are pretty standard budgets. Most of what you will consider in what I'll call substantive increases will be on your proposal page, the options list. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to deal with that today or if you want to try to deal with that on next Monday. But otherwise, these budgets are just your standard budgets for the most part.
We're moving through all this pretty quick. I think
Okay.
we can get through this.
Your first tab is 11.
We'll
Do you have any
look at the
questions?
wish list.
Okay.
Next tab. Just the question on the salary decrease of 24%.
We moved that back where part of that was before.
That's what I thought. I just want to clarify it.
You know, I'll just tell you that there are some counties who do an extremely exhaustive job of trying to perform what they call true cost allocation. Ms. Lawrence mentioned earlier that administrative services fee that was built in as a pass-through, and they recognize that. She gets credit for that. Well, in some counties, you'll have a lot more of your expenses broken out and applied to actual departments. Either that or you'll have an administrative services fee charged to every one of the departments. As you know, your administration office handles an enormous variety of things. So rather than try to do that, in this particular case, we could have taken all of the salaries of everyone and broken them out. But the only one we've done that with is the administrator.
Y'all have any questions on administrative or veteran services, human resources?
Your next tab is tab 5, Board of County Commissioners. And I want to point something out once everyone's had an opportunity to get to that tab. If you go to page, if you go to your blue dot and then come back onto the expense page to the right of the blue dot, your first page at the top up there is revenue, and then the next one is expense, page 1. If you'll run down to line 3100-01, ADA compliance software, I'm just going to point this out to you right now. We put in $50,000 for this prior to the time, because we did this back when we were trying to prepare a budget for you, but since then, we have refined that information. We've got actual quotes from the companies that work on this compliance. This has everything to do with our website and the information data, the way that we make it available to be ADA compliant. It appears that we're going to have to add $102,000 to that. That includes
What?
supervisor of elections, the Board of County Commissioners, the clerk's office, and there's one other one in there that I'm forgetting right now. I've got it on a detail here somewhere. Was it Sheriff's Office? Okay. So those are the departments that are included in that.
Will that increase their budgets too?
Well,
Or is it
it
just a
depends
one-time
on how you
expense?
want to handle it. The board, you have the ability to parcel it out into those agencies if you choose to do so, or you can just leave it under the Board of County Commissioners, and we can cover that expense. See, some of this.
I'd say just leave it.
This first year.
Make your job easier, wouldn't it?
We're going to be figuring out what we're going to have to do with this and how frequently we're going to have these requests. And my hope is that next year, that it's going to be considerably less than this, as we will have a little bit of experience at that point with the numbers of requests that we're going to have. We also believe that some of these lawsuits are hopefully going to fade away, but we just need to be able to be compliant, because this data will be produced when it's requested. We're not just dropping this money. When we have a request, these companies will produce this data in the format that's necessary in order to become compliant.
So we need a budget, it's $152,000,
Right.
but we're not paying them the $152,000, it's as needed?
It's going to be on an as-needed basis. They'll produce the documents.
That's any document that's requested, or just the ADA, the visually impaired?
This is just for the ADA compliance. So, no, this doesn't cover other documents.
Okay, this is just if somebody,
This is if we have an ADA issue for these departments. We've budgeted in here, I think it's, I believe it was $38,125 per department. That's 4 departments. Per request basis.
but as of now, we don't, do we have a substantial amount of requests, or anyone utilizing this?
Well, we
Or do we
didn't
have, we don't
know
have
that
any
we
way to
had-
track?
Well, let me say it like this. We didn't know we had a problem until we had a lawsuit.
Right.
But that's true of all of the counties. No one knew they had a problem until
Right.
they had a lawsuit.
But but the lawsuit wasn't a legitimate problem,
That's correct.
somebody sitting out in West Florida that decided they needed a lawsuit.
Yeah, so my guess is that we will experience maybe a little bit more of this. Now, we know that the company that we have, or the law firm that we've been dealing with on this, we know that as a part of the agreement that we've entered into with them, that they're going to be monitoring this for a while. So we're going to have some requests. Someone's going to go to this information, they're going to ask to obtain it, and we're going to have to produce it.
Right.
But are we going to have an enormous volume of this? I don't have
guess
any reason to believe so.
What I was getting at, if we got 152,000 budgets sitting there and this company knows that we do, we've not had anything other than this one request that I'm aware of. Is our request all of a sudden going to go up? Are they going to find people to send requests in?
Well, that was the same question I posed.
I just,
And we won't know, honestly. I will say that these services are broken out over, I think there were 4 companies involved. There wasn't any single company that could do everything that needed to be done.
I got you. So that's changing to 152.
That's going to be,
I don't know, I got a little bit of heartburn with that one still, but I ain't got. to
Well,
go with
I've
it
had
for now.
heartburn on it from the very beginning, all of this, but unfortunately,
which line is that again?
it's the age we live
ADA
in.
Compliance.
Yeah, 88.
So we're going to change that to 152
From the
from the 50.
50 to 150.
We're going to add
So
$102,000
it's
to it.
$102,000 is the additional cost.
That's correct. That's the additional expense.
And this is going to be continue, and you're saying you believe this is going to be a continual budget issue?
Well, we're going to have to budget for it every year, but my hope is that after a year's worth of experience,
This it'll go down.
that we can begin reducing it some
Okay.
once we get more comfortable with the numbers of requests that we might.
My hope is that
Experience.
most of it winds up rolling over in the next year, but I just, if all of a sudden we've got a $152,000 expense where somebody's requesting, we got that many requests coming in, I'd have to call BS on it, but.
Yeah.
Mr. Hancock, you had a question? No, adding 102 to the
Adding
50.
102. Right.
I mean, I have a quick question. I know we have to do this, but what is the timeline? Like you said, there's 4 different agencies that have to help us resolve this issue, but did you have a timeline on it? I mean, 'cause
No. What it's going to amount to is that when you have a request of this nature, you simply need to inform that party that you will provide it. And you have to do it within a reasonable amount of time. And these companies are aware of that, so depending on the type of request. And I agree with Mr. Baker that some of this expense, we will have some expense associated with some work to our websites. But after that, we'll be waiting for requests to come in. And we just have to be reasonable in our ability to provide the information.
But when you say request, I know some websites, I think Fort White's website has got a reader. You can click on it at the bottom of their screen, that if you're only looking at a document, you click on the reader, it reads the document to you. What's the method that they're putting in a request? Is it only if the reader won't read that document?
I can't even begin to speak to the technology that's going to be incorporated in this. Shannon and David have worked on this, Shannon and Eric, wherever Eric is he here? He was here a minute ago. Shannon and Eric have worked on this probably more than anyone else, maybe David Dees some. And I didn't get into the details of it. I just know there were 4 different companies that have a piece of this ability to produce it in the format that's required.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. So I just want to understand that when you're talking about this ADA compliant software, they'll look at, these lawyers, look out there and see that these monies available out there, and that's when they come at you. So you just want to increase this line, 102,000, to get this equipment that we need.
That's correct. What we're trying to accomplish is compliance with the ADA laws when it comes to making information available on the internet. We've been making information available for a long time. You may recall that when this first came up, I announced to the board that we were going to pull a lot of our information off of the internet until we could figure out how to make it compliant. Other counties have experienced the same thing all over the place. So this is money that we're budgeting to try to address that compliance if those requests come.
Okay.
For certain, we will be able to demonstrate that we have a desire to be compliant, and that we have budgeted for that. We don't know how many requests may come in. This may be one of those fads amongst lawyers where after a year or two it kind of goes away and they're on to something else.
Yeah.
But in any event, it is a federal law that is being addressed by these various law firms.
I do have a question regarding our contingency, reserve capital outlay, and reserve equipment placement. At the end of our expense budget, page 4. Is there any way, are those funds, and just help me, you've probably been through this every year, it's just like we have to relearn, at least I have to relearn it every year for some reason. Just remind me, the increases, 626% increase in the contingency, is that rollover from previous year, or is that something that's
This-
mandated? or
This
what?
is, no. What that is that's actually a number that will be changed by the time we get to the end of all of your workshops. Sure. We have forecast the revenues against what's currently in your budget in expenses. This is the difference right now, but the board hasn't addressed that options list yet.
Okay.
So by the time you go through your options list, if the board decides to fund any of those, then it will adjust this contingency line that's currently shown here.
So the reason why I say this is because I'm asking, I know that this is a budgeted issue that we're going to have to budget on a yearly basis. Are we not ready at this point to pull that extra 102,000 out of contingency from what would be going in contingency and just reduce it?
Well, that's where it's going to
That's where
come
it's gonna
from.
come from.
That's where it's going to come. Okay.
Everything you spend or everything you budget for
This minus is.
today is going to
Yeah,
subtract out of
it'll
your
just
contingency.
reduce that line.
Decrease it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it down to whatever the board's comfortable with.
What about the reserve capital outlay? How does it?
That's
how
an
does it
actual
affect it?
reserve account.
So we're increasing that by 500,000 this year? Is that based upon?
I think
any
what we're doing, is
numbers?
this the one we're putting the money back in? Is that the one that we reduced?
Now, your reserve capital outlay you can use for larger projects.
Funding your roads and stuff like that?
Request.
So that would be the money that we pull out for funding roads, so we can, waiting for grant money to come back in? Or is that not the?
If we had to build something, that money is there.
There's different major projects on there that you could use that, or you could use your regular contingency.
Okay, so we're returning money into that? Is that what we were doing?
No, what we'll do
just
is,
increasing
we'll
it
actually,
just to-
when you get to your options list, if we had a brand-new building on there that we needed to build, you could say, okay, we want to, let's just reduce the contingency line, or let's take
Money out of reserve
200,000
capital.
out of this reserve for capital outlay.
It's all coming together from the previous years of budgeting, so.
Yeah.
so.
We did increase it once when we left it at 9 mils. Remember the difference you wanted to put back in there?
I think we put 250 or 500, I can't remember. Yeah.
Thank you, that answers my questions.
Any other questions on that budget?
Y'all have any?
Good?
All right.
Okay, your next one, 16. Let me just tell you on this, catalyst, in fact, hold on just a minute. Nina, did we moved the utilities. What tab was?
Water plant, catalyst water utilities,
Yeah, we created,
chat bills,
yeah, we created those other,
it's tab 46.
okay. We used to have this as a single item, and we've moved your utilities because we've set up now, and I'll just go ahead and point this out. You've got a water plant at the catalyst site, you've got the new water plant and the sewer plant out at I-75, so we've created budgets for each of those that are behind tab 46. On your, back to your tab 16, I'll just tell you that your railroad grant, I'm going to give you, to the best of my ability, a quick summary on this. I currently have funds under this CDBG line that are available. You may recall that I had asked the CDBG administrator to allow me to use the excess funds that were not needed for building the rail spur to go ahead and use those for the new railroad crossing that we need to build back over to the west near the water plant. They agreed to do that. So those funds are available to us. But my concern is that if the primary company out there, Klossner, does not perform under the terms of the agreement, which is essentially requiring them to create new jobs, then we are obligated for those funds. I've been very reluctant to use any more of these funds until we come to some conclusion with Klossner on this. Mr. Pravat and I have a letter. We're trying to find out from the principals of the company what their intentions are. We hope to know sometime soon. So for now, we've got money in this budget that I don't plan to spend. These are not local funds, they're grant dollars, and I don't plan to spend those unless we know that they're going to perform. And I'll just keep you apprised of that as we go forward. So for now, the balance of the funds that are in here under grants are kind of stagnant until we make that determination. The other grants that we had been utilizing in the current year, we're closing out.
Isn't it true that though if they do not perform, since the rebates are based on performance, if they do not perform from one year to the next, how are they still eligible for any of these rebates from one year to the next, or was it based upon something that was in the very front end of this?
The rebate program was a county program that we put in place, and it was for 4 years max. Now, they have to pay their taxes first before they can be rebated to them. We haven't actually received the request for the rebate yet. They did pay their taxes. So my thought is, and in talking to the county attorney, is if they don't perform under the terms of the grant agreement, that those funds should be kept by the county rather than rebated, because we would have to repay those dollars back to CDBG. And they're somewhat close in the dollar amount on what we owe on that CDBG. Fortunately, we didn't use all of the CDBG money. What I did intentionally, because I had concerns, was spent the oldest money that we had, which was EDTF funds and some rural infrastructure funds. CDBG is the one I'm most concerned with.
But but the grants, what you were asking, I think, are performance-based annually, and it doesn't affect their next.
There is a time frame, I don't remember if it's a year or 2 years, wherein the state will audit their records, and they'll look at job creation, the actual full-time job numbers, before and after the improvements that occurred out there. Yeah, that's between them and the state.
And we use the state's numbers, not their numbers, to calculate anything.
Actually,
Well, the
like
state-
for jobs, we use their 941s.
Tax,
Yeah, for the IRS.
It's their tax records.
We don't just take a
Right.
list from them and take their word on it. They
Right.
have to show us what they paid in on throughout the year,
Right.
the number of employees.
Right.
And then all that's calculated based on a percentage.
Any other questions on that one? Your next one is tab 38. Anyone have any questions on this one?
I'm going to get to the end.
Excuse me.
Okay, next would be 39. Behind tab 39, we've got funding that's there that, one, I'll just tell you that if we ever have to use it on any of these DOT projects, we can use it. We don't typically. But These are also funds that I'm going to have for that railroad crossing and widening US 90 and everything else that it takes to accomplish what we're supposed to do out there if necessary, if we can't do it with grant funds. Now, you will recall that I asked you to agree to allow me to apply for a state appropriation recently. And what I'm asking for in that state appropriation is for the funding to do those two projects if we can't use CDBG. I don't want to use local money. I'd rather use state money. So it'd be about $1 million for a railroad crossing and probably close to that for the widening of US 90 out there to accommodate that rail crossing. This is right there near the water plant. We're also going to be asking for, the plan right now is to ask for funding for the fire station north of town, north of the interstate.
I was about to bring that up when you said appropriations, because.
Yeah. And I don't want these competing with each other, so.
No, but we know they can do it now.
Yeah. So that's the plan going forward, though, because I don't want us to have to use local money for that purpose.
Any questions on this?
Your next tab is 44.
While we're looking at this, just the thought occurred to me that I got a huge kudos given to solid waste by one of our businesses down in the south end, who said since the county has been picking up the commercial trash, whatever we did to change, he said it's night and day compared to what they had. He said we do it so much better than getting Waste Pro out of here, or whoever it was that was doing it. They were just a big mess, and he said the county does a much better job, so thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. Have any questions on that budget?
I don't. Y'all have any?
Next tab is 45. Any questions?
Did we get all the issues resolved with that tipping station floor?
Yes. Yeah, we coated the tipping station floor with that product, and, I mean, every county we've spoken to says it's a superior product, holds up extremely well. And it's been installed and appears to be holding up well.
Any other questions?
Nope, I don't have any.
All right, sir.
Okay, your next tab will be, tabs will be 33 and 34. Ask Eddie Hand and Tim White to come participate in this budget to the extent that might be necessary. I spent a great deal of time with Chief Summers working on this budget. I'm not going to be able to do the job that he can do. So I'd ask you to just work with us, and I think together we'll get through this. Tab 33. You have any questions on that one?
Just curious, is the revenue decrease in that just due to current numbers and projections that for this year? Is that how you base the decreases from your budget?
You talking about on the fund totals at the bottom?
No, when you look at the revenues going from last year, 3.787 million, the 3.699 million, 2% decrease? And then,
It's
of course, that
actually an
affects our
adjustment.
budget, too. So.
Well, it appears that it's the adjustment in the balance forward
That's,
is affecting the net number at the
Okay.
bottom.
Okay.
that's the biggest change I saw. Any questions?
Commissioners, I want to point something out to you. There's one item that's missing from this, and I'm going to, when we get to the end of the meeting where you go through your options list, I'll mention it again, but I'm just going to point out to you, since this question was asked about balance forward, we've got about a $80,000 to $85,000 pole barn building that we need to construct next to the station, Station 1, to protect these expensive trucks from the sun. You go down there, you'll see all those trucks are just fading real bad. I had spoken to Greg Scott about us moving the fence over to the south, expanding that yard, making enough room to build it's 100 feet long and 40 feet deep with a concrete slab, three-sided, under roof, open on one side. And we made an increase in the budget to cover the cost of that lease, which we pay to ourselves for the airport property. But then we're going to need to put about $85,000 in here to cover the cost of that building. That is not in here. That was the one item that was left. We were trying to get the numbers on at the time. Didn't get them in time to prepare the budget, but it needs to be done. I just want to mention that to you now.
So when these trucks are completely ready for service, they will be replacing trucks that we currently, will those trucks be the ones that go into this basically makeshift garage?
We've probably needed this thing since when I got here. We've obtained we've obtained used equipment when we could. We've got other equipment. We're always going to have backup equipment. Even with the newer equipment, we're going to have to keep some other units.
Yeah.
We just need to try to keep it out of the sun.
Absolutely.
A pole barn's a minor expense to protect the
I totally
amount of
agree.
equipment and the value of the equipment.
Yeah.
I just assumed that you were talking about, I know we've got 3 trucks sitting out there that are brand spanking new, don't need to be in Florida sun too long, so.
Yeah, we hope that those go in the bays before long, and
Yeah.
then we'll have other trucks and other equipment that we need to keep out there out of the sun as
So,
well.
I don't have a problem with it, I just wanted to understand what was going in it.
Hey, I just got a quick question to help me follow this. The balance forward would be the contingency from last year, correct?
The balance forward, not necessarily, it's what we did or didn't spend, and we actually brought in
So,
an ad-valorem assessment.
but the contingent,
Whatever's left is what he has in contingency, the 703.
right, so that's what was left over from last year, the balance forward. Contingency plus whatever wasn't spent. Do you remember what our contingency was last year?
It was $1,258,000.
So that was the contingency last year? That was,
He brought in $1,620,000.
okay. What,
So the difference is whatever was on his option list.
have you already, is that how you got down to the 700? There's, close to 700, or not 700, but another 500 that's missing out of the contingency. Was it just in increases throughout the budget, or is that off the wish list too so far?
Well, he's only got one item on the wish list, I have to check and see how much it was, but, the salaries, of course, went up.
Mm-hmm.
27%, that increase. So when you're getting down to your next year's contingency, it's based on your revenue minus what he turned in for next year.
Okay.
So it doesn't really travel like you're thinking about it. Trying to take the 1.2 to see why we ended up with 703.
Yeah, it's just a big difference. I was just wondering where it was at. If it was one or two big items, or if it was just spread out.
The water tanker lease was $79,000.
Now, the fire engines are a lease to purchase, right? I mean, it's a finance mechanism, but at the end of the lease, we own those.
Yeah.
We have a,
I forgot about those coming out of this year, so that's probably where a lot of that's going then.
what about on the machinery and equipment? That's gone up nearly $100,000. What is that include what payments is that including? That would be on page 2 of the expense.
Yeah.
The tanker leases were the same as fire engine. We'll own them at the end of that lease, correct? On those two.
He's got, pickup truck, half of one in there for 22,000.
Yeah, and the other half is in the,
The other half would be in the EMS, yeah.
What is his equipment, 121?
Yeah, 121,
Okay, it's tied back to half of the training, building, half of the storage, and half of the pickup truck.
okay.
Which technically the buildings aren't really equipment, but
Okay, and the
we can move that around.
the increase in the radio, okay,
Yeah.
Radio, he had to add another
yeah.
50,000 because everybody had to.
School board.
Chairman, that would have been another one of those, when I balanced forward,
Right,
that was added in. this
okay.
year.
So it's not really just one thing, I mean, it's several things that was approved last year that made it go down to 213 or whatever.
On the fire station escrow, or we did 200,000, and it's got requested 225. Is that requesting another 225 or?
that's an additional 25.
Okay. So that's rolling that over plus 25.
Right.
That's according to his notes on the back.
Yeah, you'll see it says add in his notes.
Okay.
Because we talked about that, and he didn't want to double it, he just wanted to
Yeah.
add 25.
Added 25,000.
And the 200 for the water supplies, a rollover from previous years, correct?
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I got a request here I want you to consider. Just got a message, and they're on their way with Chief Summers. I'd like to take a recess and be able to attend that, and I'd ask anybody else that would like to. They're bringing him, got Mr. Hand, Mr. White, and they deserve to be there.
I can find out real quick, they do have a funeral at Daniels, it starts at 11. And, Larry, asked if we could stage, we don't want to interrupt somebody else's,
Correct.
so I can find out exactly what their plan is. I contacted one of the battalion chiefs and had him coordinate with the deputies, so Larry Keith said they would be leaving the funeral home somewhere between 11:20 and 11:30 to go to the cemetery with the current funeral that they're performing. And if they showed up in that time frame, we asked them to be sold off until they left for the cemetery. So I can find that information out and see what the plan actually turned into.
I'm fine with that. I would like to recess in time that we could all attend if we chose to.
No, I have no problem with that. Yes, definitely, but
I mean, it's something I really didn't understand the time frame of, but I just was made aware of. So if you could stay on top of that and let us know and give us 30 minutes or so, it'd be great.
the only other thing I seen, I think Commissioner Richardson just asked it, and if y'all gave an explanation, I missed it while I was looking through something else. The machinery and equipment, there's about a $100,000 increase there. Do you know what that was?
Half the storage building, half the, truck,
Training building?
and half the training.
Okay, okay. I did hear you say that, I just it didn't register. Moving moving forward, if the board does go with the new radios, they've got that radio repair line, will it go down or go away? Sir? Okay.
You're talking about the 8,000?
Yeah, I think this year was 12,000 and this year it's reduced.
Yeah, I would venture that it would come down, and then later, imagine whatever radios we end up with, there'll still need to be something there.
Correct. Anyone else have any questions?
Your next budget is 34? Something happened here. Nina. Hang on just a minute, I'm sorry.
It was under my thing, I didn't see it.
Yeah. I just had it written down wrong.
What, you said tab 12?
Tab 12.
General revenue?
What tab was it? I'm sorry.
Tab 12 is EMS.
So we do this every, on the revenue, we always anticipate the $2 million, and we actually project according to this.
Yeah, we
to this
want to,
projected,
we
we're
want
gonna be more.
to forecast conservatively.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And then the rest of that goes into contingency, or is it restricted funds?
It's going to.
It is not restricted funds, is it? The EMS, the ambulance fees aren't restricted, are they?
They're not restricted, but James was trying to build up his EMS contingency.
Right.
To cover these leases that are ongoing.
Yeah, if something were to occur, if there were a change in law and less revenue came in, then we would have money there. So that's why it's showing up on your contingency line, 9,900, line 9,900.
Yeah.
No, I understood that. I just didn't want you to think they were restricted as the same as the fire was restricted.
Okay.
Any questions there? Okay. Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you want to proceed from here. You've got long options lists. If the board wants to consider those, we can do that. I mean, typically, you typically handle those after you entertain your outside agencies, but usually those are not an enormous impact. I mean, if you wanted to whittle away at.
We pretty much got an idea what the outside agencies are going to be. That doesn't really go up or down that much, does it? I think we only had one new request this year for $1,000.
Yeah, I don't see an enormous change there.
No. I think we can go forward with it, just until we get notice that we need to leave.
Okay, you want to continue? You want to go to your options lists?
Yes, sir.
Tab 2. Mr. Chairman, if I could point out a couple of things real quick, this might be as good a time as any since you've been through everything. The pole barn,
Yes,
fire
sir.
truck pole barn, we're going to include that. It isn't on this list. I just want to point out
What-
to you that
What was the dollar amount on it?
85,000 is what I would figure for that.
And this going to where now?
And that was going to come, that's not coming out of this contingency, that was going to come out of fire contingency?
Yeah. That's fine. I just need for the board to say that we're okay to take it out.
I'm fine
out of
with that.
Fire. Okay, so we're going to put that in the fire budget, take it out of fire contingency.
Have I got, everybody all right with that?
Okay. 85,000. Okay. In addition to that, we have, and this is a very small expense, but we just got the details on this yesterday. The legislature passed a law mandating a type of insurance that the counties have to purchase for firefighters. It's related to cancer. There's a high rate of cancer amongst firefighters. That premium is going to cost us about $10,000. We need to, and it is mandatory, so we just need to add that to our budget.
Would that be into the fire EMS budget or fire budget for a yearly
It's going to be, well,
expense?
we could just add it into the fire as an expense.
I mean, if it's going to be an annual expense that we're going to have to deal with.
It is. It isn't going to go away.
Nice.
$10,000.
Out of, same thing out of the fire budget, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
It has to be reduced from fire contingency.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm about tired of looking at software and technology.
Yeah.
We could get some things done if we didn't have to fund that, couldn't we?
Tell you what, I'm thinking of how many roads we could do. We're at $500,000 just on that, so.
Yeah.
On that re-chassis of
Well,
that existing.
let's go down the list. I've seen it too. But we'll just start at the top and move down. You want to go ahead and start with the first one, Mr. Harris?
Let's see. Yeah, iPhones, this, the first item is actually the, for commissioners' phones. You're going to have to become a part of the archive system for text messaging. And unless you want your personal text messages included in that archive, you're going to need to have a county-issued phone.
I think it's protective.
Because under the law, they're going to have, your text messages have to be archived.
I
So
brought-
that's the first number.
I brought this over to Mr. Harris after we had a nice, in one of our classes, a meeting about this, and it was strongly recommended, and most of the counties do provide cell phones to their commissioners. It's just, they're getting so much, we're getting so much in with these public requests for public information and stuff. It's just, to me, I really don't want my phone out there where it could be used. I like my phone to be personal, and I want to keep it that way. So I don't have a problem next year changing my phone number over to a different phone.
We've already entered into a contract for an archive system for all of the other phones that we currently have. It's just that the commissioners don't have the phones to go into that system. So that's the first item.
And the phones will pass with commissioners as they come and go, and
Correct.
I think it's best that you're archiving off of one number and not
Right.
bouncing back and forth from
Mr.
different
Harris,
ones.
or excuse me,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Harris, if it saves some money, we could just get 4, and I could have my calls go to Mr. Commissioner Richardson.
Well, I think you're getting close to realizing everybody else's calls going to you lately if they've got complaints.
My phone hasn't been hardly ringing.
I got some call forwarded I don't know about, I see that.
I got an option on there for county commissioner business, press 1.
Commissioners, this next item on this software technology is a big-ticket item. This has to do with finance and budgeting, but it also has, there are portions of that are for other departments that communicate with finance. And
Yes.
for the service. I apologize. This is the part of the meeting where we have to say yes and no.
Right.
Very loudly. Yes.
They got to have 3 yeses for anything to go through. So this software, that's the overall price. That's not counting the 13,000 that the property appraiser was talking about added to it.
No, that was the.
This is the overall.
That was the oh, no, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the 88. No, yes, you're correct. His part would be 13,597 is what he was speaking of. That is a
But this
part.
is the overall amount, dollar amount. This is not our portion.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, speak up.
It's hard. This includes the Board of County Commissioners, the clerk's office, clerk, I can't read this other one in
property
here.
appraiser as
The
well.
blue band in here, property appraiser, sheriff's office.
But you'll still have to fund those, so it is the whole thing.
Yeah, this is the overall amount, though.
So here's what would happen. If the board approves it, if you decide that you want to fund this in each department, we can change it and do that. Otherwise, we can fund it out of the.
I don't see no reason to break it up and send it out. We can fund it under one line.
I will say that part of this is going to be, there's no question we're going to have to replace the software package that we're currently using for finance. I don't know how much of this other we will initially employ. So we've got the rates here. We'll go out, we'll evaluate this, probably myself, probably Keith and Nina and whoever works with this from the sheriff's department, whomever else. We'll go look at these things together. And at some point, we'll just have to agree that this is one that we think is the best, or we need to look at some others. So whatever amount of time that takes, and then employing these various elements of it, these pieces that each agency uses, I don't know how much time that's going to take. We just need to budget something for this.
Is that a reserved number, or is that a high end?
Is this a conservative number?
Yeah.
I think that's the high end, because the conservative number is about probably 225,000.
Okay.
My point in all of this rambling is that if we get to this time next year and you look down and say, well, we budgeted, whatever, $250,000 and you only spent 170,
Right.
there could be a couple of reasons behind that. Either we came up with a different software with another company that was cheaper, or maybe we haven't employed all of the elements for all of the agencies yet, and there's some balance there to be done. But in any event, at this time, I think the high number was $260,000.
Didn't we budget in past
266.
years, in the past year, software upgrades for finance? especially, particularly for the clerk's office?
There are different types of, yes, I think every year we budget for software somewhere, and that's always going to be the case, unfortunately. But this one specifically, though, has a great deal to do with just the finance department and the budget, financing and budgeting and everything that it takes to produce what you're looking at here, plus the day-to-day workings
I
of
think
the
the
finance
big, the
department.
big purchase you're thinking of is, I think it was last year, or maybe the year before. It was about 225,000.
Yeah.
We bought all new computers and software upgrade for the property appraiser's office.
That's correct.
I do remember there being a lot of talk about the software upgrades for finance. I thought we had put some money in there for that, but
I don't know. The only one that we funded was the
Property appraiser.
upgrade for the property appraiser.
Yeah.
okay.
And a lot of this is, I think, I might be wrong on
We did have some
y'all.
other upgrades. We've had other upgrades.
Yeah,
and,
but not to the
lots of
tune
things.
of $250,000.
Right.
A lot of it's just end of life for the software that was written, one person in the state that's maintaining it and retiring, and no one else to upkeep it. It's just at its end of life.
I just wondered, can't we get all this done at one time and be covered for a couple of years?
I don't think we want to do it all at one time.
Well, about $250,000, we
Probably
don't
not.
want to do that.
Yeah, it'd be worse.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I mean, I understand we have to do something, and I don't have a problem at all being in support of that. I just, that's a big number.
It is.
Mr. Becker, you like to speak? Come on.
Where, the thing there, I agree, Lynn, it is a big number. Our current system is where it was put in 94. I think that's what we had decided, and you're looking at a system that is 25 years old. We recently, our current system still uses green bar. It tells you how old it is. We tried to find a replacement. Whenever we tried to find a replacement for the green bar printer, is where that wound up having to go out to, is where we were looking at Texas, trying to find one that had been refurbished. It's a thing there, it's the kind of issues that we're running into. And so it's where that, like I say, this would serve the sheriff's office. It says Mr. Lamar, I think he still uses paper ledger. And so he's trying to upgrade his system as well. So it's just trying to at least get us to where that we're all using software so that there are things that we can do to take advantage of similarities in our system and be able to hopefully save some money in doing that. So, but I agree it is a lot of money. I'm hoping this is just it's a one-time issue. It would hopefully it will also help us in being able to work with the administrator's office.
This is where I pose the question to you. Is there any way that you can be creative and work with these suppliers and get that number down closer to 200?
I'm hoping that it, whenever it's done, I'm hoping that it will be close to, it's a 200. It's where that there are some of the modules that may not be employed at this time, like Randy said. It's where that there are some of these, it may be a year or two outside before that we are able to take and implement all these. But it's where that it's where that we'll have to see how that goes. I think this number is a little large, but it's where that hopefully we can get those numbers down a little bit.
So my understanding on software is obviously the biggest cost of software is in licensing. So for your individual computers. So, and I'm sure that there's this kind of software upgrade would have a block of licenses. You'd pay for so many licenses on the computers, for so many computers on the network. Question is at that point, is there any negotiating with these companies, or are you just looking for specific software program that works best for you. I mean, obviously, that's what we're looking at, seeing maybe what you can do. And then I see Mr. Vance is back there, so do you think that this is a negotiable number? Do we have to have, so you're looking at $267,000 on the top end. I mean, is that every computer that's necessary, or is there any negotiating on our end to get that number down?
There's definitely room for negotiation.
Okay.
Commissioners, let me mention this, and we haven't had, Vance went out on a limb here to try to come up with a number for us. He wasn't charged with that kind of thing initially, but we needed someone to take the time and do the research and try to come up with something. So Vance, I don't want him taking it on the chin today because he didn't ask for this.
No, I'm not.
But he got
gloves
the
off?
information for us. Now, what I envision occurring, honestly, one, we need to budget something. Two, I think what will ultimately happen is probably the users will form a committee and try to entertain some of these different companies, different softwares, go look at them, talk to the users of those things, make some field trips, do whatever's necessary to gather the information from people that are using them today, and then come back with something that it may be $275,000, it might be $175,000. And then there's the issue of how many users and how many of those components we need to employ at that time. Does that sound accurate to you? Because we really haven't had the time. Vance didn't just run out and pick one. I mean, he was kind of stuck with this. So the users haven't had an opportunity to participate in the discussion yet. And my hope is that when we boil all of this down, that we come up with something that's a much more conservative number, and one that we can get comfortable with, that maybe will last us another 25 or 30 years where we're not doing this again.
Last question. With all, there's a lot of process before we actually purchase a computer. Do you see it actually happening in this next fiscal year, or is it something that can be put off? Is there a lot more research that's got to be done where it'd be in the next fiscal year where we can escrow some money aside for it rather than taking the whole chunk out?
I can tell you with some of our stuff, it's where it's going to need to be addressed this year.
Do what?
Our green bar printer.
Yeah.
Whenever it went down, it's where that we wound up, I drove over to Taylor County. I got one that they had in surplus that we had to dig out of a room and stuff, and we brought it down there and tried to set it up. It's where that they wound up finding a man in South Florida that actually came up and got the one that we were using done. But it's where we have several things that we really need to address.
I got about half of it. You get quieter and quieter. We could turn you all the way up to the top, but
I really don't think that's on purpose.
Numbers get bigger.
I got that.
I realize we need to do something. I would ask the board to consider. I'd be in support of 200,000 at this time and move forward from there. Board would consider that.
You said 200?
200, yes, sir.
I think, yeah, and we have the flexibility to add additional later.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think that's a start number, and we could, if it's larger than that, just have to come to us.
I'm fine with that.
Y'all have a job to do.
I think it's reasonable, quite frankly. I mean, if you budget 200 and it comes in a little bit over, and as long as you save something for contingency on a contingency line, we'll come back and deal with that if we have to.
Yeah, we can deal with it then.
Yep.
I trust Mr. Baker's.
No, right now, we're just talking about the 267. The other one, we haven't talked about yet.
So we're gonna start at 200,000.
I trust Mr. Baker will come in under that 200, so we're going to be good.
Both Mr. Bakers.
Right. Baker and Baker.
There you go.
Law firm. All right, well, the additional.
I'm just wanting to make sure everybody understands that we're not Ken. His side of the family's a lot prettier than mine.
Hey, he made sure to get loud for that, didn't he?
He did.
Now, that software company's owned by a baker too, but I don't think that they're related either.
And we got Harris radios.
I was going to say the same thing.
It's all in the family.
You
All in
bet.
the
Like a
family.
conspiracy.
All right, the additional technology equipment, 140,000. What's that?
Mr. Baker, you,
He's right.
oh, okay. You can address that if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. The preponderance of that is a storage system, an off-site storage system to consolidate some of our mission-critical requirements to have us a recovery point in the event of a security event, God forbid. And there are a few additional elements within that, such as the Acronis backup software that's required in association with the backup platform of 59,000. There is an estimate of $5,000 for mobile device management. This is in relation to our text messaging archival requirements, our statutory archival requirements. Our existing company, SMARS, has indicated that a mobile device management system is necessary to ensure that alternate messaging form services are not usable on the PCs, on the mobile devices that they are collecting text messages from. We do have a mobile device management system in place right now. This is just an estimate for cost of additive licenses for that. The $19,600 is an estimate for voice over IP transition for the courthouse itself. As you know, we're spending a tremendous amount of money countywide for voice services every year, something well in excess of 6 figures. This is a progression step toward making that jump to newer technologies, less costly technologies. And the $19,600 is predominantly the hardware. Thus far, we're having good success with the trials in that conversion process. And we're finding the cost of transferring to newer technologies roughly about 50% to slightly more than 50% of what we're paying for legacy technologies thus far. The two Microsoft elements there, the Office 365 and the Windows 10 conversion, this is for the clerk's office, and this represents getting those machines compliant with a supported operating system. We're operating under Windows 7 right now that we lose support for in November of 2021. So while a portion of this represents a 2021 expense, the reality of it is incurring that cost this year will allow us to get those machines ready for distribution, for deployment in advance of Microsoft Windows 7 becoming unsupported. $5,000 is for a secondary email inspection system. We're running on just a primary system right now. This is just the hardware cost. The software cost we've already folded into that as falling under existing licensure models. The firepower licenses, our intrusion protection systems on the firewalls that we have in place right now, the centralized firewalls that we have in place. The $15,500, that is an estimate for spares for this coming year in the event that we take a lightning hit and we lose a firewall or a switch or a modem or something to that effect. That $15,500 is an estimate for replacing that. And then finally, the $9,500 is an estimate for a disaster recovery kit for the finance office, irrespective of whether we purchase the new finance software or identify a new software. This kit can be utilized with the existing finance program or the proposed finance software. This kit, in essence, allows a rapid departure from the existing finance office to move someplace else in the event of a disaster recovery and carry on minimal finance services such as paycheck writing and that sort of activity.
One question, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a list, Mr. Vance, you have a list of what you just read off, because I'm trying to figure out what it is in the
Listen, I
book.
think that what has happened, I got a new list, and I don't think any of you have the list. You got copies of it?
Thank you, sir.
I think you sent a new list out.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I knew I saw an email, but I just glanced at it.
Thank you.
So,
Lance, real quick, on the equipment replacement
Yes, sir.
spare, on the spares,
Yes, sir.
that 15,000, that's just so you have them on hand so you can get rapid. But if we do have a lightning strike that knocks out a lot of the technology services, that would be reimbursable under our insurance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure. That's just so you got it on hand to get us back up and going.
Exactly. Spares on the shelf, so to speak.
when has Microsoft given a date at which they're going to stop?
November.
Just curious for me, because I've got a Windows 7 computer. November this year?
November 2021 is end of life.
2021.
End of life, yes, sir. Or end of support, I'm sorry.
So technically, we could put that in next year's budget,
Technically, we could.
but you'd be doing that proactively throughout the year rather than waiting until the last minute.
And we could also see if we've got spare money available in fourth quarter and address it at that point as well. Yes, sir.
Are any of these numbers mandated where we have to be in compliance to spend regardless? Or come into compliance?
The firepower license is certainly a number because I think we're coming up on our 3-year period of licensure expiration with that. So that would be something that definitely needs to be in the budget. The Dell hardware is certainly an item for compliance. We have CJIS requirements as well as judiciary requirements for protecting data. So that would be one of the items. The 12,200 could potentially be an item that we could discretionary fund in, say, fourth quarter or in 2021, simply because we do have some existing backup software. It's just not acting as reliably as we prefer. Mobile device management, as I mentioned, we do have an existing position with that. So there is some latitude to either cut that or eliminate that budget item if necessary. And then the 19.6, I'm not quite sure how to address that because we do have failing voice systems, but the voice systems that are most problematic are voice systems that we're addressing this fiscal year. So it is possible that we could defer that if necessary, but I would suggest to you by that expenditure, we're probably going to make a significant gap in that 6 figures that we're spending with Windstream every year. So that minimal expenditure we'll get a return on that this fiscal year.
But that's not all at one time. Like you say, you're fixing that problem, right, Mr. Vance? As these come to you, you're addressing those issues?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a good idea of what that return of that 19.6 would be with Windstream? Would it be more, or would it be less, or close?
We're seeing a return of approximately $9,000 on average per site that we're converting, and thus far we're converting 2 sites. So the courthouse would dwarf that easily. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris, that iPhone service, that was $4,000 under the general, the second one we did, is that's just different from the compliance, 5,000?
Yes,
Talking
sir.
about up at the
Yes.
top, the 4,000?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Right, that's the service for those phones.
Okay,
That's your iPhone service.
I got you.
Sure is quiet in here.
Well,
I was going to
I'm
ask.
still
I mean,
looking down this list.
Yeah, I am too. I was just wondering, some of the things you mentioned, could we reduce that number? Like say some may occur in 2021. I know what you're trying to accomplish, but
I would say there's always opportunity to reduce that number.
For instance, your Windows 10 upgrade.
Right.
Okay, those are, you said you can move a lot of it in discretionary fourth quarter, possibly discretionary fourth quarter funding, so you stay ahead of the November 2021
Yes, sir.
deadlines.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The $59,500, while it would be prudent to put a backup system in place so that we're not a victim of Lake City type events, we do have backup resources today. So
I was going to ask you about
it,
that.
it would be possible to use.
We still backed up under the same way we've always been through the school?
Yes, sir. Well, this is storage. This is just storage.
I gotcha.
We continue to have replication to the school data center. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I haven't even discussed this with Vance. I know you are having some heartburn over this. It's 138.8. Would you give us 110 to work on these? And it's where that they give him some discretion in order to try and work through these.
I wrote down 100.
I'm not sure I'm happy with anything over $100,000. I'm not sure I'm happy with $100,000 at this point, because you've got 59,000 that's a big chunk of that just in a remote server site that right now we are in decent shape, that as long as nothing happens, it's sort of like an insurance policy for us. And I don't mind putting money aside for something like that, but the question is if we got hit, would it be so bad that it would cost us a ton more to fix, or would we actually lose data, or what? I mean, that's what I'm, if we get into becoming the next Lake City,
Well,
with what we have.
if we go ahead and set a budget of whatever, of 110 or whatever, Mr. Baker can prioritize through that budget and do what needs to be done now and put off what needs to be done later. But we need to give, I mean, we do need to set a budget for him, though, so that he can.
Well, I can
do what
reduce
we've
it by
hired him.
$30,000 right off the bat from that, from the Windows 10 conversion, because we're still ahead of the curve if they use discretionary funding. The 19,000 is a no-brainer for me. The $20,000 one is a no-brainer for me because it'll reduce cost. The 59,000, I'm sorry, the 12,200, the Acronis backup software, you said that could be also possible discretionary in fourth quarter?
Discretionary, it's one of those either-or situations, either the backup appliance or we need the appliance, we need one of the two.
So at this point, I'm looking at $42,000 that can be taken off without even touching the $59,000. So that's the reason why I'm still kind of having some problems with the $100,000 at this point.
Well, Don had mentioned 100,000. I just asked Vance if you can give Vance some discretion in being able to tabulate these, and then like you said, we may have to come back to you next year for some of this. But if we could do 100,000 and just try and make it work, but at least give him and the committee opportunity to try and work through some of these things.
I'm fine with 100.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, it's actually that bottom line. That's where the 140 came from.
But these lines here don't equal that.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to. That's that one.
Yeah, don't start with the 266.
No, I didn't.
Is that the one that we reduced?
59.5 and went to 9,500 and 2,798. But there's only 140 on
It didn't include, he took out was it the Microsoft that we took out?
Microsoft, the Office 365.
Yeah, we took out the Microsoft, and that's how you came up with the 138.8.
Yes, sir.
what's that dollar amount on here?
Here's what I would, Commissioners, let me suggest something to you as an option. That option would be to let us put 75,000 under the board's budget. I can work with Mr. Baker. We'll figure out how to make it work. I put $100,000 in a technology line under the board already. That's for the rest of your departments and everything else that we might do. So if we just add 75, if we need part of the other 100 that's already in there for the other county departments, we'll just come back and say so. Okay?
I'm good with that.
So just go with 75, and we'll add it, we'll add that as a second technology line under the ones that's there. We'll just call it clerk. But I'll be on the signing off end of it, and I'll work with Vance and the clerk on making that happen.
No problem with that.
Will that work?
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
So Nina, we're just going to add another line under that, in the board's budget, under the 100,000 that we've got in there for technology, just add another line for clerk technology. It'll be in the board's budget, and put 75,000 in there for it.
That'll cover everything.
Lord, look at that.
Look at there.
Great day.
Given to us.
Here we go.
Hang on a minute.
Now, we went to 200.
He's talking about in his, in board budget.
I'm not talking about that other software.
That's already in the budget.
Yeah, the 100 that was already in the budget. Yeah, you're talking about something
So
different.
we're going to basically erase this 140 and replace it with 75 at this point. and
That's
then-
correct.
And then whatever we need, we'll
That's
get to that
correct.
when we get to that.
But let's add a separate line for it, under the line that's currently in there that we created.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we're at a point here where the Assistant Chief said it's time for us to recess if possible.
All right, well, let's do it.
We are going to Daniel's Funeral Home. Anybody that'd like to join in that, we sure welcome everybody to come. Mr. Harris, if you could please find a seat and park it.
Yes, sir, I can do that. I don't think that's deep.
We'll just, I believe Commissioner Hill's right outside. I think he's on the phone with the family. So if we have any, oh, never mind, there he is. I was just going to tell him if we had any that we were 2-2, we'd come back to him. All right, I think we left off EMS, I think, or did we finished the other, didn't we?
Right, we were on the technology line, we're adding 75,000 into the board's budget with a separate line item for clerk technology upgrades.
All right, so we'll move on to the next one, the power lift.
That's
Is that one lift? Is that one lift, the 18,000?
18,000 for power lift stretcher replacement.
That is the power lift stretchers that are battery operated to be able to lift the patient up without the crew having to actually lift it. We're trying to retrofit as we can go through. Most of our new ones, our reach chassis are coming in with those.
Mhm.
And with any new ambulance, it's actually been mandated now to have those on the trucks and the power loads as well. But it's in trying to retrofit the old ones out to reduce back injuries and knee injuries and stuff lifting these patients.
The new ones that we got on lease, do they have them?
Yes.
So this is for the, what, how many we got, 3 or 4 older ones?
Yeah, this is to replace the life. So, this is replacing an older truck, that we're putting on our primary truck. Mainly trying to get it, to start with interfacility trucks, because it's so much easier to match bed height, because they're infinitely adjustable. As far as height on the manuals, it's a click type thing, so it's just to replace an older cot. This will be going into one of the older trucks, to replace an older cot.
Anyone have any questions on the lift or anything?
The lift, I don't have a problem with, but if we bring the question that I've got is going to kind of bring two things into play. Number one, how much does it cost? Remind me how much it costs for a new ambulance.
Roughly 200, give or take a little bit, but roughly 267,000.
Okay, so we're talking about,
Are you on the re-chassis?
yeah, we're talking.
Let's check them off one at a time, just move down. Are y'all okay with the list, with the lift?
No.
No?
Until I have the conversation about the chassis. I was hoping we'd sit
Okay,
down.
I just don't want to jump back and forth. If
Okay.
it's in regards to the stretcher, that's fine. I kind of want to let's check them off as we go down.
I don't want to say yes to the stretcher until I get the answer to the other question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if it's $260,000 and a re-chassis is $195 plus, and you said would come with a new ambulance, the stretch replacement, and your stretcher power lift, that's about the price of a new ambulance.
If, I would have to go back and look at the quote, because Chief Summers was the one that contacted Fraser Ambulance and set those quotes up for the budget with the re-chassis. In conversations that him and I have had, the power load and power lift, which is basically $40,000, that is a requirement of the new ambulances. And just to explain to you what the power load part is, it is a set of arms that when you that slide out of the back of the truck, the stretcher will lock into it,
It pulls it in.
and you raise the wheels up, and it holds the weight of the patient, and you just kind of slide it in like a filing cabinet, throw it into the truck. That is a new requirement of any new ambulance that's a national standard. We have, and like I say, I would have to look at the quote to be for sure, but I know in our conversations, we had talked about any re-chassis going ahead and making that change so it matched our fleet and trying to, because these standards were put in place to reduce back and knee and shoulder injuries and stuff, which they determined lifting is our biggest, and I know from all the working comp plans that I've put in for our department, lifting and back injuries is one of the major things that we work with, so.
I'd like to know that number, but
But I think in that cost, that's in there.
if you can, is it possible you can get back with us on Monday about it?
Is that re-chassis one ambulance?
That's one ambulance, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Yes,
and when they do a re-chassis, it's not just pulling the box off the back and putting it back on. It's totally refurbished. They pull the insides out of it, they go through the wiring, redo everything inside, repaint the outside, fix any dents in it. It comes out looking like a brand new truck when it's done.
Okay.
Which is the reason it's closer to the cost of a new ambulance. It's basically, it is a new ambulance without the framework of, and then a sheet metal that they can keep. It basically is a new ambulance. It just reduces, $50,000, $60,000 off the cost of it.
I was just thinking about the lease. I think we did a lease this last time, payments on the ambulance. I just
Right.
wondering if instead of spending all of it, a big chunk of it out of contingency, there was another way, that's all.
How many power lift stretchers do we have? Are all the ambulances equipped with those?
No, sir. At this time, we have I believe we have 3 in service right now. The two that have already been ordered out of last year's budget that are being built right now will be coming in with it, so that'll give us 5. And then this was the 6th one in. That basically gets our primary trucks that are on the road every day, having one on it.
So when it says replacement, you're taking a non-power lift out of circulation.
That is at the end of its lifespan, because we have them serviced annually and Because if something broke on it, the patient fell off, whatever, we have the service record showing that it's been done. We've reached on a couple of them, they're at the end of their service life. This is taking one of those that's out of its service life, out of service, and replacing it instead of with another manual cot, going with the power cot. So we can, because we're trying to move that way with every, we're just doing it.
And that's my next
It's so
que-
darn expensive, we're trying to do it in stages instead of hitting it all in one.
So how many stages, how many more do you perceive you'll need?
We have right now, we have 11 trucks right now. And we have 3, this would be the 4th one. But any re-chassis has it plugged in there, so one of those 11 you can.
Count out.
So the
you can count, so it would be down to 5.
So the re-chassis includes that power?
That's what, I've got to double check.
That's what you're double checking, okay. I want to make sure, all right.
In all our conversations we had prior to getting that quote, we had decided to put power lift in that quote because we're trying to get all of our trucks up to the same standard.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
When you're rechassing that box on the back, and you said they go in and do all the wiring, when it's rechassis, you have to send that old unit in? Okay.
Yes, what we do is we hire a trucking company. We take it down to the county barn and they pull the box off of the truck. We load it on a semi, send it to Texas. They do their magic with it. When it's done, then we go pick it up and bring it back. It's one of the reasons we utilize this particular vendor is their box. Being an independent box, the way it is with the generator and everything, it makes it very simple for re-chassis because of the way that the wiring is.
Good.
But you still have the same motor and same everything in the truck?
No.
No, different
That
truck.
takes
That's the
everything off.
chassis.
So from,
It's the new cab.
Put a new truck under it. and
okay,
they
well, you said the
refurb it,
box.
And they refurb the box.
You said the box, I was thinking just the back box.
Patient compartment, they totally refurb that. So basically, you're left with a truck and chassis here. Just cab and chassis. The patient compartment, the whole back square box of the ambulance is shipped to Texas. They refurb it, put it on a new truck, paint it all the same, put all the lights in, and it comes back looking like a brand new.
Okay.
Do you remember off the top of your head, the manual lifts, what they cost?
They're roughly, the last quote I got on one was, it's been a little while because we've been trying to move this way, was, in the neighborhood of 12,000.
So you're only looking at about a $6,000 difference for the man. He said that the manual ones were around $12,000.
Yeah.
And I kind of figured they were going to be up in the $10,000 range, and that's just wanting to show
So
that.
if you're taking one out of service, I'm all good with that if your re-chassis on the other one is complete with one as well. At that point, then I don't have a problem with it.
I can find out that information, and if, I can make a phone call in just a minute when we get done with the other items on the list, and I can let you know.
Thank you.
All right, everybody good with the power lift?
I am.
I am.
I am. What about the re-chassis?
I'm not until I know for sure on that answer.
Well, I'm satisfied with the re-chassis. We just.
Well, at
No
this
different.
point, I'm just looking at the price of, I like to see the price difference in a brand new one. You know, you tend to take the box off and they put it on a new van, or a new truck. And then what do we do with our old truck?
Either put it in the surface at
Surplus.
Public Works or surplus it.
I had spoken to him about, the Chief Summers about that coming over to Public Works.
Okay.
He and I had a long conversation about this. He told me hands down, this was the cheapest way to go was to re-chassis that particular truck that they weren't using. Now, we didn't talk about the lift, but I mean, he knows what the mandate is on these power lifts, so, and I agree with Eddie that, I don't know what that quote looks like, because I didn't see it.
I'd be surprised if it doesn't include the power lift, the way James worked on
I've got to
stuff.
believe that it did.
Like I said, all conversations we ever had prior to that, we had decided to put them in all re-chassis as well.
How about we just tentatively approve it until, this isn't the final
Yeah, it's-
approval.
yeah.
Are y'all fine with it?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm in support of it. I'm gonna
Okay.
have 2 people here that says that that's what Chief Summers would want him. How about you?
I've been through these, and re-chassis are expensive.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to make for sure. That's what I wanted to make for sure for 195 plus $18,000. You know, you're talking about $215,000 closer. But if you're talking about having a whole new ambulance and an ambulance equipped with a power lift, then that's two totally different things. So that's why I wanted to separate them.
All right, the pickup, this is 50% of it. I guess the other 50% will be out of fire.
Right.
I'm fine with that.
Are we replacing one? Or in addition?
This is the safety officer position that was just
Okay.
approved. This is to,
This is so it has both halves of the truck.
right.
That's what it amounts to.
Well, I was wondering if we're going to use it 50% of the time, and y'all use 50%.
It's adding a vehicle to the fleet to be able to provide a vehicle to that safety officer.
Everyone all right with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then the two breathing vent machines? What?
You want
The-
explanation on those?
Yeah, what, I mean, I'm not sure what they are.
When we started in the interfacility business a few years back with everything, part of that is transporting patients on a ventilator. We went with the best option at the time to get us started in that with our ventilators, and we found out that some of the settings on our ventilators, they work, but a lot of times the patients don't want to tolerate the settings well. This will upgrade our ventilators. We'll still have the two older ones in a reserve capacity to help, with increased call load and different things. This is just increasing to a better standard of ventilator that's better for the patients, and it's also getting it's an easier model to operate for the paramedics, and it matches more of if they have a really critical patient, they can talk to the respiratory therapist at the hospital as they're picking that patient up. This ventilator will allow them to match their settings and things a lot better than our old ones.
That's two of them.
Yes, sir.
I'm good with it, yep.
How many do we have now? I think
We have two.
you have two. I knew we funded some.
There are times when we get calls from the hospital for two patients that are on, we attempted to have a backup so if they're gone, but this even helps that even better because we're not taking these out of service. It just makes it, and this makes it a lot better. And we get to the point sometimes where we have to, maybe turn a bit, run over to another company or something because, or they have to wait for us to get back because this just adds to our fleet, but it's upgrading to a better ventilator.
Y'all all right with it? Yes, ma'am. Airport tractor, I guess we're at the end of the lease and we got a option to purchase.
Right. That's correct.
Is it the 17,000 a year or the 40,000?
That's what the lease was.
The buyout's 40?
Right.
I can't remember what tractor we got, what the total price of it was when we first did it.
Is it wore out?
I can't remember. No, we're wanting to keep it.
That's what I'm saying. It's in good shape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in great shape. That's why we want to go ahead and buy it instead of replacing it with a new lease. We're at the end of it. It's in great shape, the end of the lease.
How old is it?
I don't know.
It was 4-year?
Tractor's 4 years old. During the lease, we're allowed 1,000 hours a year, per year. But we only have just under 900 hours on the tractor at the airport. And by spending the 40,000, we'll be invested a total of $111,000 into that tractor. To replace that tractor with this hours used would be $91,000. I figured we just purchase it. I give that tractor at least another 2-year lifespan for the amount of time that we use it.
And this would obviously halt this, we wouldn't have a lease on that anymore, so.
Right.
I'm good with it.
I'm fine with it. Anyone else?
I am.
Everybody, all right?
Said yeah.
Yes.
Got three.
All right, Coliseum tractor, 25,000.
Yeah, we use it to drag the arena. They use it during the fair week, but we use it all year for the arena work. And it's constantly going down, and call comes over and gets it limping along, and we figured we probably invest in a used one somewhere. Better off than that.
Can you estimate about how much in maintenance a year that thing gets for just repairs? Randy, do you know?
I don't have any idea. We probably have a file on it somewhere. The biggest problem is when it's down, when we've got an event going on.
Yeah.
And it breaks down and they got to try to get it going. In fact, that chassis we were talking about earlier, we were going to put a hitch on the back and drag this tractor around.
I'm fine with it.
I'm good.
Got my vote.
Got three.
Fair board gonna kick in?
Say what?
Fair board gonna kick in on it?
We'll lease it to them. All right, Road and Bridge, forklift, Mr. Harris?
We need a forklift. We use one constantly, and we've got one that is slap wore out. It's dangerous. And I'm not kidding about that. I've joked about a few things today, but that one I'm not joking about. That forklift that we're trying to use out there is dangerous, and we have to use it around the shop, in the yard around there. Those semis that come in, and we're trying to unload them. That thing's terrible.
Any questions on it?
And is it something that we have to purchase? Or is it, and would this purchase be for a brand new one?
I've got the detail in here on it. It is a brand new one.
Is it the one, I know I spoke to Mr. Harris
You
about
asked me
this.
about a rubber tire, and this one is not the rubber tire one.
I really think you're gonna need that.
Well, I'm going to tell you what we're going to need to do. And I wasn't going to try to do it this year, but we're going to need to move our sign shop and build one out at the landfill where we've got more room. You've probably noticed we're out of space where we are right now. Now, we can move fences and take up more of the airport, or I can move the sign shop down there, which also means moving all of our culvert pipe down there, because those are all together under Mike Gamble. We need to build a building. We need to get the sign shop set up. We need to move the culvert pipe. They'll be dispatched from a single location at the landfill where there's more room. And you've got to have, my plan right now is to modify an old loader, put some forks on it when we need it and try to lift stuff. At some point, we're going to have to come back and get another forklift that's a rubber tire forklift, because we've got two different locations we're going to be operating out of. I'd venture that 15 years from now, 20 years from now, your road department's going to be someplace else. It ain't going to be at that airport. It should have never been at the airport, to be honest with you. That's a bad location, but it is. If you want to put more money in, I guarantee you that larger, heavy-duty rubber tire forklift is more expensive. I would rather have that, to be honest with you, because of the type of work that we do around there, even in the yard.
So this one's one made for concrete, asphalt.
It's made for hard surface.
You could probably add 10,000 to that and get a good used one.
You give me the 25, and I'll figure out how to come up with the rest.
I just know.
Well,
speaking
you remember
from
what we did
experience,
last year with our equipment, our pickups and everything and vans? I said, you give me X amount. I'll figure out where we can buy vans when they're available and pickup trucks. So we didn't get to buy everything that we needed, but we were able to use that money to come up with what we could find and make it work. So if you'll give me the 25, if I can find a good used one and I need another 5 or 10 out of a vehicle budget, I'll come back to you and we'll have that conversation, just move it and keep it within the budget.
I'm fine with that. Y'all all right with it?
I am.
All right. The water truck.
Let me point something out to you. I want to touch on a few of these at one time. That water truck is a used truck. It's 2017. And if you'll go down to that tractor with the boom, or broom and tiller, it's 55,000, and the rubber-tired roller at 21,000. All three of those items are directly associated with chip sealing roads. And this is equipment that we need for chip seal. So I just point that out to you, that these things are items that we desperately are in need of.
Would this be the second water truck that we've gotten, or we just been talking about it in the past couple of years?
We bought a small one a few
Yeah, I
years
thought
ago,
so.
but that was before we started diving into year-round chip sealing. We needed a truck for watering sod. You know, we were rebuilding retention ponds and sodding those big slopes and everything. We had to have water because we didn't have sprinkler and irrigation. And that other truck, the small truck, works fine for that. But on these roads that we're building right now, we need more water.
Have you checked into a lease on this one? Oh, this is 2017. Have you checked on a new lease?
No. No, this is, you've got the backup in here. We priced a 2019 and a 2017. And I think the other one was maybe 175 or 195,000.
Gee whiz.
Pardon me? 195,000, the new one was.
Never mind. The truck with a water tank on the back of it. Gosh.
Yeah, but that's a lot of truck.
It's got to be a lot of truck.
5,000 gallons. Times
Yeah, it takes a
8
pretty good truck to haul that kind of water.
It's a lot of water hold.
Thoughts on it? I'm fine with it.
I think we need it.
I think if we're going, if we're going to be in the business, you got to get the right tools to do it.
Well, we got to do quite a bit of
And
chip
quite
seal.
frankly, we have eased into this accumulating the tools necessary, if you recall. I mean, we've added some dump trucks and just trying to add these pieces as we go to get where we need to be.
I'm good with all three of them.
All right, we'll go ahead and, everybody good with all three of those?
Yes, sir.
The tractor and the
Rubber tire
roller?
The 21,745, 55,000, and 110,000.
All that's chip seal
All of that will be used for chip seal.
equipment.
Right. Now, the excavator that's right in the middle of all that is not for chip seal, that's for the landfill. I mean, excuse me, the mine, I'm sorry.
I was
For the
fixing to
mine.
ask if that was coming out of a different budget, but never mind.
No, that's at the mine.
Is that replacing one or adding one?
It's replacing one. We have one down there that we've got a donkey tied to, and we drag it around with that. It's in bad shape. And we've actually done pretty well with excavators, and we put a lot of hours on them.
Okay, I'm good.
When you say a lot of hours, is that, I don't mean, is that appropriate amount, 3,000 for 3 years?
I think so.
Mr. Harrison, I'll ask you a question. I've been seeing quite a few roads throughout the county being chip sealed. The county is doing that, or some companies doing it?
We do all the hard part. The hard part is actually the base work.
Okay.
We go out there and undercut, put all the rock in, put the density on it. This water is for that as well, to water some of that down to put the vibratory roller on.
The right-of-way clearing, if there needs culverts put in.
Yeah, removing trees and fences, whatever it takes to build those things. And then the company, we do pay a company then
To come in and,
to come in and put the surface on it. The surface treatment's performed by Asphalt Paving Systems, and we had bid that work out.
well, the reason why I asked, I saw several roads, and matter of fact, off the Mattress Factory Road in your district, Commissioner Gamble, I think that road is 155, I think it is.
When you're going down Mattress Factory, it
Yeah.
goes District 1.
To the right, like 147. 147.
You know, over time, and this really is a long-range plan that we're working on, but over time, you get enough years out, you'll hopefully see a reduction in demands on graders and grader operators as we get more and more roads improved. But I wasn't kidding before when I said we're on a, what was it, a 160-year plan?
Pretty good.
You know, based on the number of roads we're able to do per year, it's going to be a long time getting there. But they're making a huge improvement out there where we're able to do them now.
It is, and it's not just the routine maintenance, it's saving them time. I know there's one section of road in District 3 that they did that, with all this rain we've had, they would have been back there every week
Yeah.
throughout the course of this year that it rained.
Oh, yeah. We're
And
trying
they
to
haven't been
take-
back the
yeah,
first time.
That's right. Taking out a lot of roads that are major erosion roads that we can improve and then not have to revisit those again. So it's just a huge improvement.
I'm sure we could all name many. I could spit off 3 or 4, same result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's where it saves us the time. Keep them grading instead of going for repairs.
Talking about chip seal?
Mm-hmm.
I can't name any. I haven't got any built.
They don't even
Down to
stop.
your-
Next.
Go down to the last commissioner. Your time will come.
Next. 2 more years.
It's almost there.
Tire changing equipment.
Yeah, the tire changing equipment.
That's another absolute need. You know, we've got deputies' cars in there all the time, swapping tires out. It's a lot faster for us to just get it done. They roll in the shop, we put them right back out there.
I got a deal for you on that.
Good.
And I'm serious when I say this. Tire changer and balancer for $4,000 right here in this town.
That's good.
Still got a year warranty on it.
That's good.
So my question is this adding or changing or replacing or just?
We have an old one that we bought used. We need,
I think
it's
we
time to
repo it.
replace it.
Okay.
My dad's store. That guy that bought it.
Everybody okay with that?
They paid him.
Especially if Don can come through.
I can take it and show it to you. You can deal with him. Just make sure you hand me the check because he owes me.
Okay.
I'm repoing it.
We can make that happen.
Yeah.
Sounds like the old way they used to do things.
Down here.
No, that's right. Conflict of.
We're just talking about budgeting $10,000. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm talking about what's on paper. He's got tire changing equipment, 10 grand.
It'd be a good backup for y'all.
We'll figure out how to make it all come
If they
together.
find a used one for $4,000, it's a sole source, we'll move forward at that point. We can talk about it now. Are y'all good with the excavator at the mine?
Yeah.
I know we talked about it, but I didn't get any.
We need all the help we can get at the mine, especially if we're out there taking and building chip seal roads.
Yep, I'm good with it. That's where we
So
get
we're
all that.
approving the 10.
I got a question
We're going
on
to
the
approve the
excavator.
10,000, Mr. Chairman.
Say that again?
10,000, we're going to go with that.
10,000 on the tire
Yeah,
machine.
yep.
And then the 35,000.
Commissioner Stapleton has a question about the excavator.
Is
Okay.
that the same size as what's there now? Mr. Harris?
Oh, those numbers, I can't remember.
This just seems like a
It should
pretty,
be. It should be the same size.
I'm just saying, this seems like a pretty small excavator for a mine operation, but I'm not getting in your business. I'm just asking a question. I'd rather make sure we have something big enough, is all I'm saying.
Well, our primary digging machine is the drag line. But we do have areas where we have to use an excavator.
I just want you to have what you need, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I
No,
understand that,
appreciate
that size number could be changed. I just want to make sure we have,
Well, I'll check it one more time because I don't have the detail on it right now, but I'll go back and check.
I don't have a problem. I mean, that is vital. That mine is vital to what we're trying to do, especially with chip seal and everything else. And if I had to figure out how to come up with a little more out there to make sure we had a big enough machine to do what we need
All
to
right,
do.
hold on just a minute. This is not the one at the mine. This is actually the one that we need for redoing the pipe, culvert pipe. This is a smaller one.
Yes.
This is the smaller one for culvert pipe.
So this is for roadway work. Well, you're going to right size then.
Yep.
So there's another one in there somewhere coming, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I ain't seen, I don't see the other one in there for the mine. We're not paying for the one at the mine, we own that one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'll bring it back next year, though, the old worn out one. We'll just feed that donkey real good for the next year, and we'll
I'm good with this
bring
excavator.
the other one in.
I'm good with it, too.
I am.
Okay.
Moving on to the rec department. We got like two sets of steps, is that correct? One for Little River and one for Royal Springs.
What district are those in?
They're in Suwannee County.
We talked about putting
that'd be
stuff off
dis-
till 21.
That'd be
I
district.
guess I'm in there.
Commissioners, let me give you an update real quick. Your contingency now is at $592,000.
Then we need to go back and take some of that off. What'd I do with my contingency sheet?
How much needed? 500 and how much? Mr. How much we at now? Five what?
592,038.
That's with that re-chassis.
Yes, sir.
What were we at coming into it?
I'm gonna say, it seemed like we went through that quick.
It
I-
was,
1294, wasn't it?
We were at 1.5, right?
yeah,
Where did we just spend $1 million at?
367.
We were at what?
1,553,367. We spent 102,000 on additional ADA. We spent 5,250 on iPhones and the service. We spent 200,000 on technology for software. We spent 75,000 for clerk technology. We spent 18,187 for the power lift, 22,426 for the new pickup, half of it, 195,721 for the re-chassis, 21,000 for the ventilators, 40,000 for the tractor buyout, 25,000 for the tractor at the Coliseum, 25,000 for the forklift, 110 for the water truck, 10,000 for the tractor, the tire changing equipment, 55,000 for the tractor with the broom and tiller, 21,745 for the cover tired roller, 35,000 for the excavator, leaves 592,038.
We're done.
That's right.
Mr. Harris, we can't do a lease on that water truck?
So I'll go back and do what y'all.
we may be able to lease a new one. I mean, I could check on getting a lease on a new one.
I'm saying we could spread it out over some time, couldn't we, versus that big number right there? If it would help
We
us.
can try.
Sir?
We can try. I'll check and see.
What's the, what is the lease cost on a new ambulance, by the way? You remember what we paid for on those leases?
I don't remember.
100,000 a year per ambulance, I think.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong on that. I can't remember. Seems like it was, eh? Sir? I don't know. I just, seemed like it was, we did it over 3 years, and it was around 200,000 a year for 3 years. So every year it was 200, 400, then 600, I think. I might be thinking about the fire truck lease. I can't remember.
She's right.
Started with 1,553,367. We just sat here and approved 961,329. So you're at 592,038. The 102,000 was an add-on that wasn't part of it. That started off, the 102 wasn't even a part of the scenario.
It wasn't a part of this list because we had already put 50 in, but that wasn't enough.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, and I hate that Eddie's not here to talk about it, but on that, since it's tentative, and he did say that it was a backup ambulance that he was looking at rechassing, not one currently in fleet. So the question is can he get through another year? That's just my question.
Know that, I don't know, but if we tell them to, I guess they'll figure a way to.
Yeah. That's the only one that I had, that was in question. And of course, if we do a lease on $195,000 truck, that's a 3-year lease, we're not spending much less than, or not much less than we. For 2 of them. Okay, so it's about $80,000 per lease. Yeah. I just the fact that he said that it was a backup ambulance, they're wanting to re-chassis, that, I'd like to know if there's an immediate need right now that we've got to have, or if it's just something to slowly replace out the current older ambulances. So.
Well, we can push it off one more year on that.
Yeah. I see the fire engine lease in here, but I don't see the ambulance amount.
I can't remember where it's at. You remember where it's at in there? He's looking for the ambulance lease.
What tab?
Well, they're just looking at the green bar.
Oh.
It's down, about halfway down, there's a 6 cardiac monitor lease, and then there's a lease number 2, 1, and 4.
Is it under EMT or?
That we're gonna pay next month, James said. We've already
EMS.
paid the other ambulance lease payment 1, 104. I think that's 2 ambulances, isn't it?
I believe that's
This will be
right.
the second one.
There's 2 ambulance lease lines on the green bar. Page 13 of the expense side.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
One's for 147,302 that we've already paid, and one's coming up for 159,624.
That's for 2.
Oh, so 159 is the lease payment.
The lease payment for a 4-year lease per year.
And we have the other ambulance is 147,303.
I think that's 2 ambulances also.
He went back.
That rain?
Yeah.
Is,
Isn't that before?
can we clarify on
Got
the
a
green
total
bar?
of 4.
That's
It's on page
what
2
this
under
says.
tab
2
12,
ambulances.
under your expense budget.
Yeah, there's a total of 4.
2 ambulances on each line.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
4. Yeah. And what is it, about 150
147.
for 2?
That's what I just wanted to verify. 147 would be for 2.
Yes,
Yeah, that would be the earlier the one.
A year.
You got, I think.
Yes.
and we've already paid that one, and James told me the other day that 159, when we were talking about where he's gonna be at the end of the year, that one's fixing to be billed, so that will show up in September.
So it would be 80 plus.
So in this next year's budget, we've got 4 ambulances this year, 2 of 4.
And then next year you'll have 2 more, right? We did 6 altogether?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah.
I would be Mr. Chairman, I'd be satisfied to hold off on it until the next one and just get the two next year that we had talked about in the first place. That way they'd have 6 in service come the end of 2021.
I'm fine with that. I mean, if we got to cut something or quit where we're at.
I don't have a problem with that. So in 2021, we'll get 2 more. Yep.
Can't even see where it's at now.
Just a backup.
It's just a backup anyway.
What's that?
The next.
Oh, yeah, the next 3 pages?
Yeah.
2 pages, I mean, so, yeah.
The other million and three, million three.
Yeah,
And
you go.
207.
That's it, yeah, 1,366.
Well,
So, do we have 3 on taking that off?
1.
I have 2. Need one
Y'all all
more?
right with taking it off? The re-chassis? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as we go through, if it needs to go back, we can put it back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with, if it's a backup, like they're saying, I
Yeah.
don't have an issue with that. And if we have something that comes up in an emergency situation, we'll deal with it for sure.
So that software technology, 200,000 is a guarantee we have to do that?
I was just finna say, can we revisit that?
Mr. Baker's looking up here like,
Can we cut a little bit out of that?
go ahead and cut it, I couldn't hear what he said.
Well, she said it.
Yep, she said it.
So we're in agreement that we're gonna hold off on the ambulance
Yes, yes.
and recalculate our number for now?
The re-chassis is all y'all held up on.
Yeah.
We're at 787,
So you picked up 195,000? 787?
959 so far.
Do we have another pickup truck that they could utilize for the new officer they hired?
We don't have any more. Our trucks, we got piles of them that are just completely worn out, but we don't have anything decent.
So this is,
What did they do? They budgeted for 22 and,
no, it's 44.
but 22 on theirs, out of theirs and 20.
22 out of fire.
Half and half.
Whatever happened to that truck that was economic development truck you wanted back? You put it to use?
Oh, it's already, we're already using that.
Yeah.
It's down, brother.
So
Maybe this.
Jimmy could give up his SUV.
For that position, I'm assuming this is a 4-door, 4-wheel drive at the price for 44. Just wondering if I mean, it seems to be the standard that we're going with. Does it need to be, I guess was my question.
I don't know what kind of equipment he's gonna need, or.
I don't either.
I just don't know.
It wouldn't be that big of a saving. We can leave it for now.
I thought we need to get him back down here.
Call him, I shouldn't have left.
Ricky, I think we need to ask him to come back down here. If we're gonna be talking about.
Yeah, we can. If
We don't-
y'all,
I mean, he can probably run right back.
and I know we need that water truck for the roads,
Well,
but I'm good with holding off on it another year if we have to.
Can we
I know
go
we got a
back to
second.
that software just
Yeah,
for a
I'm
minute?
just gonna call it here real quick.
If, I suggested possibly, if we can hold off a year, because you got a lot of background to do on this thing, and then escrow 100,000 of that and see where we come in, instead of just spending, just giving you the budget of $200,000 and then finding whatever, it may be in 2021 that you end up buying, 2020, 2021, you end up buying the software. I mean,
Well, just, yeah, come back, but we're looking at some different things we're gonna start cutting out. And just,
He's on, he's close by, yeah. He's close by.
I just rather be able to defend myself, you know.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I was on the phone with Eddie. What were y'all discussing?
I was asking him if we were to just hold off on for a year, and then, because it may be a year before they end up buying the software, and we just take $100,000 and escrow it, and then come back next year and be able to fund the whole thing. But he's saying that if they buy new equipment, that could be obsolete by the time they get the new software. Did I hear you correctly? Well, it's hard enough to hear you up at the mic, so.
I swear the air don't work in here.
I'm ready to budget for a new air conditioner for this place.
See that on here.
It's a software, it's where that we already are having issues with some of the stuff already there,
Yeah, I heard that.
like the green bar printer and other things like that. We also, so if we have to buy other stuff in order to take and make an obsolete system, to take and continue it on, it's kind of money thrown away, kind of like, but we're kind of limping. I mean, this is something we knew 3 or 4 years ago, but there were other needs that were more pressing at the time. And now it's kind of like our phone system. Our phone system has been going down out there, and it's where that they did get it back up and going, but each time it's where they say we don't know if we're going to get it back up. It's where they have addressed that. I do know that as far as we can work with them and see if there's something that they can bring to us as far as trying to finance it out. But the part with financing it out, one of the big costs is that the installation of the product itself.
So
So it's that the software itself is where they can do a breakout of that. But most, close to half of the cost is just in the installation part. So you're still looking at, I don't know, it's about 150,000, Randy. If you were to, it's the first year, and then you could break out the next 2 years.
They had broken it out for us, but it was a disproportionately higher piece the first year. I just don't remember the number.
Right.
Okay, I know that this is a budget issue, so let's figure it out how to do it. But one of the things that was in the internet technology wish list was the phone systems as well, and the VoIP system that would save the courthouse, for instance, several $1,000s a year, more than what, we wouldn't be upside down in this at all. We would wind up being right side up. So if there's money saving somewhere else, the question is there any way we can offset some of this with some funds somewhere else? And I don't know how to do it. It may be creative financing, and I know that we're not allowed to do that, but I'm just trying to find out if we're going to save money at the end of the year that that we may be proving a budget for you on.
With the phone system, it's where that it is a cost savings, but you do have some initial setup cost associated with that. I think whenever we had looked at it, it was about 9 months in order for us to be able to recoup the funds back from that. For the first year, you really don't see a whole lot of savings because of some of the costs that you save initially. But after the first year is where a lot of that does reduce. I think it's pretty dramatically.
Okay.
I don't know if Randy has any more to say on that or Vance, either one, but.
I don't know that I could add anything more to that.
It's the
I
200.
think it's less a cost savings question than it is being in business or not being in business question. I don't know when these things are going to fail any better than anyone else does. Now, the finance software is an issue that sometime it has to be replaced. I don't know when. And I don't know when, we're going to have absolute failure anywhere. I wasn't familiar enough to know that the green bar issue was directly associated with software that you're using today, so I wasn't aware of that.
The green bar is part of what we have. It's where that within our budget, we also looking to put in a laser printer, but that's already included in our budget as part of our part there. But if you want us the 200,000. If you want us to take and try and go to 160 and break out see if they can do a finance package, but I don't know that they can do it less than that. Because like I say, it's the big part was just it was the initial, it's the training and the installation and all those types of things that are associated with it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just my opinion, I'm only one person, but I would like to try to stay with this. Just, it's one of those things, we're going to pay it now, we're going to pay it later, and I'm just, but whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I'm fine where it's at. I don't like where it's at.
Right. I'm in agreeance that it's a number that's got us where we're at right now in trouble. We got to work our way out of it, but I understand too that it's part necessity.
It's just a very old system. Like I say, I think it was 1994 whenever it originally went in, if I remember correctly from the conversation.
That sounds like a DOS system.
You bought that my freshman year of high school.
Is that
First year of
correct?
college.
Am I correct in that the system is in 1994? Or is that just the equipment that went with it?
I'm just going off conversations.
What's your thoughts, Commissioner?
Just the budget and money. But it is critical. We look at,
All right, y'all good with staying there?
For the time being, let's.
We can always readdress it if we have to. Nothing's final.
Well, we've got contingency money there. I know that we were trying to build it
Sure.
up.
Okay. Let's do that.
One, we don't want to be in trouble with leases it.
exactly.
What about the water truck?
Okay.
He's going to check into the lease on the water truck.
Here- You want to talk about the re-chassis for a second?
Yes, we can go over there, re-chassis.
The re-chassis is critical in the current year. What Chief Summers was going to do, this was an alternative to coming in and asking for 2 new leases next year. It's a critical piece of equipment because the backup for even our new trucks, I think you said we've got 80,000 miles on them now.
Yeah, the newest that we have are already up to 80,000 miles.
And when we pull them out of service, we've got to have trucks that are ready to go with a seamless operation. And he felt this was the way to go this year to save money, was to re-chassis this particular unit. So it ain't a backup that's just sitting back there in the back of the yard waiting for some day. We actually have these units go down. You've seen them in our shop before. When they're down, we're still in business. People are still calling, we still have to transport people.
So you said,
One option you
but
have.
this was to prevent us from having to do a purchase, or I mean, a lease next year. So we would stay with the two that were.
Well, the idea was the year after this coming year, we would come back to lease more units.
Why couldn't we just lease one unit
Couldn't we just,
this year, since it's going to take a year to get this chassis done, isn't it? Is it the same amount of time it takes chassis, re-chassis? to get done?
I don't know how long it
Well,
takes.
the time frame that we're running on, because the two that were in last year's budget that we leased, we still haven't gotten, and it's not the ambulance company's fault, it's the chassis manufacturer's fault. There's a shortage on Freightliner chassis. One of the things that we have a different size patient compartment on some of our ambulances. One's a 12-foot, one's a 14-foot. We run our 911 trucks with a 14-foot box, and then we've been taking the older, the 12-foots are our older ambulances. Some of them have been re-chassis, and they can be re-chassis multiple times. But the 12, as we're trying to get all of our 911 trucks into 12-foot, into 14-foot boxes because of the room, working on patients with, transfers. The 12-foot box on a Dodge is a little more fuel efficient for going back and forth to Gainesville and Jacksonville and the different places we go. This is taking a very old, and I don't know the exact mileage on it, but I know it's up there. This is the oldest truck we have that's in the worst shape. Putting it a new truck under it, and then taking one of our ambulances that's a primary truck now, and it's moving into the reserve side that covers for maintenance issues. If it goes in for an oil change, we have to have something to get in just for that amount of time because we're always on call. So it will take that older truck that's in primary service right now and move it into reserve capacity that'll last another year or two in that reserve capacity, just running once in a while until we start having those maintenance issues. Commissioner Richardson, to answer your question, I just spoke with Frazier, and the quote does include the power load and power cot. So that cot, the other cot, would be replacing one of the other older cots. This one will come back from Frazier with a new cot in.
So and you don't know exactly how long it'll take to do the work?
The work itself is usually a couple of months once
Okay.
they have a chassis. The problem is every manufacturer, it doesn't matter if it's Dodge or Freightliner, right now, the lead time on chassis is crazy. I got an email the other day for 2020 Tahoes. The cutoff date, order date for 2020 Tahoes was the 15th of August. If you're putting anything fleet in your budget, the cutoff date for, it just came from the dealership where we do our state contracts. So it's all manufactured right now on order.
So you don't have the two, we're making our second payment on an ambulance that we don't have, haven't taken, we haven't taken
Possession?
ownership, possession, thank you, possession of it at
That's
this
correct.
point.
They're coming in, they're in production now. They finally got the chassis, to my knowledge.
So you're saying the chassis that we're paying lease on, we haven't received yet? Is that what
I believe so, yes. The last year's budget that was supposed to be done like March. They were supposed to be done March of this year originally. Getting the chassis in, it wasn't Frazier's fault. It was getting chassis from Freightliner. Everybody's having the same problem.
The payments weren't made yet.
I mean, I ain't denying that, but Tom Neal's got about 50,000 parked out front. I mean, this is crazy.
And we're going to be a year and a half into the lease, into a 4-year lease before we even take possession of these things. So I see your point there at that point that I know when we talked about the fire trucks, we talked about the chassis issues.
So every manufacturer, doesn't matter if it's ambulance, fire trucks, they're all having commercial chassis issues.
Yeah.
so basically we're saying that we can't buy a new one because of the time it takes for it to get here. We'd be waiting a year. Even if we wanted to cut this number and buy one, we can't get one.
Find it in the budget what we did with it.
And/or by the time we get one re-chassied, which we're operating within what we have now, but we need a re-chassis, but we still haven't got our two new yet.
Right, and this is, the plan that Chief Summers had laid out with the replacement plans and the leases, we've just added mileage to trucks that should be, have been pushed, to the other side. We're still at, those two new ones should have been in service. We're just adding more primary miles to them instead of them being in reserve to make that long-term, reserve time run out longer. We're gonna have the same number of trucks, like with the re-chassis, we're not increasing number of trucks, we're just making one, the two leases increase numbers due to the call load difference and everything.
Sure, I understand that.
Transfers, and you guys added the transfer crew last year and all that stuff, we had to increase numbers. This isn't increasing numbers, this is replacing one of the older ones that is past its service life. It's up there in 300,000 mile range and multiple issues.
Is this gonna, the issue with the new one is getting the chassis, right?
The two new ones now,
Right.
yes, the chassis.
Is this a different chassis that we're putting on?
This will be a Dodge, not the Freightliner.
So there's not gonna be an issue?
They are having some problems with Dodge chassis, but, they don't seem to be as long of a lag time as the Freightliners have been. And they also, if we prolong the order, it's just gonna prolong the problem that much longer because.
We have not paid for the trucks that we don't have.
Okay.
That makes me feel better.
That was the 159. None of that's been paid yet.
Okay, because it,
We've got the money in the current budget for the first year's payment, but we haven't received the trucks and we haven't made a payment on those. Chief Summers believed that we would get those before the end of the current year. That's why we have money for the first year's payment in the current budget.
so
We have never paid anything toward those yet because we don't have them.
So the question for Assistant Chief Han is, if we had those two new ambulances here, if we had taken possession with them at this point, would we be asking for a re-chassis at this point?
Yes, sir.
You'd still be,
Yes,
but
yes,
would
sir.
you be in such dire need because you'd be replacing 2 ambulances, but basically they're getting kicked down the line a little bit further and a little bit further?
Yes, sir. The replacement plan that we had looked at when Chief Summers came in year before last and we started the lease program, and we did 2 that year.
Mhm.
We did 2 in the last year's budget that I'm glad you said we haven't paid for yet. And then.
We were going to do 2
we were
this
gonna
year's
do
budget.
2 this year, but he decided to reduce the money a little bit on the hit on this year's budget to do the re-chassis, wait till next year to do the next 2 on the new ones. And, but the overall replacement plan is, we're running 8 trucks a day, 8 trucks on primary response every day. So with those, there's only 11 trucks in the fleet. The 2 new ones coming in adds to that, and it's gonna make it 13, but we have so many more trucks running, and the age and mileage on them, the maintenance on them is higher than it would be with newer trucks. So, we're almost constantly have 1 to 2 trucks in the shop at a time. That, they just stay in there constantly. So this part of the replacement and keeping us rolling in service, if we skip out on this year, it's just going to put us that much farther behind.
Absolutely.
And increasing the maintenance issues that we have to deal with.
Or they just buy.
I don't mean this disrespectfully, but is that something we can deal with, though? We haven't even made it past 3 departments, and we've ate up our contingency, so we're just looking.
Right.
You got something, Mr. Baker?
So, question for Nina. You said that you haven't made any payments, you've got them, but year 2 of 4 is in this next year's budget that we're looking at, and you said we have not made the first year's payment. So if we get past this budget year before the ambulances come in, will that money roll over?
It's going to roll forward.
It'll roll forward, so we'll just write the check for 2 payments at one time? Or, well, I'm sorry, for 1 payment late? It'd be necessary. That's right.
The way James taught, we were gonna pay it towards the end of the year, the 159. We've already paid for one lease, but that second lease,
Second lease is the 159 that we haven't paid.
have we signed the lease yet? Is the start
I-
date on it? We don't know.
Now,
Have any.
just,
I mean, if we
Okay.
haven't signed it yet, it would roll and then it'd just go out, the fourth year would go out so that money would not be spent this year, it would roll over.
Okay. And well, since we're rechassis a Dodge, that's for 12-foot box?
Yes.
Okay, and you're keeping the same 12-foot box on it?
Yes.
And as long
yes,
as
the box will stay the
12 foot
same.
The 12-foot
Yeah, that's
boxes
right.
work a lot better for the transfer stuff
Okay.
that we're running up and down the highway with.
So-
And that's what this truck would be replacing, the higher mileage that we've been doing that with.
And the first 2 that we bid were the 12-foot boxes, Dodge, the ones we actually took receipt of and are paying for, the ones that have 80,000 miles on them now?
No, those are 14-foots there. Those
Oh,
were,
those are 14
those were
foots
the
as well.
first lease.
Okay.
Those 2 were on the first lease. The 2 we haven't received are the second lease.
Okay.
And then this one would be just a 12-foot
So you
replacement.
leased all the ones that we leased so far, 14-foot
Yes,
boxes?
on Freightliner chassis.
Are you going to change your mind and give us some money?
It's, I got with Vance, and it's where that, and trying to look through it. If we could take and, if you could, on the software for the finance, if y'all can go with 150, it's where that we'll try and make that work. If we need to, it's where that we'll try and stretch, we'll have to stretch a little bit into the following year, but it's where that at least that would free up some for y'all anyway. And I think we can cut out some of the components that some of the different offices had requested. And I think that should help out with some of that. It'll be kind of cutting a lot of the stuff to the bone, but just trying to help y'all come up with some extra money.
we appreciate it, and I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chairman,
That 100,000 that you said you had in your line, could we cut that to 75? Or is that,
for the technology?
yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll put us 75, 150 for the technology. That'll save us 75.
What 100,000? It's already in the budget?
It's already in the budget under the board
That's
budget.
one thing I was going to remind y'all now. We don't have to come up with all our savings right here. We can still go back and tweak that if need be.
We may have to.
So we're just reducing that line item to about 25,000?
The
Down to
one that was already
75,000?
in the budget.
Yeah, the one that's already in the budget.
Once it's already in the budget, we can reduce that by 25,000. We'll make it 75. And then instead of 200,000 on the software, it will be
150.
175, or 150, excuse me,
150.
150.
Did we,
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna ask Eddie.
Software is going back into
What's-
the general fund, correct?
Mm-hmm.
what's our status on
We're gonna add a
the
line.
ambulance? What are we doing on the ambulance?
I don't know. Wait for that answer. If he can make it a year, I'd rather make it a year. We ain't gonna get it next year.
So it's now 150.
They just push it off another year.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I want to pose
Yes.
a question to Mr. Hand.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
If, so the trucks that you make your, let's say you was removing a patient, you go into Gainesville to pick up a patient, you don't use those, you use those trucks separately than when you go and pick up an accident person?
Well, primarily,
Primarily.
right now, the way we're operating, they, many of the trucks take it whenever needed, but
Okay.
primarily, though, we try to run those 12-foot boxes on the long run. Sometimes the bigger ones do have to make the run. Sometimes we run to Gainesville from you know, a 911 call because a helicopter's not available or something, and they make that run. But for the most part, we try, the trucks that are set up primarily, because they all have to back each other up both ways in operations, but they do try, on our transfers, we try, those crews that are set up for that are running on those 12-foot boxes.
But they equipped with the same.
All the same equipment. It's just, and the biggest reason the 14-foot box is there is it, being that we're dual service and we fight fire too, it gives us an outside compartment room to put air packs and bunker gear away from the patient. So when those guys come to a scene, they can fight a fire as well. And it gives a little more storage room, is the reason we went to the 14-foot. And there's more room working on the patient too. It's nice here.
Right.
Taller people and bigger people.
Go ahead, Mr. Stapleton.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, if you would consider doing it, I'd like to just cut that water truck to 50,000. Let's figure out a way to make that work for what we're doing. I just think we can do some type of lease or rental purchase or something and
Okay.
help our cause if you don't have any.
Listen, I'll work with it. If
I'm sitting here asking all these other departments to try to give a little bit, and I don't, this is something that we really need, but I also want to be a team player, and I want to give a little bit too.
Okay, you want to cut the 110 to 50? See
If
we
the,
can lease one?
if the board's agreeing to it.
50 or 55? 50 or 55? Which one'd you say?
Well, I mean,
We're going down.
every nickel counts right now.
We're going
I'll take
down.
50. Keep going down. Okay, I just wasn't
Talk
sure.
about
you-
changing it from 155 to 110.
Yeah, yeah, there's it. No.
Just cut it to 50, and I'll see what I can do.
I just,
If I can't do anything, I'll come back and say so,
Well-
but make it 50.
I would like to do that to start with.
I'm fine
And
with that.
I just like to.
You can work with the 50, that would, be okay.
Everybody's gonna have to help out a little bit here. I mean, that's just what it comes down to.
I'm fine with that.
On that, the tractor with the broom and tiller that we need, is there a lease option in there?
No, we've shot, it took us 6 months just to try to come up with something that we could actually work with.
Okay.
And we desperately need that for those chip seal roads.
Oh, I didn't doubt one bit that you didn't need them for the chip seal roads. I was just wondering if there was some other way of buying it, purchasing it.
Not so far, there isn't.
Did we ever decide on the chassis? I took it out and added it back in. Are we taking it out again? The chassis, the re-chassis?
We're trying to find the money, I think, to get the chassis. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, he's talking about the absolute need for it, so.
I'm just running a contingency.
Right.
And the reason why I asked about is if there was a way you could purchase a 12-foot with a lease with the Dodge, if it would speed up the process, or are we still talking a year away before they can get it ready?
Whether we lease or whether we go new or we go re-chassis, the time framing is the same. Actually, probably a little bit smaller, shorter time on a re-chassis because the box is already
Already
built.
there.
When it gets there, they don't have to have a chassis to do what they're doing on that because the way the factory works, they have different sections of it that work on different parts. So they can take that box to the re-chassis department and put it in there and be doing all of the work that they do to that box and have it sitting there ready. As soon as the chassis comes in, they drop it on and it finishes the production line and it's out. From a new one, it's got to go through and be totally constructed from scratch. So your time frame is going to be shorter with a re-chassis. And we're saving, roughly $75,000 over the cost of a new truck.
Okay.
Thank you. Don't give me a headache.
Yeah.
I agree.
So if we put it back in, where are we at,
If we put it back in,
given all the changes that we made so far since?
if we put it back in, 727,038.
727,038? That's what's left?
If you put the chassis back, if you deduct it back off.
And before, we were at 787,959. Not bad.
That's funding the chassis, re-chassis.
That's gonna be funding the re-chassis, because we were at 922,759, and I just took the chassis back out,
Okay.
which is 195,721, right?
So when we had it out before Chief Hand got back in here, then you gave us the number of 787,959. And then we did some more cuts and stuff, and so now we're only about $50,000 off of that. That's pretty.
Or, I added it back in because you said not to do it. That gave us 787.
Mhm.
Then I added 25,000 to that because you cut the $100,000 technology line, and then I added 50 more thousand to that because
For
Barry.
software.
got
Yeah.
the software, and then I added 60,000 for the water truck because he's getting 50 instead of 110. So that gave us 922,759, and if I take the chassis back out, we're at 727,038.
That's 60,000 difference.
Because the water tank was 110, we're trying to get 50, right? So that gave us 60
Right.
to add back to contingency.
That's correct.
So without the chassis in there, it's 922. If you take it back out, we're at 727.
Let's leave it in for now. We'll just move on through. If we have to come back, we'll come back and discuss it some more.
Leave it.
If everybody's fine with it.
Leave it in the bank, take it out.
Well, you can leave it in for now. I mean, if
Back to it.
we have something that the board deems necessary, we can always readdress. Y'all right? Y'all fine with that?
I am.
So we can move forward instead of beating it?
I've got a proposal. I've got a proposal to be done with it and leave it in. My proposal is that we take $50,000 out of the EMS contingency. I don't want to spend that down because potential changes in the law and the way the billing can be done. That's why we're keeping that contingency where it is. But if we take $50,000 out of there and apply it toward that re-chassis, that'll help us some.
I can live with
I
that.
think with all the adjustments now that have been made, we've covered the cost of that re-chassis.
Y'all fine with that?
You okay with that?
Okay.
You got that, Nina?
She wasn't looking, so she didn't see the nods.
So,
See the what?
so we're talking about the contingency.
Speak up. Back in 2610 on
50,000 out of this 2016,
9900, correct.
which is gonna free up the board's contingency.
Right.
And then I'm gonna deduct 145,721 for a chassis,
Gotcha.
Okay.
There you go. Correct.
because the other 50's gonna cover the other part of the chassis.
That's correct. The other 50 comes out of 9900.
So we're at 777.
827,038.
Where we got that? All right, can you explain what you just did then?
Which would be $100,000 difference, because I'm adding 50 and I'm deducting 50 from the chassis. I went to 2610
Yeah.
EMS, who had.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
He was building up his own contingency.
Mhm.
Well, by me taking 50,000 out of his expense line contingency, that gave you 50 in
Okay.
And then I took the re-chassis out, put it back in, and then I took it back out only for 145,721 because this 50,000 is done.
Right.
But I'm still trying to figure out how you got $100,000 out of taking 50,000 out of contingency to pay for 50,000 of that bill. That should have only increased our available to about 50,000.
Deduct the 195 again. I was only deducting
Oh.
145.
That's why I get a headache with this,
195
so
in it regardless.
I get a headache, that's why I get a headache with math,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, the total is 195.
So that's my bad, because I'm only charging 145 for the chassis.
That's right, it's 195 and 57. So it should be at 777.
Oh my gosh, did he catch you? Did he catch you?
We'll start calling them the new layer. 777,038.
77703.
77703.
777.
It's not like y'all aren't trying to confuse me or anything down here anyway.
We was just seeing if we could get that done today, and we did. Now we can,
Okay,
now we can get back to order.
773,038.
Let's get done, yeah. 777,038.
Do you have a calculator up there like Commissioner Sessions used to have?
No, I just had my phone, but that wasn't what I was just following the numbers, and that's where I got it. I was already lost in the calculator.
Oh, Larry'd have a,
Got the price of the
Larry had an ad machine.
yeah, he did.
He left his adding machine. Okay.
I forgot where we're at now.
He still uses,
We're at recreation, I know.
he still uses it. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
he does. I think we're moving in recreation, I believe.
Ricky.
So we're finished with the chassis, the re-chassis.
Jason.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're finished with that. Mr. Hancock? What-
We'd asked, we never said anything.
Well, we funded the other half up here already, so
Kinda do.
that's, but that's the half that's coming out of the fire contingency?
That is correct.
So if we give one, it's a given on the other, I imagine.
Yeah.
We don't want half truck.
All right.
Ronnie had to do the math to tell us where we're at, where you were going.
That's always scary.
You missed it.
He missed it.
At least I'm good for something.
It only took 3 years for him to get it right.
Yes, that's right. Well, I couldn't use my own math because one and scratched out and rewrote and scratched out.
The problem is we're fixing to change that number again.
Yeah.
I know you said it was wore out, but is that Coliseum tractor don't have one more year left in it? I just don't, I mean, I've not laid eyes on it. I'm just asking.
What was your idea? Drive the airport tractor over to the Coliseum?
Yeah,
Not far.
They could use
I
it.
said we just drive the tractor over there from the airport, mow the grass. Now, the 30 acres on Gold Kiss, we mow with the tractors that we have from the road department. We'll make it around, come back in that way, we go ahead and do
I think the main use of this tractor is the arena and keeping it drug and,
that. Yeah, it's different. They're using it for a different purpose than we are.
oh, I'm good with it.
I really don't want to cut that tractor.
I'm said I'm good with it. I just asked him.
Um,
Asked everybody else, got to ask him.
You know, I'm all for owning equipment, but I do have a question about the lease that we're about to buy ourselves out of, since we're basically at the end of it anyway. It does save us $17,000 a year. Is it out of warranty now? Does that mean that we're doing all the maintenance on it ourselves for the airport tractor?
Well, yeah, if we buy that airport tractor, we're going to be.
Now, we're going to incur the maintenance costs on it, so typically we were going to have higher maintenance costs, right?
Yeah, but it's got 900 hours on it.
Things like brand new.
It hadn't even been hurt.
Yeah, we've got them, we used to have them with lots and lots of hours on it, but we don't
I was just thinking we got into leases for a reason, so.
Well, if it was running like the one in the road department, we would need to continue the lease.
Yeah, the lease is a good, it's not just, it serves a purpose on the ones like in the road department. They're getting a lot of hours, a lot of miles put on them. That gets us in a rotation, but for something like the airport, it's just a good finance mechanism where you don't have to pay it all up front and buy it out at the end.
Let's move along.
All right, back to those aluminum steps.
I
And
thought
what
we
district
was,
is that?
thought we was over that.
I can tell you on Little River, the steps that are there, those wooden steps, are if they're talking about replacing those, them things get slick as snot underneath the trees. And I get calls about once every 2 or 3 months, at least, that we have to go out there and get them cleaned, or somebody's going to break their neck. That's all, I mean, that and that little gazebo area is about the same way, that little area you stand on, that ramp going up there is about the same way, but
They do, but
anything would help.
Madison Blue Springs has those aluminum steps. They get slick too.
Do they? So are they in need of replacement at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a maintenance issue that we'll have to address either way, but, yeah, they're just the foundations, some erosion down at the bottom, the footers are coming out, they're just constant replacement of boards, and now the actual, foundation of that needs to be replaced. We could redo it in wood, whether we get Ronnie Baldwin and his guys down there, when they have time, or get a contractor in to do it, I'm guessing $5,000 to $10,000 to redo those in wood. We probably have the same problem down the road. You know,
Well, the
I'd
foundation,
say take one of them out, don't even talk about both of them, let's just maybe if we could try to do one this year and come back with the other one.
Well, since one of them's in his district, one of them's in my district, I don't know which one's going to win this war.
We just won't do neither one.
Say, let's just do
Look at
one
them guys
District
over
One and
there.
be done with it.
It is $25,000.
I don't know what Royal Springs is like.
I'd rather keep the tractor and move one of those for now, if the spring, we can work towards that in the future.
I'm more concerned right now about the, I don't know the condition like you just explained of the erosion and the bottom stuff like that, so. I'm mostly concerned about safety of these things, so. You want to do one this year and yours next year?
oh, they're not.
They still get, once all that stuff from the oak trees falls into it, you can't clean it out, it'll just pick up all kinds of algae, and it just, with all the water that's on those steps, it'll get
Pressure,
slick
I
as
got a
snot.
pressure washer that'll get it out.
Oh, yeah, you can get it out, and you can do wood up.
But the main issues you're having is more the foundation and not the top.
We need to do a better job on the maintenance and tree trimming, so it's not dripping down on there, or pressure washing. We can address that, either way.
Okay.
But yeah, the more issue is the foundation and thing falling down. Safety is really great.
If there's a way we can address it without having to replace everything, then I'd rather see that happen than,
How about $10,000 for each one this year? Could we live with that?
Just replacing the wood and whatnot. We can get Ronnie and them guys at some point to get off of the job and come down there, we have to hire it out, I don't know if that would be done.
Where's the issues at Royal? I've not been to Little River much, but down at Royal, I haven't.
Down around the bottom deck, it's kind of a long, flat deck, and
Mhm.
then it drops down maybe one, just that whole foundation of those stringers, and those posts coming up.
Are they coming up?
Just starting to wear there. Being underwater, I guess, from the floods over the years. We replace the boards pretty regular on the top.
Right.
There's no other funding sources that would help,
That
that
was my
help us with that? I mean, seeing as how it's got to do with the spring system?
yeah, we'll talk about springs.
Boater improvement, we'll only do boat ramps and that sort of thing, they won't cover any of the deck or the walkways up there. If we get some water management district money,
And they're, I just got told this past Tuesday night that they're extremely chintzy with their money right now because of South Florida water quality. They're sending a lot of money down there, and they're cutting a lot of ours. So that's why we can't even get Springs Restoration funding money for Branford. It's just not a big enough project, not important enough for them. So.
Talk to me, Mr. Chairman.
I'm fine with just trying to repair what we have right now.
You want to clean them and repair them and?
That's where I'm at. And
Can we do that within budget?
We have to,
say five apiece? No, five?
Five apiece?
Let's do 5. So we're 5 apiece?
Yeah, let's do that for now.
Let's do that. I'm good with that. Are y'all?
I'm good.
I am very good with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
it's
right.
$10,000.
Yes, sir. The 60-inch mower and the utility cart.
We need the mower, the utility cart we can push off, maybe next year, if we use one or something next year. Definitely need a mower there.
Now, that artificial turf don't grow.
These are parks mowers.
If you can get by without the utility cart, I'm in support of the mower.
Yeah, I'm fine with the mower.
Move ahead.
The lights and the batting cages, though, we can hold off on that, can't we?
Definitely the batting cages. I mean, last year we got a grant, the Lions Club did a big project, service project, and they covered half of them, so we're
Right.
just gonna try to finish that out. That definitely can be put off. The ball field lights is something we have been putting off.
I know, we've been putting it off just about since I've been on the board.
Yeah, probably. And, you go out there in the evening and you can start seeing spots on the field. You can start having, potential safety issues, whether or not it's truly causing it, but you're gonna have somebody with a lawsuit saying the lighting's not, accurate.
Accurate lighting.
I would like to do the ball fields.
We have 3 for the mower.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Five for the mower.
So are we saying this year, if we try to do the lights, that we're okay with not doing the cages?
Yeah, the cages, I know the cages can definitely hold off.
I would be in support of going ahead and doing the lights. And
Now, is that new bulbs or is that new lights?
Just lamps, just bulbs.
And that's us doing it
20,000.
with the bucket truck, or is that hiring?
That would be what they're doing.
It is, Mr. Chairman, is there LED lights there? Would you be replacing it with that? I mean,
We looked at that, but that was getting pricey.
I was going to say, that's more than 20 grand to do that.
They have some conversion kits, and you talk about the whole fixture on the top, and it's not as expensive as buying new LED lights, but yeah, it's up there.
Can we save any money by renting equipment to get up there and do it ourselves without having to pay someone to do it?
I'll go back and look, it really wasn't that much, I wanna say, for them to do it. And I think when we installed it the first time, we had a hard, I don't know if our local guys, if their trucks weren't tall enough for a couple of the fields, the one field is definitely taller light pole. Can't remember, there was something that we had an issue with getting a lift tall enough.
I mean, I don't think you're gonna save enough, but as high as that is, I'd rather them do it. I mean,
Okay.
it's way.
I don't know. I didn't know how tall it was.
It's, I mean, we got people that could do it, but it's a safety hazard.
don't think so, for us.
Now Commissioner Richardson, he may go up in that. I'll work the ground and run you up in that boom and you change the bulbs.
Ooh. No, I get about 20 feet and we'd have problems.
So is the board in support of
Yep.
the lamps, and we're gonna hold off on the cages? I think we got 3 for that.
Yeah, I think we do. Now, so we're moving on to the next, that was all on that, wasn't it? Going on to the library now. Miss Betty, you brought up that truck earlier, but this is what you're talking about, correct? It wasn't in the budget. That's what I was fixed to ask you. That's not coming out of, Trez truck or van, but that can come out of,
We need to haul furniture.
that can come out of state aid, can purchase that?
Yes.
And you said it had to be reimbursed by us?
No.
No.
The state aid, all the general fund money that the board puts in, if we, for every dollar we put in, it's 50 cents on the dollar that the state gives back to us. So, but that money is restricted to how it can be used. And this is one of the allowable uses, so it's not coming out of our contingency, it's coming out of her state aid contingency that has to roll over every year for specific uses in the library. The only thing you have to be careful with is that if you use too much of it as your operating revenue, then 2 years out, you'll get a reduction in the state aid that comes in.
Okay. Well, I'm all in favor of that.
I'm good.
We go with that.
That was an easy one, buddy, thank you.
Okay.
Everybody all right with that?
You did good. As I mentioned earlier, it may be more than the 30,000, but we're in a position so that we can still cover that with regards to state funding.
Yeah.
Only thing the state requires is that we report which year, and I keep a spreadsheet of that, which year contingency we're spending out of, because they keep it by year.
Y'all all right with that?
Good with it.
All right, thank you. Yes on that. All right, moving into the fire, the half the building, the half storage building, and the half pickup. We have already approved.
Added 10,000.
Do what?
I said we already added that 10,000 for the insurance that they had to have, that they said would come out of contingency.
Yeah, but this is all out of fire contingency here, but it's half. The other half come out of regular contingency. We've already approved the half of the pickup, so I'm assuming we're approving the other half.
Mm-hmm.
The training building, the storage building. What's that?
You'll see that on the next page. It's the other half is.
The storage building is to store materials out there that's outside the building. If you go inside Station 1 right now, it's just overloaded. They got stuff piled everywhere in there. We need to build, so the storage building is so that we can empty some of that stuff out, just to handle the personnel that are in there. Training building is for training. We had a little training room in the back, is now all bunks. That's where people sleep, with lockers, because we just don't have any room in that building. So we need to build a training room if you're driving in there on the left-hand side. It'll have 2 or 3 offices in it as well.
Where's the other part of that showing up? Am I missing it?
Next page.
I guess I'm still missing it. Never mind, I see it.
The other half will come out of your contingency.
So the question is there a reason why we can't take the entire thing out of their contingency? I know we're really concerned about fire contingency, especially with the escrowing for, or preparing for what we're going to do up in the north end. But if we're seeking some funding and appropriations from the state, if that comes through, we're really not going to be jumping into the fire contingency too much.
Well, eventually what I envision happening is you're going to be relying more on that for equipment.
I think the Furious Fire is restricted money, so it has to happen, because EMS will be in that building.
That is correct.
Storage room too.
And you can't take it out of the other half out of EMS contingency?
That's what he's wanting to do here.
Oh, okay.
Well, when we get to the next page, we can do that if y'all want.
That's what I'm talking about, the next page part of it.
We just,
You just did this other.
I mean, I don't want to take too much out of, I don't understand, we got $1 million going into contingency for EMS, and I know you're talking about some potential for compliance issues or something like that.
Well, the biggest concern that we have had is changes in what you can bill and how the way the billing, or what's being paid from Medicare. If they change that and they reduce our revenues, then we're going to be relying more and more on what we currently show as contingency, won't be contingency anymore, it'll be a cost of running our business. So I don't want to spend that down too low. We're actually trying to build it up some in anticipation that those changes could occur.
Could we, in this particular case, can we go ahead and do that? Let's take the other 73,000 out of that EMS contingency rather than out of our contingency?
We can take it out of there. Just remember that, if we have a change.
Are we looking at changes that are imminent?
I don't know. Well, if they do, I don't know.
There's been legislation on the books for the last couple of years on it, but they haven't acted yet. So we're trying to make preparations in case you don't know what they're gonna end up doing. So we're trying to make those plans now to see what happens.
If we get caps put in place on what we can bill and it reduces our revenue by 20%, it's going to have a huge impact on us.
Right.
Not just us, but everyone else.
Let me ask you a question. We have a lot of building projects budgeted for. We have Coliseum, X2, we have admin, and we have now, if we do this, fire.
You've got the front on this building.
The front on this building.
You're going to do and one in
You got the one in Brantford. All those are important, but some of them are funded already. The ones we're looking at today aren't. Do we need to just look at the funding we got and prioritize the list of which ones we want to do?
Take out Brantford and take out, I don't remember what I've got in here for Brantford now. Let me look real quick.
But I mean, we've had them budgeted, I know, for at least a year, maybe longer on some of them.
Because of the Mizell building, so we could get.
Oh, I know, but I'm just
Let me
saying,
look real quick. And
if we get multiple projects going and we're not completing them, I don't want to keep funding money for stuff we're not doing.
Either that or take it out of capital improvement projects.
Well, we
It's a
were
new
rolling
building.
it, over.
I know we're rolling it over, but I mean, we got priorities right now, and I want to make sure we're taking care of that. So we can try to spread it out and take care of everything else we need to take care of. Well, I know we got a capital improvement plan, and we got a pile of stuff in it, and obviously all this to add to it.
Are you looking at the fire station?
No, I'm trying to find where we put the money for the Brantford building down there.
Brantford Fire Station?
No,
No.
No,
That
the
was
Public
funded.
Works.
The old public works building, the
The annex, building down.
annex, yeah.
That 100,000 is the Brantford Fire Station.
No, we're
Well,
not.
that's,
we're
We've
not
we're
already-
not talking about
about that
that.
one.
That's,
In your budget, Randy?
I thought that it was in the board's budget.
we talked about it last year, I know that.
No, we budgeted for it. We budgeted for that one, this one, and we budgeted for the expansion of the administration office.
That's where I thought it was. Give me a second, I'm trying to find it. Okay, yes, one of them is 6200-15, $120,000. That's for the,
That's the judicial.
that's for here. The Brantford. Goodness, where is that thing? Thought it was right there.
Ranchettes.
No, we took that out.
Lookout Fund.
That was spent.
Well,
Was it for your public works down there?
Yeah, it was that building, the annex.
yeah, but it wouldn't have, I can't imagine that we would have put that in the road department. Anyway, we know we've got $120,000 here. If we held off on that in the upcoming budget and used that instead to pay the other part of that training building, we could come back and revisit this in the next year for the improvements to this building.
I was just suggesting we approve the fire side of it, not approve it out of the contingency this year, put it in the capital improvement plan, and we know we got adequate funding in current projects that we can prioritize it at a later time.
I would agree.
That's fine, it's just easier if we went ahead and do it now than to come back and try to do an amendment later.
No, I don't mean amend it. Unless you're talking about go ahead and moving it.
Yeah, I'm talking about going ahead and moving it now. If we just took, for example, if you took that line right there that's in the current budget, 6200-15, we're showing $120,000 there. Reduce it by 73,710. Leave the balance in going forward, roll it forward.
Are y'all fine with that?
Where's that at?
It's in the current budget.
It's in the current budget. That's the money we budgeted last year.
Yeah, 6200-15.
15.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I am too.
Well,
I don't see it.
I thought it was in here somewhere, and it probably is. I'm not seeing it. I don't see it in that particular budget.
That's all I see.
No, we budgeted for it.
I thought we budgeted for it, but
What was the dollar amount?
something less than $1 million. I just don't remember how much less.
Oh, my God.
I really don't know, but if we took the judicial annex improvements, that solves it. We can take the money from that.
When you find the other one, whichever one we prioritize, we can move it around later.
Back in next year.
Well, I mean, there's only so many places we can look. I guess I gotta go back and look at last year's budget, because I don't see where it's in here.
Well,
Last year's budget, I was kind of out of the loop with. I was just wondering where it was.
I don't think we used it for anything else. I don't remember moving it.
I know it was there. I don't know what happened to it, though. That's where I would have thought that it would have been, was right there
In 1110 with all these other.
with all these others listed, and I don't see it.
It's not listed, it's not just in one of those other lines like with this annex, is it?
I don't even see it here.
Admin, PW, ADA, RR, conference office space.
Office
Yes,
space, yeah.
I've seen that.
That's the, I think that's the conference center escrow.
Galvin.
I don't see it.
I don't know. I'll try to go back and look at last year's budget and see what.
Or maybe not.
Sorry. Get back to you on Monday on that one.
I don't know.
All right, so far, are y'all fine with the fire side of it and
I'm good.
funding the other part of it out of last year's or this current year's budget out of,
Okay, I lost all of
It is
that.
aggravating.
So now we're at the fire.
Stretched out.
Yeah.
if everybody's in favor of it, we'll go ahead and fund the half out of fire for this, the budget we're working on, and the other half, I guess from the judicial annex funding that we put aside.
Yeah, Nina, it would be, take the other half to 70, what was it, 73,000? Take that from line 6200-15, to just reduce the 120 by that amount.
This is 98,710. And you wanna take it from what line, 1110 what?
You're taking the building piece, not all of that stuff, just the training building.
Oh, not the storage.
Well, you want to take the storage out of there too? What else?
How much was that?
The truck, the
25.
other half, the truck or something?
Fire,
Okay, take the storage and the training room, training building. What is that total? Was that the 90-something?
710.
All right, well then just take all of that out of 62, reduce 6200-15 by that amount. What's that leave? Okay, so that's what would be left on that line, 6200-15. 21,290.
I don't see that Branford in it this year, next year's budget either.
Well, I know the Rails to Trails was what we moved to Branford Fire.
Well, I don't see it in here either. I don't know what happened to it, but for now,
I don't remember us taking it out, but maybe we did.
I don't remember taking it out.
No, because we just had
Oh, what were we doing down there with that?
Reface the building.
It was to redo that building.
to redo the exterior. Same thing we were going to do here, to dress it up.
Paint it, put a new facade on the.
We
front,
just,
clean
we
it up.
just talked about it 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I know. It was here at one time.
Y'all were gonna do it this current year, maybe you were gonna use that anticipated revenue?
No.
No, we had budget.
actually budgeted.
There was a
Bu-
budget for it.
Budget, you remember it?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
we
budgeted.
budgeted for it. I remember it.
I just don't know where it is.
I remember us talking about it. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
You probably didn't hear it. You probably didn't hear us nod last year. Uh-huh.
Probably
Yeah.
was.
I'm just playing.
That's true.
All right, we got that on the fire. We got it figured out on the building.
6200-15 has been reduced. It's now 21,290.
So nothing changed with our current rolling of contingency,
No, ma'am. Nope.
okay?
All right, the leachate tank and the resurface of the road, is that coming out of solid waste?
Yes. Yes, the contingency.
So that won't affect
That doesn't affect the board.
the board contingency?
We also approved that pole barn out of fire contingency as well.
Yeah, but they've got that already.
They're already in there.
It's already in there. Is any questions about the leachate tank or the resurface of the road inside the landfill?
No, it's coming out of their budget.
It's coming out of their contingency. That's restricted funds that can be used for this. Everybody all right with that?
Good.
That's a yes, I believe. Everybody was in agreement. All right, moving on to the next page, 1110. Escrow, 50,000 for the Douglas Center. And so we're talking about a new building there. Have we ever got Mark, you might know this, have you ever got a quote on insulating and AC in the gym?
I've got some numbers on AC and the upper panel insulation. Mr. Harrison said he was gonna speak to you about, y'all about that. Because if you AC it, you're gonna have to insulate the entire gym.
Say,
You just have to take out the vents.
To AC the gym, you will have to insulate the entire gym.
so
Yeah,
not
this
just
is
the upper
more-
panels.
Didn't you mention that one time? When did you brought that up?
And so we were already pushing 300,000 on HVAC, which is the upper panel.
You got Debbie helping out with that. Have you asked Miss Debbie to help with that?
So that means you have to do the walls, everything.
Interior or exterior, but yeah, we're probably looking at half a million.
She knows them people at DOT.
I think if you have to escrow something, that's what you ought to escrow for, because that's our current building.
Right.
Here's what my opinion is, at some point, a decision needs to be made on which is more important. That gymnasium hasn't been insulated and air-conditioned since it's been built. And everyone has survived. But more recently, in the last few years, there's been more conversation about building some type of multi-use, smaller building over there with a couple of rooms in it and some restrooms where they can have some functions in a smaller building. Now, you can build a new building and it can be energy efficient. You can do it for a whole lot less than what it's going to cost to air condition that gymnasium. The gable ends on the gymnasium need to be replaced because they look nasty. They
Yeah.
tried reconditioning, that doesn't work. So that needs to be done anyway, but that's a much smaller expense. So that needs to be done, but I think if you really sit down and put some serious thought into how much more useful a climate-controlled smaller building would be, and how much cheaper it would be, that at some point, probably, that's the direction that we need to go in.
Mr. Chairman, I would say that, when you're saying you're talking $500,000 and what all you gotta do, I think you can get some type small building, multi-purpose building that would be more efficient than trying to, an old statute. I mean, it's a steady building, but it's a statute. And I think you get more use out of a multi-purpose building versus putting all that money into a HVA system right now.
I'll give you an example. This training.
No, I don't disagree. If you have a multi-purpose room or multi-purpose building that's climate controlled and got all the modern upgrades, then it takes that need for the gym to be a multi-purpose building away.
Right.
And,
Well, this would be a smaller facility.
yes, but most of the functions that I have attended there
Gymnasium.
have used the gym, but could be in a smaller facility.
Right. That's right.
And if it needs to be a larger facility, we've got the Coliseum.
True. The training room that we just had a long conversation on is around $150,000 total at fire. So that'll kind of give you some perspective. That's a pretty good sized building. It's probably a little bit smaller than the inside of this building. But, finished out, starting from zero and building the entire building. So you could build a good sized building there for a whole lot less than what it would cost to try to air condition that gymnasium over there.
I won't disagree in that. At some point and at some time, maybe it would come. I won't be in office, but hate to say it like that, but at some point, sometime, it probably would be.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to push for the money for the new building.
I'm fine with it too.
I pushed to try to clean it up over there, and I'd like to push for them to have something else over there. I just think Mr. Clyde.
No, I was just curious on the on the AC unit. I was thinking we could get away with just insulating the roof, but I forgot about the situation with those porous bricks. And same scenario we had when they insulated the wings. They started molding from the condensation, so I'm good with that. Everybody fine?
I'm fine.
So we're going to escrow the money and we're going to put it toward a new building.
Yes.
There. So
Yep, I hear 3.
So question, because
Yes.
as we're talking about that out there, we did talk about money used to redo the ventilation system in that building, those louvers.
Louvers.
Where did we ever go with that? Is it done? It's all done? They're all working?
They're working.
Perfectly fine? Okay. I didn't know that.
With the fans on for a sporting event,
Yeah.
it's not that bad in there. It's cool. But when you have a presentation and you have to shut everything down so that you can hear
So you
people
can hear.
talking,
Yeah.
it's an oven.
Okay.
you need them to talk real fast, 30
Yeah.
seconds less.
And
And
the-
the fans back on.
He's not here to defend himself, but Mr. Ford don't.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with our kids today. They need to have got raised over there like we did. You
I
sweat
wasn't
being
pushing
air
for the
conditioned.
kids, but I sweated my butt off.
I was going to say, Mr. Harris said we all survived. I was 14 when I was over there and survived, not 48.
What does that bring our?
Moral of that
Nina, where are we
suggestion is
at?
keep the adults out of there, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mark, what was the number on redoing those gable ends? Yeah, well,
697.
Do both of the gable ends was in the 20s?
yeah. So why don't you give us 15,000 to replace the gable ends as well, because they look horrible. They won't be insulated, but we can get some some new gable ends up there.
I want to move forward with fixing it up and cleaning it up. I want continued progress going on
Yes,
there. I'm
that's-
fine with that.
I'm the same. I'm in support of the chairman. We made those folks a promise and I want to keep it. Let's go.
Okay.
So that drops.
Can we get one more?
I
Can I
got
get an
you.
amen? We got, Mr. Fleming, you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Another 15 for the gables.
Yes, ma'am. So we at 682. All right, the next one was, last year we escrowed for the convention center. Unfortunately, I just don't think we're gonna be able to do it this year. Unless you got an idea of where it can come from.
What did you get to last year?
I think we put 140 or 150.
I think it's more than
I
that.
have to look and see now.
Or maybe it was 170. It was over 100. Less than 200.
Saw it a minute ago.
170.
I think it was 170. Just saw it in here.
I don't want to put the brakes on it because there's some potential there with a with a private partner, and
Let's try to do something.
we need
It don't
to.
have to be that number.
I-
We could do something.
No, I want to. I just
I don't think we have the money to either.
We haven't spent it.
no. That's rolled over. But the original plan was that we were looking at a piece of property for
170.
and we were gonna budget 170 a year for 3 years for the purchase of the property, but we actually had it on the agenda to purchase that property, but I had to pull it because we couldn't purchase a piece of property on pledge and 3 years out off of general funds, and that's why we had to back up on it. Or we would already be obligated to it if the board had approved it. So, how much you think? I mean, I want to put something.
I would.
I'm not,
Over there?
I'm not for it. I'm not for it this year.
Spend it.
No, ma'am, we're gonna roll it.
Yeah, but no one told me we were rolling it.
Oh, Lord.
So that just gives us another $170,000.
Out of contingency, because that was in the contingency currently.
Added to it because I didn't roll it.
That's what I'm saying.
Counted it as y'all spending it this year when I figured balance forwards.
So it'd be 170.
So you figured us spending it.
Yeah.
So you didn't add it into the contingency then?
No, and I didn't add it into balance forward.
So but you added it in as zero. So essentially, it's still there. It's still there.
So it's still there.
It's still there. We don't have to subtract it from contingency to roll it forward,
No, and it's not in my balance forward either.
but we can add it to your balance forward, correct?
No, I can if we're not gonna spend it.
We're not going to spend
We're
it.
not going to spend
Add
it.
170,000 back to contingency.
Okay.
Making that grow.
Okay. I was just making sure you weren't saying,
Then take it right back out, it's a wash.
No. Wouldn't be completely taken back out, because if we approved it, they only asked for 150.
no, you're not following me.
No, they're not 170.
The 170 is a rollover from last
Yeah, I
year.
know
last
that.
year.
I've got all that. but-
Okay, this is an additional 150 for this year.
Yeah.
So you can't add it and add 150 to it and it'd be a $20,000 gain. It's going to be,
No, I know that.
Okay.
It would be, if you added it, you would add the 170 back into contingency, and then if we approve this, you would take out whatever that 150 plus 170 would be, 320,000 out.
320.
And I'll be honest with you, I mean, even that's nicer to know that it's added to contingency, but I wish we could wait. I still got a lot of things to talk about.
I would like to keep moving forward a little bit on it. I mean, if we got 170, would you be opposed to doing 30 and just, we could at least get the 200 on it?
I'm good with
I'll
that.
go to 30,
I mean,
do 30, yeah.
I just, little progress. I understand, some years it's gonna be baby steps.
That's fine.
But we're still making steps.
That's right.
Yeah, but
How do you feel about it, Mr. Clyde?
I'm good. You good, Mr.?
Something better than nothing.
I'm okay with
He's
that,
making some
especially knowing that we just added 170,000 back into contingency numbers.
But we didn't.
Don't tell me we didn't.
We didn't.
It's going
That's what
away.
she said.
Is in next year's budget.
See, we didn't. It rolled over.
So we're just taking 30,000 out of this
But I
contingency.
add that balance forward. I didn't roll it on the revenue.
Right, but you roll it forward, it's still not going to affect contingency.
Because you're gonna take it.
Add 170,000 to contingency.
Yes, you would.
Fixing to take 150 off.
No.
I'm saying if it's rolling forward to be spent in the next year's budget, there's no reason to add it to contingency, right?
It's built into contingency, but I didn't build it into the balance forward.
So if you balance forward it, I think is what she's saying, if you balance forward it, it's affecting the net, what's rolling over, and by 170,000 more dollars, which means that would normally go right back into contingency, correct? And so our contingency is going to be affected regardless.
I rolled the expense side, but I didn't roll when I figured balance forward, I probably showed spending it on the green bar.
Right. Which means you did not roll it into balance forward.
Which would increase your contingency by 170,000.
Right.
But are you going to approve 150 of that?
No, we're going to approve 30.
But we'd also want to keep in that 170.
But we want that 170 to
100,000.
carry over.
So you want 200.
Yes,
200.
That's right, there you go.
Correct.
And I get what you're getting at now.
You following me?
Yeah, I got it. It just took me a minute to
Move
follow
along,
the
Mr. Chairman.
yellow brick road.
You in a hurry?
You can't even see the end from here.
I know.
Trying to stay steady.
Okay.
Forward
The
momentum.
next two are chip seal projects for the Coliseum and Suwannee Lake. And
He's got a new tractor now. He can keep that road up. He don't need that.
Keep that road up.
Yeah, he can fix that with that.
where would this go? To the lake?
At the lake.
Coliseum to a lake? Is there a lake back
No,
there?
No, one's at Suwannee Lake, one's
I
at the
know that. I
Coliseum.
see the one at Suwannee Lake. I'm talking about the Coliseum.
At the
Coliseum, it would go down, essentially loops all the way around.
It loops around. There's a road that comes through behind the restrooms, goes between the fairgrounds and the hog and the steer barn, and then loops back around, and there's another one that comes in from one side. And
And it's always a mess during events. It's
Always a
It's
mess.
either
I know.
sloppy or it's dusty, and it's
So-
dust everywhere.
With this, I know that you're talking about more additional work for our guys, but $126,000 seems like a lot of money. If that's apparently awarding a bid for base work and everything, correct?
no,
No, we're doing this.
Because it doesn't look like it's that long of a road, knowing that area.
well, I did think that it was a high bid for that strip of section there, or not a high bid, but a high price.
I
was thinking
Well,
half that.
I mean, I'll tell you this, I talked with Mr. Harris about it, and I was kind of pushing for it, but I mean, honestly, it doesn't have to be this year if we can get something, at least,
We'll put something towards it.
yes,
Start
if you
something.
give me half of that, and we,
Well, that's what I was going to ask if
This is a bid project.
Oh, this is a bid
because
project.
We can't use gas tax revenues, which is our personnel,
ooh,
Ah,
to do it,
a whole
Why not?
different animal.
because it isn't a road,
but it is a road.
it's a driveway.
We can give it a street address.
On county property.
Well,
911.
It's all on how you word it.
Rodeo Drive.
Got some underhanded folks around here, Mr. Harris.
Coliseum Circle.
It's coming, that's a road, it comes in, loops around the Coliseum, then it's going to loop back around the fairgrounds, back out to Gold Kiss, right?
that's what we ought to do, is take it out that back gate and come back across the one end of that 30 acres and go back out to
Gold Kiss Boulevard.
Gold Kiss.
Yeah.
Rodeo Street. They know where to have the road.
Well, the actual.
But it actually comes all the way around and comes back up the other side of,
Of the arena.
everything in the back, the arena and everything.
Right, but that's the that's the route that's used. They come in off of Gold Kiss, coming down the property line of the Armory, and then loop into that back gate, and then it comes through the front section. And then, of course, you got the one that cuts through. Those are county roads, I was pretty sure.
I'd call Jennifer and have her, we can get some signs, we can put them up out there.
Yeah.
Any of that?
Spend some of that money.
You
Any of
know
that
how many
Coliseum
times, you know how many phone calls I get a week? People saying, that's a county road out there, it's got a number on it.
But
I
we
get
did,
those calls all the
Pulling
time.
through there, yeah.
we did blue signs, though.
Huh? Yeah.
It doesn't matter how many calls you get.
Any of that Coliseum grant money
Unbelievable.
available?
Pardon me?
Any of that grant money that was just awarded available for that type of project? It was available to the, awarded to the Coliseum?
I don't know.
doubt it.
I'd have to talk to them,
It
but
was like $350,000, I believe.
this one was projected as a total contracted out project.
That makes more sense, because I was thinking 60,000 mile on the chip seal and us doing the work.
Yeah.
Still crazy price, though.
Well, you want to try to do 60?
You want to fund it over 2 years, that's fine. I mean, I'd just like to, I mean, at some point, I'd like to have it, and we've got to start somewhere with it. We can do half of it.
I think if we do 60 and you get creative, we'll probably get it done.
I can try to, you put 60 in there and I'll see what I can do.
I'm good with that. You?
With the 60, yeah. I have no part of it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
637,038.
Suwannee Lake, for me, I think we can wait. Or y'all, is that near and dear to someone's heart?
I don't know what it is either.
It's, I mean, it's.
Y'all, how do y'all not know where Suwannee Lake's at? You live in Suwannee County.
136. I don't 136.
I don't 136. Yeah, I don't drive.
White Spring Road, White Spring Road.
Is it bad? I really haven't rode down there.
It's, they measured and cleaned it out real nice.
It's,
I don't.
it's rough, but it's not a,
Bud said we can wait a year.
Is it?
Who did?
Bud
not
said it's
county
in his
owned.
district. He said he can wait a year.
FWC owns the property.
I'm gonna tell him.
Is that a bid price too, or is that us doing the work?
I figured it as a bid price.
Is that the same situation there? We can,
It's a gas tax issue. The statute's pretty clear about what you can use gas tax.
yeah, I understand, but I mean,
I would like to see it done, I mean, clearly, it's citizens of this county that use that asset out there. And it's pretty rough, the road is. Now, if we need to wait, this,
I do have,
we stacked up some stuff for this agenda. And if we need to wait a year, we just wait a year and we try to budget something. And then if we have to wait 2 years to do it, we can do it. I think if we can get it done sometime, it would be nice.
isn't that a FWC?
it's FWC owned.
Is there any, Jason, anything, I mean, I heard you say boat ramps a while ago and stuff like that. Do you know of anything out there for?
They have a program, they're just a little behind on funding. We were awarded 3 or 4 years ago for Peacock Lake, and we haven't got a grant agreement yet. So, I mean,
But you could potentially. We all want to wait and see him.
I can call, is it a maintenance issue? I mean, I can call the Canyon Fish maintenance guy in there.
It's just terrible.
It's just
not
terrible.
It's not inviting to the public. When you
No.
turn off the road, I mean, it's rough. It's,
We've got a group of veterans out of Lake City that I think it's not Hooked on Heroes group, it's a different group. They bring them from the VA nursing home, a different nursing home. They come and access the boat ramp, not the boat ramp, but the new dock they put in. And I think was it Randy, last year or the year before that we went out there and did a bunch of improvements to try to clean up the washouts.
Yeah, they
Because,
couldn't, they didn't have a spot that was level enough that they could park to get handicapped.
well, they got a handicap slab there, But because there's such a steep hill behind it, all the sand was washing out,
You
covering
had to
the.
have an off-road vehicle to get to
Yeah.
the piece of concrete.
Yeah.
Was what
And then there was sand on top of the slab, so it wasn't doing them any good to push the wheelchairs up it. So we cleaned it off, went in there, they changed the grade a little bit, put a swell up and put a bunch of millings down. I haven't been out there since we've done it, so I'm assuming it's still holding up. I haven't had a phone call on
Yeah,
that part.
it's holding up. I was out there and someone was parked on that slab recently using it.
That part's
So that
holding up,
part's
but it's just
holding
all the rest
Yeah,
of
the
it.
rest of it
But
getting
to
to it's
get to
rough.
it is pretty rough.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you.
Mr. Harris, I've got a question. So that's saying we can't use any of our millings to do any improvement there with the gas tax issue?
No.
And when we did the millings there last time, we didn't use our millings. Anderson Columbia donated millings to that project.
They're getting ready to tear up now. Do you reckon they'll donate some more?
Probably be willing to,
Seriously?
Be a
Seriously?
short haul for them.
right there.
That's right.
I'm fine with delaying that. Maybe we can check some different avenues.
Okay.
Mr. Clyde said he would
Yeah.
hold off.
I mean, I know people go out there and visit and stuff, and I think Mr. Harris was out there just recently concerning a sign. People go to that lake and they go down to the neighbors' houses down in there.
Yeah.
I mean, FWC, what, 5 or 6 years ago, spent
Oh, yeah, they
a huge amount of money draining it,
drained it down and
demucked it, rebuilt the structures underneath, changed elevations on it, and
It's a nice lake.
restocked it. It's getting more use now than it's had in years.
Right.
Get to it.
And
It's beautiful there. There was even a lot of the kids out there taking pictures this year for the prom and different things. So, it's an asset to the community. I'd just like to make it where it's nice to get down in there. And we'll just have to do it accordingly as our money holds out.
maybe Jason could reach out to them and see if there's,
If we can get we can figure out a way to do the work, if we can get some millings donated. But I don't know that they will. I mean, they did a couple loads for that particular project, but that was the veterans group lining that up.
We have to get creative, we
You
can.
got signage out there.
Make some calls.
All right, we're gonna hold off on that one.
Put our heads together and get it done.
Sidewalk to Melody, 230.
I know that this is in Mr. Stapleton's district, and I asked about this a couple of years ago, because when I first heard about the sidewalk grant money, USDA, I'm almost positive USDA has a program that they do this specifically for schools.
I think you're right.
I don't know how long the process is, and I was talking to Debbie earlier with the DOT. Their process is just enormously long and tedious. There's possibly we can get some safety money for it. I do believe that we need to have a sidewalk going down there, but I do not believe that we ought to have to pay for it completely out of our own pocket. I think that there's grant money available to do that. We ought to be seeking every single avenue we can get to get it. That's a lot of money. Just put a
We have-
sidewalk down the road.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we have been working on that and trying to follow up on some of these avenues for some revenue for it. And trust me, I truly would like to see someone else pay for it, but everywhere we turn, it's
Same answer.
it's same answer, and it's years and years and years. Now, I'm not sitting here today saying I need that number, but I would just ask the board to consider giving me something to at least start with. And in the meantime, if we can get a funding source for it, great, we can take that money and do something else. But if not, at least I can start creating, putting the money together to get these kids off the side of the road when you got vehicles coming by at 55, 60, 65 miles an hour, and they're walking in knee-deep grass in the middle of the summer. I got an issue with that, and I'm gonna do what I can to fight for them. That's just, I pass them every day because I live right past there, and I just see them. I see them going to school, I see them coming from school, and
No, and I live less than a mile from you. I pass it too. You would be surprised the amount of people walking from town.
I wouldn't be surprised. I see them all the time.
well,
That's
and
my
now,
fault.
also at the Church of God, they have a new school they've put in the back in the last year or two that, smaller schools. So, I mean, it's actually two there now, or that would be affected. So I'd ask this board to seriously consider, doing something that I can start creating a revenue source to get this done. If it's 3 years from now, if it's 4 years from now, I don't know.
Mr.
It's,
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Miss Debbie, I know he mentioned that USDA grant, and I think I was sitting with you guys last year when they were talking about that. Was that a matching grant or a fully funded grant? Do you remember?
Competitive.
They're very specific about what they will cover. Now, the safe routes to schools,
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think that's through DOT.
Okay, I maybe.
You have to have the school board to agree to work with you to get that one, and that has been our problem. Have not.
That's a difficult one to get. There's a lot of hoops to jump through, but from my understanding, talking with some of the folks at DOT, is that there's money in that pot because nobody jumps through those hoops to get it.
Probably if Mr. Harrison and Mr. Stapleton went and talked to Mr. Evans, since it's on the DOT right of way, you might have a better chance of getting it faster.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking. This is a state road.
I wish that they would just do it. I mean, honestly, that would be the best fix if DOT just went out there and did it, period, themselves. Now, when I had inquired about safety money before, they had me talk to, I think it's in Jacksonville, fellow in Jacksonville, I can't remember his name, Scott or something, and he said, well, just ain't going to happen with safety money. You're going to have to use the Safe Route to Schools. Well, the Safe Route to Schools is the worst program that they have as far as trying to apply for it and obtain it. And that, you've heard DOT say that. And then they've changed it recently. They're saying that anybody's going to apply for that. They've now got even more hoops to jump through. They've got a class that they can train you in to apply for this funding.
Is that the August
Yeah.
22nd, or registration closes on August 22nd?
Anyway, I don't mind going and speaking to Secretary Evans and,
Would you and I have a meeting with him that you don't know about yet? But,
no, I heard about it. I saw it on the news the other night.
okay.
And
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it, honestly. It's time.
we can bring that.
Well, let's budget a little bit for it. Let's cut the 200 and leave the 30, and at least show them that we're making an effort when y'all go to talk to them, unless you need more.
30's an effort.
It was a
How much
small
did you
one.
say? What'd he say?
I'm asking for 230, he said 30.
I said we'll just cut the 2 off and leave the 30.
That 30 won't cover the cost of mowing for the next year, will it?
Gotta start
We'll
somewhere.
apply for the grant application, so there we go.
That wouldn't even hardly give us gas money.
Is that an?
How about this? Give me a quarter of it. Show me some good faith here. Quarter of the 230.
I go
What's
50.
that, 60? Close
I
to
go
50?
50. I go 50. But I am curious, is that a number that you believe is going to be a, or
Listen, I actually have.
I'm okay with 40.
This one was,
3750.
I'm going in the middle.
didn't we figure that was just at a mile? It was about a mile long. I've got one here that is a mile long that we pulled a copy of. It's $296,000.
Is that the one in Dallin Park, or is that the one on 51?
No, this is one in Branford.
Brantford.
Now, what we could do is ask them to swap this money and shift it up here below Live Oak, and
yeah.
How you
we
feel
can
about
ask
that?
them to move that
They-
money.
I like that. That 50 is starting to sound a little bit better and better.
Is that a current year project? Is that a current year project? Or is that,
I think it's underway right now. Yeah, it should be current. I don't know
they won't move it in current year.
how far along we are on it.
They won't move it current year. I've already asked them.
Take away from Branford.
So,
I don't know who.
just to ask, I mean, obviously, we're saying it's a state road and all that. I mean, how hard are they going to be to work with, the state, even if we do the funding for it and want to get it done? Are they going to?
Well, it depends on how much of it they, if we were to do it, I don't think they would be that difficult because we would
Okay.
handle our own design They do require engineered drawings.
That's one of the things I was asking.
You have to do the survey, the engineering, everything. They want complete plans on it. So we would have to pay someone to produce those, and then they would just sign off on them most likely.
Okay.
Now, in the alternative, what we're doing with this safe route to school stuff, I mean, I had to go over there and negotiate on did you go with me on that? It was a lively negotiation on dealing with, and we were dealing with the engineering firm that they had under contract, but the local government had to handle the negotiation, which I had to go over and do to have the engineering done and the work on this one in Brantford. So that's a very cumbersome process. So I would think that they would just probably let us produce the drawings, submit them to them, they would sign off on them, and then they would just let us go in there and do it. And they would send their people to inspect it. So I think it would be easier.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask for that 60 again, please, where we can move forward.
60. Anyone have any objections to it?
Nope. That's to the sidewalk to Melody.
Yes, sir.
This is about the children now. This is not about any of us.
Lord, here we go.
I just subtracted it from my number, so I'm good with it.
Just so long as if we can get the grant money, that money can be reallocated easily. You would agree to that?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. There's plenty of things to do in District 4.
What side of 129 will you put it on?
You're right.
Put it on District 4 side.
Now there comes that issue.
District 4.
Y'all gonna do it halfway down one side and jump across?
Yes, ma'am, 60.
Ms. Allen wanting to speak.
What does that bring us
Mr.
to,
Chairman.
by the way?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to let you know, I have attended the training for the Safe Routes to School, and we had a team from UF. These were students that do projects, and they came and looked at some of the issues that we had. I gave them some things that Mark Carver had from years past that they had looked at, and then this was before, so I had also discussed the Commissioner Richardson's concern down in Brantford. They went down to look at that. I did let them know about the Melody sidewalk, but they had already been to Brantford and had started talking to the principals at those schools. So at this point, it sounds like they're going to submit this year for the Safe Routes to Schools for the Brantford sidewalks. But it doesn't mean that we can't have them come, because there'll be new students coming back, and we could work on that again. So just an FYI, I'm willing to help kind of spearhead that.
Are they, you said they're submitting that
I
as
believe that they
recommendations?
are. I think that they've gotten all the paperwork.
But that's not the ones they're talking about, they're currently under construction, is it?
I don't think so, but I don't know that
No?
for a fact.
Okay.
What I'm talking about are funded. That's already.
That's why I was asking if it was the same ones or these are different ones. Okay,
The one I'm talking about is Safe Routes to Schools.
okay.
So I think there was a couple of projects down in Brantford they were looking at, one with the high school, one for and one with the elementary school. So Safe Route to School project that we had with DOT that we were trying our best, at least from the safety meeting.
If they want to come up
Was-
and work on this one, that'd be great.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember we talked about this
Yeah.
9 months ago or more,
Mhm.
10 months ago. But if they want to come jump in and help facilitate.
ask.
Because it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a pile of work. If they want to come do that, that'd be wonderful.
Okay.
Now, there are the classes, we need to check with them, see if they've attended these new classes that DOT is requiring.
I went last year, so I don't know if it's still, if it's still good or if you have to go each year. I'm not sure, but
This just came out. They've changed they've changed the whole application process. It was emailed by DOT. They've got some classes coming up, I think, pretty quick.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'd love to have them get involved in it if they want to.
Oh, we could keep them busy year-round,
Yeah.
not just on that one.
Hey, while you're up here, let's go ahead and handle that new position.
So we're okay on the We're okay on the 60?
Yeah.
So I just wanted Ms. Nina to know that we moved forward.
What was it, 50? What'd y'all say?
That's 60.
Oh, 60.
I think we were.
I am, but I want to ask a question. You did mention which side of the road you wanted on, the 3 or the 4 side.
Right.
Both of those sidewalks, I think they end at the same distance, one by the library and the one on District 4 side. Don't they even right there together? End
Pretty close.
already?
Yes, sir, it's pretty close to the same spot.
Actually, where the sidewalks are, that's both District 3.
And they will evaluate that in that grant to see which side of the road it needs to be on.
I would keep
based
it on the side the schools are on. It would be on the east side in my
Yeah.
mind until they come up to a safe place to cross.
I can tell you,
Exactly.
it does not need to be on the library side, because when you get down there around that S&S, that intersection with Bass Road
Really
and 100, that's probably one of the worst intersections in the county during school time.
Yeah.
It does not need, they don't need to be crossing Bass Road and then have to come across 129.
And I think to Ms. Allen, I think, Ms. Catherine, I think too, I attended some traffic safety meetings over in Lake City. And they were talking about a team from the University of Florida coming into this area sometime next year, I think. I don't know the same team that you're talking about.
Yeah, we had gotten the same thing over in one of our classes with
Traffic safety.
FAC. Yeah,
All right.
FAC. So, yeah.
So everybody's good with the 60,000?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
You got a new position?
It's a program assistant position, and as you know, we utilize a lot of volunteers to do a lot of our programming. This year, we have instituted embryology in the schools, and we really need a dedicated person because we'd like to expand that. It was very well received, and we'd like to make sure that we can do that. So included in that, we'd like to also do some after-school kinds of programming. 4-H in Suwannee County, at least, has not really had that methodology. They've done more club-based and other event kinds of things, but this would be being able to do some of those activities after school. So this position would really be split between a lot of 4-H activities and horticulture. And it also is something that I am looking towards as you look at succession planning, and not succession planning in terms of me, but just looking at how do we fund positions with good people. And so having a program assistant position has worked in some other counties in terms of getting somebody in and experiencing extension and what's involved, and getting them to potentially think of that as a stepping stone into a career. So it has a multifold issue, because we can't really, with the embryology and the after school, you have to have a dedicated person. And it's not that the volunteers aren't dedicated, don't get me wrong, but if you're doing a program that's going on an everyday basis, a weekday basis, we have to have somebody. And in this particular case, it means a paid person.
It's $10 an hour, the 33,000 a year, is that with benefits,
That would be,
everything?
but that's something to consider, looking at.
But just $10 an hour don't equal the 37, so.
No, it would have benefits on that,
Benefits, okay.
right.
So it's
So
full-time employee?
that's the total amount right there.
Is this this isn't a UF position then, where it's?
No, it would be a
60/40?
county paid position.
Okay.
And it may be something, maybe we want to start a part-time position, I don't know. But I do think that it is something, as we look at, volunteer management, as we look at these expanding programs, I'd really like to see that happen.
Starting out, do you think it could be a part-time position rather than a full-time?
I think it might, especially, as we look at some of the internships with, schools, that might be a starting point for us. Eventually, I'd like it to be something where maybe you have a graduate who is looking to, figure out what they're going to do with their life, and have them and then step into an agent position, but, yeah.
I'm just looking for a way to get you a little
Oh,
bit of what
agreed,
you're wanting.
agreed. That would be really helpful.
So what would a full-time position, since you take out your benefits, what would a part-time position, I'm sorry, cover as far as income is concerned about our extra additional expenses? How much would it be? $10 an hour, how many hours? You talking 20, 30 hours?
That would be
a week?
something
Yeah.
that we'd need to talk about, yeah. I guess I hadn't really considered that. I was looking at what our needs are, and then we can go from there,
So you said that.
reevaluate.
That because some of the programs that, the way other counties do things and the way our county does things a little bit different, there would be a little bit of a change that would have to go take place?
This would be an expansion. We've seen how it's worked very well, and they've had good results. And so we haven't done this. So we've just relied on volunteers.
Any thoughts?
Would it be fair to cut that number in half for a part-time position? Given that there's just, you're just talking about hours and then your.
Well, if you cut it to part-time, it's not going to be any benefits.
Not gonna
It's
have
just be
benefits,
salary.
right.
Workman's comp on it, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, but you take out your retirement, insurance.
Yeah.
I'm fine with giving her 20,000 to work with, if y'all are okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Will that work for you?
Oh, yeah, that would be great. We'll invite you along to check out.
Okay. I think we got consensus, I
Yep,
believe.
I'm moving on to the next one. Thank you, ma'am. Just saving you a trip up here. We skipped over stuff. Building improvements, 20,000. 20,000. Building improvements.
We skipped that chip seal.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, didn't skip it, just don't know where it's gonna come from.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, let's not skip that one.
Agreed.
Let's not skip it or do skip it?
Which one?
The chip seal, 250,000.
No,
for
let's
chip-
not skip that.
Okay, we'll go back to it. We got a $512,000 contingency roughly, correct?
I didn't have that.
I will tell y'all, the lowest contingency that we've had since I've been on the board and made it through the year was about 180,000, I think.
Yeah, and I would never recommend that you do that.
Well, I'm just saying, that's the lowest that we.
72.
What was it, Miss Nina?
680.
Well, what did I add to it?
Oh, three.
sure?
Yeah, because you gave us at the top of the page, 697,038.
I had 697 when we started this out, and
I took 15,000 for the gables.
50,000.
I added back in 170 for the balance forward for the convention center that I didn't do.
but then we took it out.
It was already in the budget. It's
Okay.
already in the budget.
So it's already in,
Expense side
so it's on the expense side.
for 170.
697.
We're not, so by adding it to the contingency, we're not counting it twice?
Plus.
No, I'm gonna go back in and put balance forward convention center. We're not spending it. When I did balance forward, I said we were going to this year.
Okay.
So it's sitting in 170. I cannot do the 170 if you want.
No, I'm just making sure that that's correct, because that's where we're getting a difference at, is I didn't add it
See,
in.
I had 170 on the expense side, which took away from the overall budget.
Okay. You just didn't show it as a rollover.
As a rollover on the balance forward.
I got you. I'm following you now. So we can add 170 to
I
that.
added 170 in and I took 30 out, which we're making it 200,000 instead of 170.
So that puts us at, you said 180, or 682, basically?
And I took 60,000 out for the,
Chip seal for the Coliseum.
chip seal for the Coliseum, and I took
Sidewalk.
60,000 out for the Melody sidewalk, and I took 20 out for Catherine.
That's right.
All right, that makes me feel better now.
There's 20.
So 682 out of 38.
All right.
I'm still stuck here.
All right, so back to the $250,000 for a chip seal.
I'd like to see it higher, but we're running out of money quick. That's all there is to it. I think we started this process, we said we want to put more chip seal in. We want to do better, and this would be bringing it up to 750, is that correct?
Well, yes, it would. And I think we're going to have some rollover money in the current budget anyway that we very likely won't end up spending.
So before we go any further on this, let me answer a question that I got last year. Are there any jobs that have been not completed that will roll over into next year and take out of the 750 before we even do anything?
Well, we've got a pile of invoices right now that we just received. And give me a second, I'll take a look at it and see. Where the heck is it now?
I'd say depending on weather and conditions,
150.
possibly, yes.
You want to work through
Yeah,
some
but I
of
want to
these
make sure
others?
that those are covered, not in this 750.
Well, it'd be rollover funds out of this year's budget that.
I know, and that funds is 750, that's what I'm afraid of.
What do you think about working through some of these others and seeing where we're at and coming back to that? I mean, that's gonna kind of tell us what we got, isn't it?
Yeah, just don't forget, we've
That's
got about
hypothetical at this point.
150.
The 250
that we
plus
usually
the
do on
500,000 that
outside
we
agents.
had,
We haven't.
that we've been.
We ain't even touched
We
yet.
haven't touched yet, because we usually do this after outside agencies.
We may have to
We lost,
back
what,
through.
seemed like we lost a couple
Something's
$100,000
seriously.
just off of the jobs that were not billed,
I mean,
were not invoiced.
y'all know how I feel
We
about
didn't
this.
pay yet.
We want
And
to
then
take
that
care of
came out
us,
the $500,000
our
we
community
had
too,
this year, so.
our needs.
Yes.
Well, what about that 170 that I didn't know was added back in just then? Do we put that
The
aside?
170 is added back in, but we took 200 of it out. We added 170 in, then took 30 additional, and then took it all back out.
38.
No, we didn't. The 170's,
And they take it back.
it was already in the
I don't
expense
think
side.
they know yet. Yeah.
So it was already, yeah, it's confusing.
I'm lost at this point.
I-
After correcting you on one thing, I'm lost now, so I'm glad I don't have to correct you anymore.
Somehow it already did.
393.
I'm lost now.
We got 682 in
It's
contingent.
getting late.
You hear me? 682.
82. I'm holding on to that one.
So we can take that 170 for the chip seal, and that brings us to 512.
It looks like I'm going to, I mean, currently.
170
and
for
I've
chip
got
seal.
projects to do that we're working on. So we just received invoices in the amount of about $195,000. So in your current budget, we had anticipated spending the full $500,000 in the current budget. We may not get that spent in the current budget, and that difference, it looks like, will be about $146,000. So you'll have the $146,000 going forward, that'll roll forward with us, plus the 500 that we put in the budget.
Plus any additional that
next
we
year.
put in, that we. funded.
646,000.
So if we round off this 250 up to a cool million, and then with that 140,000, I'd be okay with that. 140,000, 250,000,
I want you to
500,000.
understand, I can't build $1 million worth of chip seal roads.
I realize that.
I mean,
You can't do it in 1 year, but
I can
We're
build it,
having a
I just
hard
can't do it
time
all in
building
1
them.
year.
that's all I'm saying. It can, as long as we have the monies there.
So I'm just going to lay it out to you guys. I want to see it either given back to the taxpayers or put in some roads. I'm tired of giving everything to everybody else and not getting anything done.
I understand that completely.
We lost $180,000, $170,000 of that $500,000 budget this year because of the rollover from last year. We didn't
You've got
know about.
$682,000 left. That's it.
I know.
So, well, you've got outside agencies tomorrow, Monday.
Monday.
If you spend everything else on this list like it is, you got $87,000 left.
That's not including the outside agencies,
Right.
which is $112,000.
Maybe we need a backup to page 1.
No, I don't mind. Look, I don't, I understand what we're going through, but we're not going to approve every single thing probably left on this page.
Right, but what I'm saying is you want some contingency left
I do believe
to
that.
operate unanticipated costs throughout the year. And if you establish that number, in my mind, we cut it close that year at $180,000. So if you just say that you're going to try to ride out the next 12 months with a $200,000 contingency, you need to take that off right now. You kind of need to know where you want your contingency to be, because,
We need more than that, Mr. Chairman.
but you get what I'm saying.
Oh, I know exactly.
I
what
have
you're
no
saying.
intention of walking out of here without that $250,000.
We're sitting at our ideal contingency right now at about $600,000.
Yeah.
And
That's where I feel comfortable.
And you're telling me that you're willing to give everything else away and not get anything else for chip seal?
I'm telling you that if you want to chip seal, that you have this big blue book that you can cut stuff out of, and you've got these 3 pages you can cut out of, but to keep trying to stretch this 680 all the way down this list, it's not going to happen. There's just there's not enough. So we'll have the weekend and come back Monday, and everybody can look through this and find if there's cuts they want to make here. They can rethink this list, find out if there's cuts they want to make here. But if we're going to keep moving down and spending it, I mean, we can go ahead and allocate everything we want to and then come back Monday and look, because all we're going to have Monday is the outside agencies if we get through this list today. Am I correct?
Yeah,
Are you
that's
gonna
correct.
spend the rest of your $341,000 in chip seal this year?
Oh, that's why I'm saying we're gonna need to roll it forward.
We'll spend all of it, but about 140.
95, which will leave me 146 that I need to roll forward then.
And he wants to put.
And we will add it to the 500 that's in.
I don't want, that's completely aside from the rollover.
Yes.
Because we've already approved the rollover. We've already approved this year's, that 500,000 that we're spending this year, we've already approved it. I don't want to go back in there, and I know that, it's in his
Yeah.
budget. I don't want it coming out of whatever we approve for 2020-21 budget, or 19-2020.
There's going to be a portion of it that rolls over, but it's just rolling over because the invoices aren't going to be catching up with us in time, because
That's correct.
the last project is going to be stretching into the very end of this year and going into the beginning of the new year.
That's
That's
correct.
correct.
And given the volume of work, now, I think everyone recognizes then, when we have a big hurricane year, it slows us down on chip seal. So we're doing pretty good this year.
Yeah, but we just got into hurricane season, knock on wood, so I mean, we're,
Thumbnail sketch is that if we don't have hurricanes, and we don't have a big mess to clean up that slows us down, we can do about $500,000 worth of work a year of the chip seal. That's what it's looking like.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I mean, we all agree that we want all the chip seal we can get, but I mean, we got to cross the bridge with the rest of these here. I mean, I would just like to kind of move on through them. We understand we're very tight on money, and then we come back and we revisit that at the end, because I mean, that's, if you're okay with that, I just think we can make some headway here on these other things.
I mean,
I think it's just hard to set a number on that chip seal because we want all we can get. I mean,
right.
we do, but these things we do have to address.
Well, we know we got the 500 there, and this is what, our third year of setting 500 aside? And I don't think we've spent 500 yet in a year. Every year we've rolled and finished the projects in the coming year, correct?
Right. But we've always got it encumbered because we're already engaged in those.
Right. But I'm just saying, even if we budget the other 250 right now, which I would like to do,
I don't think I'd spend it by the end of next year.
it will be a rollover into next year, because right now we can't hardly get 500,000 done a year at the current pace we're going. And that's, all dependent on weather, of course. I would like to at least put a little more in, because it can stretch some of these projects, because some of the projects we've had to limit the size of them. That could have been better to go a little further, but I don't have a problem with, let's readdress the rest of this and then come back to that number. And let's go through this and see if there's anywhere that we can pull a little bit here, a little bit there. Because we went through this very quick without any changes and corrections or anything, so. All right, we'll come back to that. The building improvements, the replacement of the obsolete field devices and upgrades of controls at the jail,
Can it wait?
padlocks.
Yes, is the answer to your question. I spoke with my staff in the jail, and, because I seen where this was going early on. It's something we need done, but yet we can manage by just dealing with the problems as they arise. Our problem is things are becoming antiquated, and they're getting harder and harder to find. Same problem we ran into with the HVAC problem last year. Field devices get, where can you find one, you know? But yes is the answer to your question. We can put that one off. So that was something I was ready to scrap when I heard where we were going with it.
How about
Thank you.
paint?
And what about the paint?
Paint's a whole nother issue. And I wish I could tell you that. But the paint that is on the jail right now, if you'll go to the east side of it, that paint is burnt. And we have got metal rebar on the inside of the block that is now bleeding rust through the block. So no is the answer to that question. Not to, be facetious in any way, but to maintain the integrity of our buildings, we need to take care of it.
Is this us painting it or bidding it out?
We will provide paint, and we will bid out the labor portion of it. That's the way we save money on that, too, is by buying it wholesale.
Do you feel like there's any room there for?
I believe we will come in under that somewhat, but I'd rather turn you money back at the end of the year and not come and ask you for some more. How about that? And I can't, go ahead.
I know where you fixed that.
Can you get the inmates to do the labor?
No. I wouldn't have an inmate paint my doghouse, I'm sorry to tell you, sir.
If they would work, they wouldn't be there to start with.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, they pick up trash on the side of the road.
I spend more time chasing inmates and getting them to try to do something than I do getting work done. We just don't use them to speak of. We found two good ones in the last 4 years.
We've been getting good numbers when we bid this paint out. This company that did the Douglas did a great job, gave us a good number. But I feel pretty confident that we probably need to stick with the number we've got here. That's a very large building.
Yeah.
Go all the way around.
I'm satisfied with, is what it is. I'll support that number.
Okay.
So we're gonna paint and we're gonna scratch the
We're gonna take off the
security
upgrade.
doors and all that stuff.
Excuse me, sir?
We're gonna scratch the security doors and all that.
Yeah, the controls we've scratched.
Okay, I'm good with the paint. You just can't place a value on maintenance on some things.
And we gotta have, I wish the rebar wasn't being a problem.
Well, you can walk out here and you can see it on this, and this is the good side.
We
There are
gotta have
other
that building
issues,
last as
though.
long
I
as
mean,
possible.
we've fought moisture problems in that building.
Yes.
We've done all kinds of things trying to deal with that horrible building.
Yeah, well, and we've got a lot of those things corrected now.
No, I know,
We're
I
way
know.
better than we were.
We just don't want to go back to
No.
where we were.
The $500,000 roof we put on a couple of years was a big help.
Well, hey, I come in way under that.
That's what we budgeted.
We got to have a pretty jail, though. I mean, we're fixing all those buildings.
Well,
That's gonna be Front Street right there.
Yeah.
And if I can give you some encouragement, the controls that you gave us last year, we're going to be turning back about 40 grand on that too, so
Well, good.
that'll make you feel a little better. There'll be some rollover money.
We appreciate that.
You didn't have to say it out loud, though.
Yeah, hey, look at here, it's what it is. We already paid the bill, boss.
All right, we got the
Thank
next two. The building improvements at the Coliseum and an X2.
I think the floor's in pretty good shape
I
for
just
another
think
year.
you're gonna have to wait.
Can we?
Yeah, this is coming out of TDC reserves is where they have it budgeted out of, but I just don't think I'm at a place where I want to spend $120,000 of TD funds on the gym floor. 'Cause, if anything, I'd like to move a little bit of that back into the TDC because the last couple of years, we've kind of depleted the reserves there and getting to where we wanted to be with the marketing and everything, and it's been real tight on them. I wouldn't have a problem moving that 20,000 of that back into the TDC and just leaving the other 100 in reserve for now.
So
This is TDC reserves, not your.
this
Yes.
is not coming out of us at all.
This TDC reserves.
And you want to take 20,000?
I don't want to do either.
None.
You just want to set 100,000 aside for that and then revisit it next year?
Yeah, we'll just set it back into the TDC reserve monies and leave it there and take 20 of it and move it into the actual TDC fund, just to provide them some cushion, because I'm telling you, over the last 3 years of getting everything set between the marketing and the brand with the Facebooks, all the different things that they're doing, and with the website, it's, that's the only way that can be used? Are you sure? I thought it could be used within the TDC and convention centers as one of the uses for that third cent.
Unless the statute changed, Jimmy would know that. But 2 years ago, we had this discussion.
It can only go on for
Convention center, not for supplies or operational costs.
I don't remember that conversation. I thought it could go for that. This is just the convention center was one extra use of it. Then put the whole you can put the whole 120 back into reserves until we have an answer to that question.
If and when you get an answer, I mean, I'm fine with what you want to do with the 20.
Okay.
If it works.
If we can get the right answer. Jimmy, you work.
Because I can remember we were gonna.
Well, we'll get this Jimmy right here to get with the other Jimmy.
Jimmy and Jimmy.
And Jimmy can figure it out. We got too many Jimmys.
JP and JN can get together.
Yeah, because whatever this Jimmy says, the other Jimmy will tell me what the real answer is. We've had some conversations about this, and I don't want to overstep how he's going to interpret that, but the money can be used for convention centers and coliseums and other things, and each penny is designated to a certain piece.
Yes, I understand that, but I just thought this
But
was one.
I'm not, depending on how, I don't want to overstep Jimmy, but the way I read it, it's either or. But again, I would defer to the attorney and the interpretation of what he says with this money.
But you want it for general revenue, basically.
No.
Yeah, all of that is just
It
to
would
set
be the
aside
TDC
third
general
penny.
revenue.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But what she's saying is it can't be that. Is that
I gotcha.
Is that my understanding?
That's what she's saying, yes.
TDC keeps their 2% in their own restricted fund. So when you say reserve the 1% for Jimmy Norris, you would be putting it in the economic development fund.
No.
That's what I'm saying. You
No,
can use it for economic
not economic development. Until he's over two budgets, the economic development and the TDC.
Right, the TDC gets 2%, general fund gets 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So we wouldn't give back TDC our 1%. That's why we started collecting it.
So then we could, in theory, take that 120 and add it to the 150 that we wanted to reserve for the convention center, add it to that 30, and that'd give us the 150. If it can't go to the TDC.
Yeah.
It can be used for convention centers.
I'm fine with that, y'all.
I'm good with that. Are you good with that, Mr. Norris?
I'm just happy to be here.
Thanks, sir.
It's another great day.
It's an even better day.
So it's,
I don't have an opinion on that one at all.
Okay, so we're gonna add this to the
No, we've already taken care of it. I didn't know that.
200,000
Oh, wait.
escrow.
Gotta go back to EMS.
Mr. Chairman, did we skip over the EMS?
no, we did that with the other one because they were 50/50.
I thought we just approved the other side, and we hadn't approved this side yet,
Oh, because,
because we were going to take this out of the,
I scratched it off. We already approved that, didn't we? EMS.
EMS?
Yeah.
we're taking it out of EMS, or we taking it out?
We didn't take it out of contingency. We took it out of EMS
I know we
reserves.
talked capital improvement. You mentioned capital.
Remember, because this is the two storage buildings.
Yeah,
we-
well, the one training building and the storage building.
Yeah, we took them out of the money for this building.
Okay.
Okay.
From
what-
from last year's
that's what I
budget.
thought. All right, that's
Or
what I'm
this
making sure.
year's budget.
Both approved.
No, it came out of current year.
We reduced the 120 that we had for the front of this building.
No, it wasn't EMS contingency. We took it for the monies, the capital improvements for this building that we had in current year budget.
Okay, that's what you're talking about, that's right.
The storage building and the training building?
Yes.
We reduced the amount on.
On the judicial, and remember when we were looking for the Brantford funding and we couldn't find it? We pulled it from the judicial annex funding.
Well, I have that we added 170 to our balance forward and we added 30. We took that 30 away. That would have been 200,000.
Okay.
Asking for,
Yeah, but I'm talking about on the, when we jumped, he just asked if
Yeah,
if I
He
skipped.
jumped to something entirely different.
He asked if we skipped the EMS training building and the EMS storage building,
We already dealt with.
and we've already dealt with those.
yes.
They won't touch contingency.
I put EMS fine from judicial annex.
That's correct.
Annex 98,710.
All right.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now back to this. You're saying you want to scrap the gym floor and turn it into the escrow for the contingency?
Yes.
TDC.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Scratch it.
And then the additional monies for X2 utilizing TDC reserves.
Question.
Yes, sir.
The additional escrow for convention center, we had changed that 150 to
30.
30. Are we going to keep that at 30, or are we just going to take that money, 120, and just use that to turn it?
Pull the 30 back, you're asking?
Yeah, pull the 30 back.
Well, I was just going to use it to get us to that 150.
Oh,
We already have 170 in the budget. So that'd get us to 200 without this one.
well, that 30 would give us 200. That's
170
what we
was from
mentioned
last
in the
year.
First place.
Yeah.
That's what Ricky's trying to get back to what he budgeted for it.
Was 170.
I was trying to get back to the original 150 that was requested. So we had already set aside 30, and if you added the 120 from the TDC, that brought us to 150
For this year.
for this year.
The 170 was from previous year.
From previous year.
So that would
Give
get
us
us to 320
$320,000.
total
320.
for
Why don't
the
we just-
convention center.
Why don't we just reduce that by $20,000, come up with an even $300,000 in there, and just take 10,000 out of contingency instead of the 30,000, 120,000 out of the TDC with 170, that'll give us $300,000 in there.
Take the 30 out of contingency, put the whole 150 out of TDC.
170,000 in next year's budget called land acquisition.
I'm just trying to save contingency, that's all.
That's correct.
What's this,
Add 30 to that, make it 200,000
we were.
We did.
We did.
up here.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay, now you're wanting to add 120 more to that line. Or how much is the land?
More than
You don't
that.
know yet?
Well, the original piece was,
So we can add 120 to the 200, which would be 320 in that line.
yes.
That's correct.
And it won't cost y'all a dime out of your contingency.
How much is in the TDC contingency?
Mr. Bo, I'm doing a mic check. Can you hear me? Okay.
Mr. Bo, wait back there.
If you're looking at the page that's in here,
Start on?
if you're looking at the page, Nina, if you're looking at this page, it's 183.3 that we approved for TDC, or that we approved in the budget, requested budget 2020.
Oh, my goodness.
It says 183.3. Now, I don't know if that's right or not, because contingency is blank, and then the line below it says 183.3.
Tell me what's coming out. That was.
It's gonna get us.
I'm gonna help y'all save some money.
Why?
They all freezing out there.
Who's freezing? We burn
Finally
it
got our
up.
air conditioner charged up.
We burn it up. Put some diverters on it.
Well, that's gonna go up on the
Is that right?
66 degrees, a little cool on the air conditioner.
That's the first time, you got it charged good now. That's the first time this year it's pulled it down under 75.
Well, we had one unit, look, I can't work on it while y'all were here.
No, I could tell the difference as soon as you said something.
It's called preventive maintenance, man. Come on.
I'm sorry, that number was, yeah. never mind.
We started with 176 going in, and we're budgeting to collect.
Do we want to pull that 30 back out there, or do you want to leave it in there and take it on 50?
I want to just leave it in.
We ain't talking about putting money in on fire.
Huh?
Hmm.
So we can go back and some of this and take it out. Forward.
How in the world did you come up with that?
You said 213's the contingency?
350 on our part.
Blackjack has a 55 back in, we had separated that out. 268, 134 will be what we have next year. Even next year.
And that doesn't include any of the budgeted money for the renovations of X2 currently, does it?
It's all part of, it's after, 55 is in there. Now, it would include the 25, we'd have to take the 25,000 out,
That's currently on the,
which is under the 120.
yeah, we haven't added that yet, though.
We approved that. So you got 268,000.
Right, what do we have budgeted for X2, though? I know we were, at one point, we were putting aside,
We have
is
55
that,
in there.
is that just,
Add 25 to it, that for 80.
Y'all talking TD contingency right now?
Yes. for
Yeah.
X.
the X2 building at the Coliseum?
Right,
We budgeted, everything we budgeted to redo that has been from TDC.
right.
And I couldn't remember if we had budgeted 1 year or 2 years. I know we were putting 50,000 aside, I thought.
Here, wasn't it? Didn't we just do that one year?
Rolled it. We never worked.
Well, we rolled it because we never ended up putting any more money.
But it was 55. Are we anticipating it costing more?
She said.
Well, I mean, I'm asking because I don't want to remove it if we are. Because that's a project we need to move forward with. So where are we thinking we need to
Oh,
be?
yeah. Yeah, I think it'll easily be 80. It could be 125. I mean, there's a lot to be done there.
I don't know who thought up to 55, and who thought up the additional.
Well, it was just a number.
It was just a number we picked because every year we were going to,
We just never continued to add to it.
Right.
What happened.
right.
It was a one-year deal, best I can
We have
remember.
268,000 in contingency, is that right? In TDC contingency.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the end of next year.
And
And you're,
to
you have
just,
to take out 120 right now for this one thing. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
And then another 25 to add to the X2.
And if you find out that that's going to cost a lot more than that, can you come back in the middle of the year and take out more money out of TDC? and use it?
Yes, we could. Could we not? Yeah, we're not gonna spend that all. We're stopping right here.
So we're good on the 25?
I'm good on 25.
I'm good. Mr. Hale?
Good.
Everybody good on the 120?
I'm good.
I'm good.
The only question I had was the 30,000 on top, so, that we had already talked about.
I don't have a problem putting that back into contingency, but if we do, I'd just like move another 30 from TDC into that to keep it at that 150.
I would like to, I support the chairman on, I'd like to keep it at the 150. If-
Yeah,
I'm taking the 30 off of contingency, and I don't need to.
Yeah, no, go ahead and put the 30 back into the contingency and do a 150 from TDC to the convention center line.
There you go.
Is everybody fine with that?
We got to make
Good.
sure Mr. Richardson's fine with it.
I'm
We
good.
are on this end.
Yeah, that's what, the more money we put back in contingency, the better off we are, right? Into our contingency,
For now?
for now.
We're talking about a lot here that's temporary anyway. so
Yeah, this
let's move
is temporary. It doesn't mean it's going to be spent. It's just,
Exactly.
we're still another budget year away from having enough to make a purchase.
Exactly.
A lot of things can change between now and then, but, you know, they say a bad plan's better than no plan.
A lot's going to change between now and Monday evening. That's what I'm afraid of.
So,
The good thing about getting all this done is we got a long, we got a lot, all day long to discuss it.
Right.
And come
And it'll
up
take
with
it.
guts.
Moving ahead?
Yeah, you good, Nina? You caught up with us?
Yeah, I just don't think you're gonna have enough PVC money to do the 170, the 120, and the 25.
170 was already budgeted in the.
Wait, what are you talking about, 170?
Oh, it's already in there. Just the 30, never mind. I added the 30 back to the contingency, because we're using TDC money.
But you left the 170 from general, rolled over from last year,
It's already in there.
and now you added another 150 from TDC.
No, I added 30,
Plus the 120.
right, which is down here.
Right. So got 150 coming out of TDC to the conference, convention center.
I didn't do 150 up here and 120 down here and 30. I just did 30, 120, and
170.
170.
Okay. And then the 25
And then the 25.
for the X2. All right, we got that good. Construction of restroom building at Heritage Park. This is the restroom wanting to go kind of close to the trailhead that we just did, or?
Yes, sir, it's my partner here. It's a partnership that we're trying to work with the CRA on. They had temporarily, or step one, approved $50,000, and we were hoping to match that and build that over there.
So y'all gonna definitely confirm 100 or 50?
Mr. Chairman, Gabrielle Redfern for the CRA, the City of Live Oak. It was approved in the budget workshop, and it'll be presented to the board for budget approval on the 27th, and then it goes through the city's budget project process, but I don't see any opposition to it.
I'm good with it contingent upon the match by the city.
I support that.
So that's the CRA doing 50, the city doing 50, and county doing 50?
No, it's the city, it's the Parks and Recs doing 50 and the CRA doing 50 on behalf of the citizens of Suwannee County.
Mr. Hale?
I agree as long as the match is there.
Yeah, I want that contingent upon that match. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the pool improvements. Is it holding water? We're good. No, give us the details on it.
Yeah, we won't know until we drain it and get down in there. We're at least gonna have to do some patchwork on the top. I don't know that we'll have to re-fiberglass the whole thing. But, until we get down in there, yeah, we got pieces of fiberglass peeling up, and then water gets underneath, it bubbles up, and then you just get too far down and can't keep ahead of it. I don't know that it'll be the whole, what was it, 35,000? It was 25,000 10 or 12 years ago when we did it. I don't anticipate having to move the whole pool. Once you get in there and you're doing half of it or three-quarters of it, and then it's, might as well do the whole thing right down.
Right.
It's gonna be somewhere in that ballpark.
Nina, are we at, am I right with around 612 on contingencies?
12 out of 38, we can't give her that $38. It's gonna need
We can do that for the pool.
All right, so we can approve 35, 38 for the pool?
20, how much?
$35,038. What, can we trim that on the pool?
Can we maybe just do 25 or?
I imagine we'll make a stretch as far as we can, and
If we got it drained and we've got it done, we need to go ahead and do the repairs on it to get it done right.
we really won't know until we get it all drained.
Right, right. I mean, it's,
But
Are you gonna paint it too? Because he wants 50.
no, that's buildings and,
Out of the full building.
I mean, if they're gonna have it drained, have them already here to do all the work, we might as well do the whole thing, y'all. That's the way I look at it.
But it's just saying it might be less than the 35, though. I mean, we could go at 25, and if we have to do something extra, we could.
Okay, I'm fine with you coming back to it if it comes in more than that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, too. I mean, are you fine with 25?
Yeah.
Start with?
Yeah.
Are you fine with that?
I'm good with that.
Greg's creative at finding ways to get things done, so. What about the buildings? What buildings we talking?
That's just the locker room, the restroom building right there.
So it is all the pool buildings, all that right there?
Yeah, the 15,000 is for the pool building itself.
It's the outside, too?
Inside and outside, yes.
Yeah. I'd like to do that. I mean, it's all about,
All right. You're now below 600.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah. I'm keeping it
know
running
what's in
total.
there.
I don't know what they're good with, but I got a number in mind. I'm trying not to go under.
I was good with 750.
Oh, I was good a ways ago, but I've got a do not exceed or do not go below number.
Is that, Jason, is that bidding that out on the painting or is that?
Well, I was just going to ask if we're going to paint the jail and paint this, is that something that we could combine together, or is that no need to do that? Yeah.
Big as the jail is, they might just paint that for getting the jail job.
Tell them we need charity work. All right, so the 15. So, is everybody okay with that 15?
Yeah.
It's probably what it's gonna take.
Yeah.
We couldn't get like the carpenter.
What's that bring us to, Nina? About
72038.
Not that big of a project.
Yes, ma'am.
Thinking outside.
Be 57238.
Ain't worried about, I don't know why they just don't think like that. So I
038 been hanging around for a while.
572.
You're right.
And you've got 100,
How did we get 38? Put that somewhere.
That's what I'm saying, they've been hanging around for a while.
you've got 114,000 in outside agencies.
114?
Yeah.
Right.
That 38 came from the rubber tire roller set somehow, that $45.
Lord have mercy. What did I do with that?
$1, somehow we rolled it into 38. It's making sense.
That was 12 hours ago.
No doubt.
No kidding. I can't find what I'm looking for.
No, that's your question.
No, it was open tomorrow, I thought.
I don't think so.
I think we can leave everything here
Yeah, I think
because,
we're good. Yeah, I think we can leave it here.
I think we can. If you mind calling Mandy and just ask her to double check
I think that,
before, because she's about to be gone.
that's when I get down there.
Oh, she's already said?
Tell them if they can't make it meeting.
Hey, I know they haven't presented yet, but,
That's about all they meeting now.
all of the art disabled, the DAV, the Historical Commission, we know it's, the total's 114.
Divisions went up, and Meridian went up 3,500. They always have their 60 and
I'm not,
Where's that at, Ms. Nina, real quick?
I'm not saying yes to these, I'm just so we got an idea.
divisions last, Meridian last year, because really that 60 should have been in the budget. You're at 99.5.
They didn't put this, the 60's not in the budget this year? Or it is?
It is.
Yeah.
Here they are.
So if you wanted to stay with last year, you'd have to have got 14,705. But we didn't have disabled veterans last year.
Right, that's the new one, and they're requesting 1,000.
1,500.
705 divisions went up, 3,500 Meridian went up.
They want 1,500.
4Cs went up 5,000.
We didn't give 4Cs anything last year, did we?
5,
We did?
now they want 10.
Well, they were at 10, and we cut them to 0, and then I still thought we didn't give them anything last
I
year.
think that was the year before.
Was it the year before? Well, all I'm getting at is, what's the total, 114?
Yeah,
This year,
114.
next year, yeah.
Not saying that we will, but if we did approve the whole thing,
500 probably ain't gonna get approved with Meridian.
not saying that it is. I'm just, if we did approve everything, it's gonna leave us, what, about a $458,000 contingency?
Yeah. 458,038.
I left the 38 off. Yeah.
Well, it's actually 114,205 or something like that. So that'll lead up your 38.
I was just wanting to see, basically, we've worked through the entire budget. I don't see us deviating much from the previous years on these outside agency requests, so we're going to be around 460 on a contingency, and I was kind of looking at 450 as a number not to go below, so if we go in and if anybody agrees on any cuts they make out of here or anything else that they look to, then they shouldn't do nothing but increase, but this should eat up all of our spending. I don't think there's anything else coming, is there?
The only thing I have, and I did not put it in here, and I'm just going to mention it to you. We do not have to fund this in the current year. But I want you to know that at some point, one of these days, we need to create a shoulder clipping crew. It'll cost us about $200,000 to do it per year. That's all this runoff that comes down, builds up on the edges of the roads. We need a crew dedicated to do that, because you don't have enough manpower right now to get it done.
What did you call it? A shoulder what?
Shoulder clipping, all this dirt and grass that you see.
That holds the water up on the road.
You talking about using a great awl and
All
just
of these
digging it out?
calls we get to go out where the elevated unpaved road comes down to the paved road, and you end up with 12 inches of dirt built up.
Yeah.
For 300 yards on both sides. We desperately need that crew. We need that countywide. But that's one crew. We figured the manpower, a couple of dump trucks, and a loader. We did not figure a grader because we figured we could use one grader that we currently have. One of those positions operates the grader and the loader. But we need to do that someday. It's a serious, serious issue. Not just from a maintenance standpoint, there's a public safety concern that we have.
The water runoff. What? I didn't write it down. What did we do on the chip seal?
We did.
I think.
We didn't go back to it yet.
Okay. I was gonna say, I didn't write
That
it
was the
down.
only thing we didn't go back to, but I would suggest or recommend or ask y'all to find your chip seal money in here. Because that 450, I don't think we need to go below that.
I got a question for you real quick. At the current pace, $500,000 a year, which is what, how many miles of chip seal?
Well,
Roughly.
I wish I could give it to you in miles. I really can't.
At what point do we start to see a reduction in grading? To the
We're
point-
seeing it now. There's
No,
just,
hang on. Well, we're seeing a reduction in the crews. far as the size of the crew.
You're not.
You're not, I don't want to,
That is never
I don't
gonna
want to reduce the size of the crews, and y'all may want
My
to.
road graded every week
Well,
either,
here's
so,
what's
I
happening,
mean-
here's what it's gonna do.
No, but it'd take us from anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. It may take that last 3 weeks off and keep it on a continuous basis of 3 weeks versus,
Two
Well, it should be on 2
two
weeks.
things are gonna happen going forward. Two things will happen going forward. You may see some shorter amount of time that it takes for a grader operator to make the cycle.
Right.
But as your population increases, and that's what's happening, you're getting a lot of these people moving into these old platted subdivisions on unpaved roads. So they're just putting more wear and tear on those roads. So there's kind of a balancing act there over time. You might improve that cycle time by a day or two, but 2 years from now, it might be right back to where it is if the population grows in those areas, depending on, where they're building in these old subdivisions. But ultimately, like I said, I think it was a 160-year plan. The day will come where,
Mr. Richardson, to simplify this where you can understand it, it won't be while we're on the board.
I didn't expect it to be. I was just curious about the
Yeah.
time frame. That's all. 160 years.
does anyone have anything they want to add? If not, we'll go ahead and adjourn this workshop and be back Monday. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we had about 200,000 coming out of that. Come on.
I got excited because y'all didn't hit me too hard, and I forgot about my, the EOC. So for this one here, there was two grants, EMPA for the salary is 105, the EMPG for the equipment's 48, and the county match is 36 for the EOC budget.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong paper. I forgot you was going to that. I forgot we didn't do the EOC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's already there.
Yeah, it's already there.
yeah, no, I was good with the EOC stuff.
And I know I've been hearing a lot of bad news, but one good thing, good news is that on the last sheriff conference I went to, we do the UCR report every year, what the crime report is. The FDLE and FBI is changing that to what they call, I believe it's NIBRAS. And since we switched to Smart Cop, we're in compliance, or it's compatible with that. If not, we would have had to have changed eventually. So in 2021 is when you had the mandatory change. So by doing the Smart Cop when we did, we're now in compliance, and it matches up with the new system that's coming. So that's kind of a little bit of good news for y'all, that we didn't have to jump in here, and we've already got it done, or in the process of getting it done. So a little bit of good news on that part there for us. Did that answer your questions on that other part, on the operation? Okay.
I appreciate the
Okay.
breakdown on that.
Anything else, Commissioners?
We're short about 300,000. You got some check?
Want you to study it again over the weekend.
Come back to us with a little better number.
We'll look at it again, see what we can do.
I don't think they were joking.
Well, I figured I would hit you while you was kind of tired out. You wouldn't try to hit me so hard.
I think Miss Nina's about ready to go home. Her calculator's about calculated out.
All right, if there's nothing else.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, sir.
So if she mentions 170 again, I'm gonna get nervous.
Hey, did they run a little longer than they normally do, but we did a lot of stuff that we'd normally do on day 2, so that'll give us a lot of opportunity to make changes if we want to make changes. If not, it'll give us opportunity to go home early. That's fine. Got all day tomorrow to get them done. At least you don't have to have them done the next day. I'm messing with you. All right.
Oh, I would like to say, I just appreciate everybody's participation, and I know this is a painful process. Trust me, it's tough sitting out there listening to this all day long, and we just appreciate y'all. It takes everybody to work together to try to make these numbers work, and we don't have a whole lot of money. We try to stretch it far as we can, and we understand that, some of you didn't get everything you wanted, but we want to give you the world, but all we got's what we got, so.
Yep.
Thank y'all for being here.
Anyone else? Thank everyone. We just go ahead and close the meeting or the workshop. Thank you.
Okay.